an ex-CEO and chairman of HSBC India. She chairs the India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI Water Mission and has authored 3 books, including the bestseller Survivor Sink, An Action Agenda for Sanitation, Water, Pollution and Green Finance. Ms. Kidwai, over to you.
Thank you, Mugdha, and a very good afternoon to all who have attended our very important event, the annual conclave of the India Sanitation Coalition, which I would like to believe is the largest such event now in India, and one which I hope creates the deliberations and thinking which leads the agendas for the country going forward over the next few years. More importantly, that guides all of us that work in the field to understand what needs to be done. We are fortunate today to have in our midst at various stages Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Union Minister Housing and Urban Affairs, Kaushal Kishorji, Minister of State Housing and Urban Affairs, the Honorable Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar, who has led and chaired every one of our jury awards. National Research Professor and Jury Chair has actually been the one who has helped us shape these awards. Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. Mr. Uday Shankar, President FICCI. Many Indian and global chiefs of corporates, representatives of our development partners, including BMGF, UNICEF, Aga Khan Foundation, and others. And most important, the winners of the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards, friends in media, and all of you who have chosen to join us today. A big, big welcome. Now, I don't need to tell you why it is important that we have sanitation on the agenda, because you have joined because you know it. We've also clearly had now various analysis that is available to us, which tells us in what areas these achievements are evident. So I'm going to share some of that with you, just so that we all feel good about what we do, because it does lead to the right outcomes. So SBM itself, the Swachh Bharat Mission, is estimated that it has saved more than 3 lakh lives between 2014 and 2019, according to a WHO report. SBM has avoided more than 1.4 crore disability-adjusted life years between 2014 and 2019, as per a study done. And think of what has also been achieved over the 2 years after the study. The BMGF assessment of the health impact of SBM, which was published in 2017, and we're looking for a new study here, has shown that 32% lower cases of diarrhea among children in ODF areas is evident, 15% lower cases of stunting among children in ODF areas, and 37% lower cases of wasting among children in ODF areas. So distinct impact there as well. Environmental impact, UNICEF's assessment conducted in 2019 has revealed that ODF villages have 11.25 times less groundwater contamination. So we save water, 2.16 times less contaminated food, 2.48 times less drinking water contamination. And then another assessment of UNICEF's actually shows that SBM has revealed that the mission has led to the creation of 75.5 lakh full-time equivalent jobs between 2014 and 2019. An expert assessment of business and market impact of SBM in India in 2018 indicated the worth to be tuned somewhere in the level of 62 billion by the current year. So we are creating value in terms of jobs, we are saving critical water resources, and most importantly, we are contributing to the health of the country. And then if we look at the market value for maintenance and repair of toilets itself, this is expected to rise to $11 billion by the current year. So the opportunity is only growing for job creation. And according to another UNICEF assessment of the microeconomic impact of SBM, each family saves up to 50,000 per year on account of avoided medical costs, lives saved, and time saving. And household investments in sanitation have a return on investment of 430%. So we must continue to keep doing what we are doing. And then the whole area of communication, which the SPM messaging has reached individuals in rural areas 2,500 to 3,300 times in 2014 and 2019. And this intensity must not be allowed to drop as we begin to revel in our achievements. We cannot forget that we have to continue this messaging. And the SPM mobilized investment in Swachhta messaging has in fact been valued at around 22,000 to 26,000 crores. And as you see from many of our sponsors, they are very much part of that messaging that happens into communities to remind us of the importance of Swachhta. Then looking at a study which UNICEF, BMGF and Sambodhi did of impact on women conducted only last year, it revealed something which is truly gratifying. 91% women save up to 1 hour of their day earlier spent on walking to defecation sites. 88% women are proud owners of a toilet. 81% of women do not worry about privacy while changing menstrual hygiene material anymore. And since they do not have to go out in the open to defecate anymore, 93% of women feel safer from assault, no longer fear contracting infections or animal attacks. So again, the role of women is one that we will cover through the sessions over the next couple of days. And it comes from this study, which indicates the importance of what SBM is achieving in this space. And there's no doubt, I think, in any of our minds that the spread of COVID would have been much worse had we faced it prior to 2014, at which stage over 60% of our rural population used to defecate in the open. The whole issue of hand washing was much better understood by all of us as a result of the efforts made. And of course, the cleanliness that has spread would have certainly helped to contain the disease. So as I look to welcome all of you, what are the issues that remain ahead of us? Clearly, we have to sustain ODF behavior, ensure that people continue to use and maintain their toilets. Besides, it is important to ensure that solid and liquid waste management in all villages is in fact achieved. And you will hear more about this from the ministers whose programs have clearly defined this for the country going forward as well. I will not list out what those targets are because I understand that the ministers will cover this with you, both for urban and rural targets that they are looking to set. But let it suffice to say that we have achieved a lot. We already have 73% of our cities certified as being ODF plus today. And now the definitions of ODF plus are much stricter and indeed in the direction we want to go in terms of fecal sludge management and septage management. So let me also share the broad components of what we believe are critical in the phase 2 of the mission: sustained behavior change, reform-oriented funding with measurable outputs and visible outcomes, and the role of the private sector. And these 3 areas will be a common refrain that you will hear from our legislators and ministers today. And it is extremely encouraging because this is the direction we want to go in. The measurement, the outcome, the engagement of the private sector, and the funding, the reform-oriented funding. So looking at this going forward, we at the India Sanitation Coalition believe that our role is to support our corporate partners, support the practitioners, the NGOs, all of whom are members of our coalition. The financing institutions, whose role in the first phase of the mission has already been greatly appreciated, have to play a critical role too. And much of our work is looking at the financing, innovative financing, and indeed scale of financing to help the continued growth of the sector. The expertise and resources of the private sector have to be leveraged for meeting the growing demand for solid and liquid waste management services? How can we create for-profit models which encourage the private sector to enter this critical area of public service and provide the service at a level of profit that is attractive to them, but also that is not usurious in terms of the way that engagement happens with the public at large? So here we are at a point where we need to look at all of these aspects. I want to just pause for a moment to also reflect on gender. And we have chosen to pick this up as a theme because the legal and policy frameworks for sanitation, which have accounted for the dignity and privacy of women as a basic premise for various sanitation interventions, are important. But I also know that women often have not been consulted in decisions taken on sanitation-related matters at multiple levels of the hierarchy in program implementation. And we want to see more of this engagement of women, by women, for women. And this is evident when we look at communities that were triggered using the community-led total sanitation tools to build and use toilets. There are, of course, brilliant instances of women being in complete control of intervention across the sanitation value chain too. Women and transgender self-help groups recently engaged for the operation and maintenance of treatment facilities, the STPs, in 8 cities of Orissa, which is seen going to be extended to other towns. And these women SHE members have not only secured a regular source of income, but also emerged as successful leaders and service providers in their communities. Earlier in Jharkhand, trained women masons built over almost 15 lakh toilets in 1 year. And the state was declared open defecation free rural much ahead of the national cutoff as a result. So it is precisely to capture some of these great stories of women leading in sanitation that our current year's compendium, Business Change, Success in a Gendered Approach to WASH, has been curated by our talented and committed ISC Secretariat. And this was due to be unveiled tomorrow. So do make sure you dial in for that. This compendium is the 5th in the series, the previous 4 being Corporates in Sanitation, Thinking Beyond Shitpots, Partnerships in Sanitation, and Models of Success in Fecal Sludge and Septage Management. These are all readily available should you want them. I'm also happy to share with you that this year's Best Practices Compendium is in partnership with our valued partner, KPMG. And you are going to have an opportunity to hear some of the experts and leading practitioners on the panel discussions that are scheduled over the 2 days of the conclave. Another important theme is one of advocacy, branding, and communication, which we at ISC continue to work on. This theme, of course, this year on sanitation, gender, and the impact of COVID are critical. But we have had Toilet Talkies as a campaign, which was in a comic strip format to promote better sanitation practices through spoofs of famous Bollywood dialogues, all developed in-house, I have to say. And we had our own little mascot, Tara, who I hope you haven't missed, Facebook, Instagram, new emojis on World Emoji Day with messaging around open defecation. We have tried using every possible digital and print media to reach out on these important messages of sanitation. Private sector engagement, again, a critical area. You will hear more about this. The job creation I highlighted at the outset is important, and the ability to create more jobs going forward is, again, a very attractive aspect of putting sanitation where it needs to be in terms of a business agenda. So let me just turn to the awards, which we are here to announce today. The ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021. This is the 5th edition of our awards, interesting in more ways than one. We have 2 key features that I'd like to highlight. One, that we are able to sustain the interest in the potential nominees with the outreach that continues to grow, and we receive enough entries to guarantee a lively contest. And dare I say, the jury always has a hard time picking the winners. And the second is that we added a new category of awards to reward women change makers in sanitation. So I'm delighted to report that an outstanding jury headed by Dr. Mashelkar rated the entries as usual. And on behalf of the India Sanitation Coalition, I would like to thank Dr. Mashelkar, the jury, and all the contestants who have showcased their work by participating in these awards today. These best practices are shared across a wide gamut of media, our website, and indeed are not just a celebration of top-notch contributions, but I believe also set an example for replication, and those that win it, I hope also benefit from being able to scale up through the effort that they continue to make and the recognition that we accord them. I will not waste any more time because we have a very important agenda ahead of us today. But just to say that stay tuned through these 2 days, and I hope that you will go away rich with the experience and knowledge and indeed the availability of materials that we will make available to you as you go through this conclave. I once again welcome you all to a very important 2 days, so enjoy. And with that, over to you, Mugdha.
Thank you, Naina ji, for so wonderfully setting the tone. Let me take the program forward now. FICCI, the Federation of India Chambers of Commerce and Industry, is essentially the voice of Indian business and very much an influencer in the overarching conversation around India's sanitation agenda. May I now present to you an industry icon who is very much leading the discourse on sustainable sanitation. Please join me in welcoming Shri Uday Shankar, President, FICCI. Hello, sir. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, Sri Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. Sri Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs. Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair India Sanitation Coalition, dear friend and past President FICCI. Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Dr. Natasha Patel, Chief Executive, India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI. Indian and global heads of corporates, representatives of the development partners, including Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Aga Khan Foundation, WaterAid India, IRC WASH, Tarun Leading Edge, and others. Winners of the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021, friends in media, ladies and gentlemen. The nation achieved an ODF status nearly 2 years ago, and we should all be very proud of this achievement because it's by no means an ordinary one. Let me now share the broad components of phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, the current phase which has unfolded recently and is gaining ground more than ever before in the context of water, sanitation, and hygiene, which we collectively call WASH. Sustained behavior change, 100% waste collection and sustainable solid waste management, 100% safe disposal of wastewater, and reuse are going to be the broad areas of focus in the current phase of the urban mission. Similarly, the rural mission phase 2 propositions a unique, convergent and co-financing model wherein apart from budgetary allocations from the center and states, remaining funds are going to be dovetailed from the 15th Finance Commission, MGN, REGS, and private sector participation to achieve an ODF sustainable India. Let me talk about the private sector participation in WASH. We at FICCI are aware that the government of India has identified private sector as a key stakeholder towards achieving the mission of an ODF sustainable India. ODF plus and ODF plus cities and wards have been defined as units that sustain their ODF status, besides ensuring 100% waste collection and sustainable solid waste management and 100% safe disposal of waste.
Give us a second. We seem to have lost transmission. We'll try and get on the transmission again. We'll try and connect with Mr. Shankar. Just give us a brief moment.
Mukta, while we wait, I'm not sure quite what's happened because I'm sure they're on the job.
Yes. We'll try and connect with Mr. Uday Shankar in just a bit. We seem to have lost his transmission. But
Mukta, we will go on to Mr. Kaushal Kishore.
Yes. Oh. So we move on to our next speaker of the day and call upon our guest of honor, Shri Kaushal Kishore, Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to share his thought on India's urban sanitation program, expected outcomes through digital solutions. Over to you, sir.
इंडिया सैनिटेशन कोएलिशन के वार्षिक कॉन्क्लेव तथा ISC फिक्की सैनिटेशन अवार्ड समारोह 2021 के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित आदरणीय हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, मंत्रिमंडल में हमारे वरिष्ठ सहकर्मी एवं केंद्रीय मंत्री आदरणीय श्री हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी तथा विभाग के हमारे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी एवं पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित डॉक्टर रघुनाथ अनंत मासेलकर जी, प्रसिद्ध वैज्ञानिक इंडिया सैनिटेशन कोएलिशन फिक्की अवार्ड्स के ज्यूरी अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री उदय शंकर जी, फिक्की के अध्यक्ष राष्ट्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उद्योग निकायों के प्रमुख, इंडिया सैनिटेशन कोएलिशन की अध्यक्षा श्रीमती नैना लाल किदवई जी, इंडिया सैनिटेशन कोएलिशन की मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी श्रीमती नताशा पटेल जी, बिलवा मिलांडा गेट्स व यूनिसेफ तथा अन्य सहयोगी संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधिगण, ISC फिक्की अवार्ड्स के विजेतागण, भाइयों और बहनों, मैं सर्वप्रथम इस कार्यक्रम के और इस समारोह के आयोजकों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में बोलने के लिए अभिभाषण के रूप में आमंत्रित करने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए मैं उनका आभार भी व्यक्त करता हूं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शहरी में इंडिया सैनिटेशन कोएलिशन की भूमिका तथा योगदान के बारे में कुछ कहने के पहले मैं मिशन की कुछ उपलब्धियों के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। ये इसलिए ज़रूरी है क्योंकि कॉन्क्लेव में उपस्थित प्रतिभागियों में से बहुत लोग ऐसे भी हैं जो लोग इसके बारे में विस्तृत जानकारी जानते हैं पहले से। हो सकता कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हों जो मिशन की उपलब्धियों तथा उनसे उत्पन्न प्रभाव के बारे में विस्तृत जानकारी करना चाहते हो। जैसा कि आपको पता है कि अभी विगत 15 अगस्त 2014 में लाल किले की प्राचीर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने यह घोषणा किया था कि महात्मा गांधी जी का जो मिशन था स्वच्छता का मिशन। तो स्वच्छ भारत बने, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2 अक्टूबर को महात्मा गांधी जी की जयंती के अवसर पर इस अभियान को शुरू करने का निर्णय लिया था। और 2 अक्टूबर 2014 को खुद प्रधानमंत्री जी झाड़ू लेकर के निकले थे, और जिससे पूरा देश धीरे धीरे करके आंदोलित हुआ और पूरे देश में एक आंदोलन का रूप लेने का काम किया। तमाम अधिकारी, दफ्तर के लोग, कर्मचारी, लीडर्स, सामाजिक संस्थान से जुड़े लोग, सामाजिक संस्थान चलाने वाले लोग, ये सभी लोग पूरी तरीके से जुड़े। और ये तय हुआ कि 2 अक्टूबर 2019 को राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी की जो 150वीं वर्षगांठ होगी, उसको हम तब तक के पूरे देश को हम शहरी क्षेत्र को शौच से मुक्त कर देने का काम करेंगे। पूरे देश में इसके लिए एक अभियान चलाने का काम किया गया, और शहर के अंदर जिनके पास शौचालय नहीं थे उनको शौचालय के लिए अलग से योजना देने के काम की गई। केंद्र सरकार ने प्रदेश सरकार से मिलके, निकायों से मिल करके शौचालय उपलब्ध कराना। जहाँ पर मलिन बस्तियाँ थी वहाँ पर सुलभ शौचालय बनाना, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में भी सुलभ शौचालय बनाना और शौचालय उपलब्ध कराना, ये सारी योजनाओं को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा। और अगर प्रधानमंत्री आवास शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में दिए भी, तो उसमें भी शौचालय को इंक्लूड करने का काम किया कि ताकि उनको उसका जो मकान आवास मिले उसमें शौचालय वो अपने पास से बना सकें, जिसके लिए उन्होंने पैसा भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी योजना के तहत उपलब्ध कराने का काम किया। देश का ये सपना कि हमारा देश पूरी तरीके से ODF हो, यानी शौच मुक्त हिंदुस्तान बने, इसके प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है। और उसको एक आंदोलन के रूप में हमारी केंद्र सरकार ने राज्य सरकारों के साथ मिलकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोगी संस्थानों की भूमिका जो इसमें हमारे साथ जुड़ी है, वो एक सराहनीय कार्य है। और मैं समझ रहा हूँ एक बड़ी सफलता स्वच्छ भारत को बनाने में इस समय चल रही है, और इसके लिए काम भी बड़ी तेज़ी से हो रहा है। ये अभियान 2014 में आरंभ किया गया था। उस समय हमारे देश में शहर में भी खुला पूरी तरीके से शौच मुक्त नहीं था, और आज हमारे देश के अंदर करीब 4369 लगभग 97% शहर खुले में शौच से मुक्त हो चुके हैं और लगभग ODF हो चुके हैं। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि 2014 के पहले का अगर पीरियड देखें तो इस तरह की टारगेट टाइम बाउंड समय निर्धारित इस तरह की कोई योजनाएं नहीं आई थी जिसकी वजह से भारत को स्वच्छ भारत बनाने का काम किया जा सके। आज 62 लाख से अधिक वैज्ञानिक शौचालयों का निर्माण पूरा कर जो है 62 लाख से अधिक वैयक्तिक शौचालय जो अच्छे शौचालय बनते हैं उन तरीके के बना करके उसका पूरा करने का काम लगभग संभव हो चुका है। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो सूचना उपलब्ध है उसके अनुसार 2005 से 2014 के बीच कोई 40,000 सार्वजनिक सामुदायिक शौचालयों का निर्माण किया गया था। गर्व का विषय ये है कि उनमें से लगभग 65,000 शौचालयों की ट्रैकिंग गूगल नक्शों पर आज की तिथि पर संभव है, और इस तकनीक से इन शौचालयों की उपलब्धता था उनकी कार्यत्मकता का निर्धारण आसानी से किया जा सकता है। आज लगभग हमारे देश में 3305 यानी 73% शहर ODF प्लस तथा 1000 से कम के आसपास शहर ODF प्लस प्लस प्रमाणित किए जा चुके हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी भाइयों बहनों, राष्ट्र इस लक्ष्य पर एकजुट है कि वर्ष 2022 तक शहर तथा वर्ष 2024 तक पूरे देश यानी शहर और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र को मिला करके हम ODF++ बनाना चाहते हैं और इसके लिए पूरा लक्ष्य टाइम बाउंड तरीके से निर्धारित करने का कार्यक्रम हमारी सरकार के द्वारा, केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। हमारे विभाग के द्वारा भी इसको किया जा रहा है। शहरी मिशन के वर्तमान चरण की यदि हम बात करें तो स्वच्छता के प्रति निरंतर अब व्यवहार में परिवर्तन आ रहा। 100% कचरा मुक्त यानी इकट्ठा करके हमको कचरा मुक्त शहर बनाने हैं। जो ठोस कचरा प्रबंधन है उसको सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगा करके सीवेज पानी तथा मानव मल का जो 100% सुरक्षित निस्तारण करना मिशन के मुख्य हमारे उद्देश्य हैं। और जो मिशन है उस मिशन के जो अधिकारी हैं तथा जो कर्मचारी हैं, इनकी मदद से इस मिशन को पूरी तरीके से पूरा समय के निर्धारित जो काल है उसी पीरियड में इसको पूरा करना में हमको मदद मिलेगी। हमारी जो सरकार है, भारत सरकार, इस बात को लेकर पूरी तरीके से जागरूक और संवेदनशील है कि बिना प्राइवेट सेक्टर की सहभागिता के राज्य सरकारों सहित केंद्र सरकार के लिए उपलब्ध समय में मिशन के उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति एक मुश्किल काम है। नामुमकिन तो नहीं है, लेकिन मुश्किल है।
Give us a moment. We seem to have lost transmission, but I do have Mr. Uday Shankar back with me. So let us hear from him. So we lost you, but I'm welcoming you again.
Hello,
welcome
everyone.
to.
First and foremost, Sri Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister for Housing. Hello, everyone. First and foremost, Sri Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. Sri Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary Housing and Urban Affairs. Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair India Sanitation Coalition, dear friend and past President FICCI. Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water, India Sanitation Coalition, dear friend and past President FICCI. Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Dr. Natasha Patel, Chief Executive, India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI. Indian and global heads of corporates, representatives of the development partners, including Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, Aga Khan Foundation, WaterAid India, IRC WASH, Taru Leading Edge, and others. Winners of the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021, friends in media, ladies and gentlemen. The nation achieved an ODF status nearly 2 years ago, and we should all be very proud of this achievement because it's by no means an ordinary one. Let me now share the broad components of phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, the current phase which has unfolded recently and is gaining ground more than ever before in the context of water, sanitation, and hygiene, which we collectively call WASH. Sustained behavior change, 100% waste collection and sustainable solid waste management, 100% safe disposal of wastewater, and reuse are going to be the broad areas of focus in the current phase of the urban mission. Similarly, the rural mission phase 2 propositions a unique, convergent and co-financing model wherein apart from budgetary allocations from the center and states, remaining funds are going to be dovetailed from the 15th Finance Commission, MG and REGS and private sector participation to achieve an ODF sustainable India. Let me talk about the private sector participation in WASH. We at FICCI are aware that the government of India has identified private sector as a key stakeholder towards achieving the mission of an ODF sustainable India. ODF plus and ODF plus plus cities and wards have been defined as units that sustain their ODF status besides ensuring 100% waste collection and sustainable solid waste management and 100% safe disposal of wastewater and reuse. When we talk about private sector engagement in WASH, the foremost thing that comes to our mind is the CSR investment in this space. However, when we look at the CSR spend in WASH over the last 5 years, what we see is that on an average, less than 600 crores of rupees have been spent in the sector. Though we needn't, yet if we try and assess the CSR spend over the last 5 years against what was actually spent on the 2 missions of SBM over the same time frame through public and concessional financing, we will realize that the industry has to do more than just the CSR. For that alone is not enough to answer the country's water, sanitation, and hygiene needs. We all have a role to play in making clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene available universally for everyone, everywhere by 2030, which is the Sustainable Development Goal 6, Target 6.1 and 6.2. At a global level, the economic case for WASH is well established. Estimates are that every dollar invested in sanitation returns $5.50 benefit, and every dollar invested in drinking water supply returns $2.7. These economy-wide returns come mainly from health and time savings. So in theory, businesses can gain a share of the overall economic benefit as a financial return on any investment they make in WASH. The good news is that in response to this very specific challenge of quantifying the business benefits, there are expert guides to help companies establish the business value of WASH interventions and can calculate their ROI. Let's take a close look at that. What is needed to get companies into WASH space is to ensure that they can operate for a profit and at scale. The government may provide them an assurance, and current ecosystem is exactly in sync with that their businesses run without bureaucratic hurdles. The implementation partners work in tandem to complete projects with the intended impact, and higher standards around quality be created to help sustain their success of the water and sanitation program. And finally, I'm really happy that efforts to spur businesses into action towards achieving SDG 6, particularly Target 6.1 and 6.2, are gaining momentum. I see the current platform of India Sanitation Coalition Award Ceremony and India Sanitation Conclave as being most suitable to declare with confidence that we will together achieve a cleaner, healthier, and hopefully pandemic-free India by the time the current phase of SBM comes to an end. It comes to an India 2024. Thank you very much. My best wishes.
So thank you for that comprehensive overview on leveraging the expertise and resources of the private sector for meeting the growing demand for achieving ODF sustainability, and also for highlighting the broad components of phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, the current phase which has unfolded recently. Yes, we all have a role to play in making clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene normal for everyone, everywhere by 2030, as mentioned in the Sustainable Development Goal number 6, Target 6.1 and 6.2. Now, creating a clean sanitary environment cannot occur in isolation. It requires collective and comprehensive behavioral change as a society. The 3 most critical questions that underline the drive to finance sustainable developments are: how to drive more resources towards the goal, how can we make sure that they are going where they are needed the most, are they being used in the most effective way as well. To discuss innovative financing from emerging technologies in the WASH value chain, who better could we have than Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair, ISC, ex-Chair of HSBC. She is in discussion now with Shri Sunil Mehta, Chief Executive, India Banks Association, Shri Manoj Gulati, Managing Director, Water.org, Ms. Aman Pannu, Head Corporate Communications and CSR, DCM Shriram Limited, Shri Devasis Badi, Chief General Manager of Farm Development Department, NABARD, Mrs. Meera Mehta, Professor Emeritus, CEPT, Executive Director, Center for Water and Sanitation, Shri Vikram Gandhi, Senior Lecturer of Business Administration at the Harvard Business School and founder of Asha Impact, Shri Royston Briganza, so as well, Director, Grameen Capital. over to you, ma'am, and I really look forward to a very interesting discussion.
So here we are with a very important panel today. Last year, we discussed the 2015 Addis Ababa Convention's call for action to deliver the 17 SDGs by 2030 by defining a global framework to align the financing flows and policies with economic, social, and environmental priorities. Now, the three most critical questions that underline the drive to finance sustainable development are: how do we drive more resources towards the goals? How can we make sure they are going where they are needed the most? And are they being used in the most effective way? The view that the financing gap is symptomatic of a business model gap and can prove to be a good starting point to reduce costs, address the risks, and catalyze private sector solutions are areas we need to address. Now, when SPM was first announced in 2014, there was a sense of urgency to start the process rolling with the government's intent on providing sanitation solution for each citizen under the Open Defecation Free banner. This was successfully achieved by 2019. The country announced and indeed has been acclaimed across the world for its success in this area. And the primary funding, as we know, was provided by the government. In 2020, under SBM2, the Swachh Bharat Mission 2, and the goals of ODF++, or Sustainable ODF, Open Defecation Free, the recognition of the private sector's role in ensuring the future success of the mission has come to the fore. Technology, commercialization initiatives that the government has started under Swachh Bharat Mission at its first phase could only be achieved with the use of long-term technology solutions, as well as making these facilities self-paying. How can we ensure that they are sustainably financed going forward? And the private sector can leverage these learnings for the benefit of the country. So now, with the recent announcements of SBM2 and the guidelines by MoHUA, the Ministry of Urban Affairs, and the stated objective of involving the private sector to support the Swachh Bharat Mission 2 initiatives, either through technology and also funding, the government's desire is to enter into more and more private-public partnership programs. And for these PPP programs, large infrastructure projects undertaken, for example, for treatment of solid and liquid waste across urban and parts of rural India, are going to require financing solutions involving the private sector. Now, the very manual processes that continue to exist across the sanitation value chain, specifically the area of waste management, those too need technological solutions to make them viable over the long term. And here we need equity, we need debt, we need risk capital. And in many cases, in fact, with COVID, we have seen a heightened urgency for these solutions, as in the case of manual scavenging. So with this framework, I want to embark on a very important discussion where we have some of the most critical areas to discuss, and in fact, a panel which has one of, and amongst them, the most eminent people to bring some of this forward to you. So let's start with the first question, which is on Swachh Bharat Mission 2014 focus on the build aspect of sanitation, where the government determined that proper toilets were provided to all Indians across the urban and rural landscape. And there were several schemes that were put forward to encourage citizens at all levels to build these toilets. These schemes is extended from basic grants of 12,000 rupees and incentives under schemes such as the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1 to build the new toilets, to top these up from the 15th Finance Commission to enhance existing toilets and include bathing areas or a second toilet. The government worked with local banks to extend the extra credit at nominal rates. And there were many other players that came, microfinance institutions, etc. We have with us today the Chief Executive of the Indian Banks Association, Mr. Sunil Mehta, And I would like to first ask him how he believes the banking industry has responded to the government's call for helping create a strong sanitation infrastructure in India. And where do you, Mr. Mehta, see this progressing in the future?
Thank you, Nana, for asking a very relevant question. In fact, Indian banking system is fully aware about the need for sanitation across the country and has really supported the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1 during the 2014 to 2019. During this period, the banking system has come out with the funding of the toilets, which were being built up in the schools, and roughly 74 crores were provided by them under CSR funds to various schools for creating this toilet for boys and girls. Simultaneously, the banks have extended personal loans to various borrowers for availing these benefits under the Swachh Bharat Mission. So like 12,000 was being provided by the government, but there will be some cost escalations. So that were being funded by various banks under the personal loan schemes also. Thirdly, the basic infrastructure that was created for sanitation, it includes the solid and the liquid waste disposal systems. And many of the corporates have come forward to create such systems, and bankers have funded them. Somehow, these efforts could not get the much traction because somewhere the collection efficiencies of the municipal system on which the revenue collection of a banking system is dependent for repayment of such loans, that was not very efficient. But so long as the personal fundings were there, I think that the masses have responded very well, and the banking system has extended support there. RBI has also provided a special dispensation. They said that all social infrastructure up to an extent of 5 crore can be classified as a priority sector lending, and which for like projects in the sanitation are also covered into it. Even up to 10 crore under the medical infrastructure is covered for priority sector lending. So these incentives in the banking system driven by the government and by the regulator have been duly supported by the Indian banking system. Now, since sanitation is basically a personal need, this will require a personal funding, this will require a government support, and that's why the government has come out with the phase second. Swachh Bharat Mission phase second is now in offering, and this will continue up to 2024. So during this period also, banking system is really willing and looking for the opportunity for funding to the personal needs of the people who really want to build on this transport by providing them the convenient loans in the form of personal loans and the easy liquidity. The limited point is entire banking system, since we are dealing with the public funds. So our conscious approach is that it should be lent in such a way that the repayments are also received in time, so that we can recycle this fund and the infrastructure can go up. So both these things go hand in hand, where the collection efficiencies are good, where people have utilized their money properly and they have repaid their loans, that has provided a encouragement to the banking system for further funding to the social infrastructure, especially for the sanitation sector. I do believe that this sanitation facility will not only provide a social benefit or a physical benefit to the masses, this will provide a lot of economic efficiency to the entire system. Because if the environment is sanitized, there will be less number of people availing sick leave, there will be more work hours available for work, there will be lesser distraction even for using conveniences. So all these activities together will definitely facilitate the entire ecosystem, and which is definitely is a facilitating thing which a bank will like to add on. So Indian banking system is definitely ready and is look forward where the revenues can be generated or can be supplemented through the existing cash flows by the existing borrowers, and the banking system can lend to them, maybe in the form of creation of these entities, maybe in the form of personal toilets, maybe their enhancement, and the different facilities are being extended by the banking system to the masses for making this Swachh Bharat Mission a grand success.
So looking at financial inclusion, has been one of the mainstays of the Indian economy, with increasing microfinance opportunities becoming easily available for people living at the bottom of the economic pyramid. We've seen NBFCs, self-help group promoting institutions, and SRLMs are all working alongside mainstream banks to help clients build, retrofit, and upgrade the sanitary infrastructure. So as we continue to support the whole mission in this regard, it becomes even more critical that there is further convergence of government policies and creation of a market-led approach to complement these long-term solutions. And we are finding that this vibrant approach is creating a sustainable solution for both households and the emergence of the WASH enterprise. I'd now like to ask Manoj Gulati, Managing Director of Water.org, and someone who has huge experience in this field and has been a very important partner of the India Sanitation Coalition, no better than Manoj to share with us their organization's experience in creating innovative microfinance opportunities for the rural and urban poor. Manoj, over to you.
Thanks, Dana, for the kind introduction. And to begin, on behalf of Water.org, I wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate ISC for achieving 5th edition of India Sanitation Conclave. During this period, we have grown so much, and both collectively and as a collaborative force, in addressing the entire sanitation chain from build to treat. And I feel so confident that the ISC, through its thought leadership, can now address more complex issues under SBM2 and JGM guidelines. So before we go ahead, the question, I answer your question, I wanted to actually, if you permit, show a very quick video of a young lady in Gondia district in Maharashtra, and her name is Divya Patle, and this is her story.
महिला आर्थिक विकास महामंडळाच्या ताईंनी शौचालय बांधण्यासंदर्भात माहिती दिली. मग आमच्या घरी कर्ज काढून शौचालय बांधला. शौचालयाबरोबर आम्ही आरो पण विकत घेतला. शौचालय बांधल्यामुळे आम्ही सुरक्षित आहोत. आज आम्हाला बाहेर जावं लागत नाही. संसर्गजन्य रोगांपासून आता आम्हाला कसलीही भीती नाही. जर आम्ही बाहेर जात असतो तर वेगवेगळ्या लोकांच्या संपर्कातून आम्हाला कोरोनाची भीती राहिली असती आणि माझ्या परिवारात सुद्धा प्रसार झाला असता. आज वॉटर फिल्टरमुळे आमच्या घरचं पाणी साफ आणि सुरक्षित आहे. आज आम्ही साफ पाणी पितोय, त्यामुळे आमचा परिवार सुरक्षित आहे. आता आम्हाला बाहेर मुळीच जावं लागत नाही. सगळा परिवार शौचालयाचा वापर करतो आणि शुद्ध पाणी पितो. आता मला पाण्यासाठी बाहेर नळावर पण जावं लागत नाही. वॉटर फिल्टर आणि शौचालयामुळे मला आणि माझ्या परिवाराला खूप सुविधा मिळाली. महिला आर्थिक विकास मंडळ आणि water.org यांची मी खूप आभारी आहे. त्यांच्यामुळेच मला
So having shown that video, this is what the change is happening in today's Maharashtra in rural India. So far, over 33 lakh women have utilized self-help groups and joint liability groups, which are linked to microloans for meeting their water and sanitation needs to transform their lives of over 1.5 crore people. This has led to over 5,000 crores of debt capital being mobilized for WASH impact. The SHG-led women are now complementing government efforts by taking greater responsibility for toilet repair, maintenance, toilet upgradation, retrofitting, additional bathing facilities, household roof rainwater harvesting projects, water storage projects, water filter projects. So as you can see, the entire WASH ecosystem is being addressed with their help and through their own efforts. We often find people in many villages saying, पहला शौचालय सरकार ने बनाया, दूसरा समूह के मदद से बनाया. When a family takes a small loan, we find in increased behavioral change, long-term commitment to maintaining the toilet, and a sense of pride and satisfaction that has made something they have made something for themselves. We find water and sanitation loans are repaid on time, and the people are becoming increasingly Atmanirbhar. The third key component is creation of market space, which thanks to ISC involvement, along with its partners such as ASCII, UNICEF, CEPT, and Toilet Board Coalition, is now unlocking this side of the business. It's important that all three components which require financing are played side by side. In order to solve SDG 6, the world needs $192 billion over the next 9 years, and no single type of funding will be sufficient to solve the issue. Even if 10 to 20% of the funds come from mainstream financing, it will create a huge impact to meeting the demand. I encourage all to unlock the financial resources along with revised government policies supporting such collective solutions. Again, my best wishes to ISC on this special occasion.
Now, centuries of habit, accompanied by social taboos such as toilets, are being considered or were considered as unclean and hence needed to be hidden away or put into locations far away from the house. And all of this has required change. We've seen that the need for sustained education covering several generations of families living together is a very complex process. And actually, it's different in different parts of the country. And we need to deal with this in a defined and patient manner. The second and third areas of the sanitation management chain require individual and community commitment, and to encourage the usage and proper maintenance of the facilities built, whether in private homes or public spaces, a consistent behavioral campaign was required, which could ensure that people understood why this was important and indeed therefore used and maintained the toilets in the right manner. Now, the government supported, as we know, huge behavioral change campaigns, and these needed to be amended as we went along. There were many of these programs at various grassroots levels. And as the messaging began to take a much more long-term approach, structured, professionally managed, we saw campaigns such as Dettol Banega Swachh India emerge to the fore. And the funding for these activities also began to come from CSR funds of the private sector, who were keen to respond to government's Swachh Bharat call. At the India Sanitation Coalition, we extended the program called Swachhta Doots, which was developed initially by the Hindustan Unilever company and their team. And given the success that they had faced through this program, which was run in and around their factories, we worked with them and then took the program forward to other corporate partners to develop employee engagement programs so that the employees' work was also one in the factory, but also in the communities in which they lived outside the factory, so that they could spread the message of Swachhta and why it was necessary not to defecate in the open and how toilets needed to be maintained. One of the pioneer corporates to drive this Swachhta Doot campaign was DCM Shriram. I'd like to invite Aman Pannu, Head of Corporate Communications and CSR at DCM Shriram, to share their experience in creating Swachhta Doots in their organization. And we at the India Sanitation Coalition would like to celebrate their success. So here we are, over to Aman.
Thank you, Naina ma'am, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm going to share a case study of DCM Shriram's WASH program called Shriram Swachhagrah. So I'm going to share some slides on this. So our WASH program is called Shriram Swachhagrah, and it aims to contribute to the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin. We are working on constructing and renovating toilet blocks in the government schools of Kota, Hardoi and Lakhimpur Kheri, and also individual household toilets of Bharuch. With this program, Nashi, when we did our baseline, our need assessment, our focus has always been on how can we improve the toilet usage in the schools, in the communities, and also looking at strengthening and maintenance of these toilet blocks. Behavior change naturally is very, very key to our program, because along with our development of the infrastructure, we look at the behavior change piece also. And seeing that this is a very scalable project, it is about sustainability, about replicability. And this program is being implemented in 3 different states also. So Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Gujarat. And how do we make sure that even when we're talking about the infrastructure development, we are working with partners who are maintaining the entire uniformity of the building norms. When I talk about behavior change, I think, we are fortunate that we've got very good partners that we are working with. We've been working with Finnish Society, with Mamta HIMC, with Vinobha Seva Ashram, and specifically for our knowledge partnership, we've been working with India Sanitation Coalition. So I'm going to talk about some of the different initiatives that we've taken up. So when we talk about behavior change, we have put that into 3 different buckets, right? The institutional development is very, very key, very important for us, that when we are doing the baseline, we need to see if the child cabinets are working, if the school management committees are working, getting on green workers, and then looking at strengthening of the SMCs, strengthening of these child cabinets, working on how do you make sure that the toilets are clean. Newer initiatives, I think our partners have got on board, like Swachhata monitoring boards. So in these schools, the child cabinets make sure that there are boards on which every day when the children come in the morning, they are putting ticks if the toilets have been cleaned, if the maintenance of the cleanliness across the school campus is also happening, have children wash their hands, have their nails cut. So doing all of that is something which is actually building on the maintenance and monitoring mechanism. The other interesting thing that we've done is also looking at training, which is very, very important, where we are talking about the Anganwadi workers, where we're talking about the ASHA workers. So how do you make sure that there is ongoing training on behavior change with them also, because they are going out and speaking to the communities. The other aspect which we have layered on our Shriram Swachhagra program is an employee volunteering program called Swachhata Sathi, where we have India Sanitation Coalition as our knowledge partner. And here what we've done is that for 6 months till our implementation projects partners are there, they work with the schools and the community on the entire behavior change piece. And once they move out of those particular villages or those particular schools, our Swachhata Sathis are actually the ones who, along with the ISC material, which has been created specifically to work with both the school level and the communities, they work with these communities for another 1-year period. So this entire program is actually continuing for a period of 2 years, where 1 year we are working with our implementation partner, and 1 year our employee volunteers are actually going to these schools and not only doing the IEC material, but also making sure that the maintenance, the scalability that we have looked at. So is the monitoring still continuing? Are the SMCs still operational? Are the child cabinets still working? All of that is also something which becomes a part of the framework of the Swachhata Sathi. And that is where India Sanitation Coalition had come in and helped us actually make this entire program, not looking at only the IEC piece, but also seeing how do we look at the monitoring of this particular program. Another initiative which we added was a pilot project called the Pink Rooms, where we are working in Kota. In a few schools we've started this, and these are like medical camps where we have rooms which have been created for young adolescent girls. When they have their periods, they actually go and they have a bed, they have sanitary pads available there, a lot of IEC material which is there in terms of what is it that they need to take care of. So the hygiene aspect, the nutrition aspect, when they're looking at the entire menstrual cycle for them, that is taken care of in this Pink Room concept. And I think not last, but the operation and maintenance is very, very important, that once the organization gets out of these schools, how do you make sure that the funding of these schools continues for the maintenance? So we've created something called a Swachhata Kosh, which is like a bank where the money is collected by the SMC, by the child cabinet. So it could either be through the Gram Pradhan or actually going to the communities and collecting funds. And this fund then is added on to the government fund which comes, and looked at how do you make sure that the green workers are coming on a regular basis? How do you make sure that maintenance of the schools is happening on a regular basis? So with this project, we've actually touched 450 plus schools in our 3 districts in Kota, Hardoi and Lakhimpur Kheri, about 360 plus individual household toilets. And when we talk about the behavior change framework, that about around then 60,000 school children and community, we've already worked with them. and Swachhata Sathi across our organization, where we've done our projects in Kota and in Lakhimpur Kheri and Hardoi. We already have our employee volunteers who are going to the locations. We are shortly going to be starting this program in Bharuch also when we talk about the individual household toilets. Now, specifically, I think the COVID period actually looked at recalibration of the entire project, where we said, how is it that we have to now work with the communities? Because naturally, the schools were not open, so you could not go to the schools. So we shifted our focus from a school-led total sanitation to a community-led total sanitation, because the implementation partners or our feet on ground had to go and speak to the children, but the children then were in their houses. So our focus moved into an ODF plus format, where we were looking at formation, activation of the Nigrani Samitis. The conversation then naturally was on COVID-19 prevention. It was on behaviors that need to be maintained. So as an organization also, we provided sodium hypochlorite, provided sanitation kits to them, made sure that the children were aware of behavior that is important for them to maintain during COVID. The trainings which were going on all moved into a virtual mode. So the SMC trainings, the children training, all of that, we took that into an online mode. And I think the facilitation of that through the implementation partners was also very, very agile. So the entire last year and this year also, now schools are opening up. So we are going back to the schools, I think, but there is a learning that we've had, that instead of only looking at the schools, it's important to look at the communities also, because a lot of sanitation work that we are doing is happening through the communities. There has to be a focus on ODF plus also. We work with a lot of good partners in this period, like Project Bala and Tata Trust, where we did an entire MHM program. So it was about recalibrating the entire Shriram Swachhagra program and say, how do we work more with our communities? How do we make sure that this happens? Currently also, we are going to start work again with India Sanitation Coalition on seeing how we can again go back to our communities through our employee volunteers, get more volunteers to come on through this project and work with our communities. Thank you so much, everyone.
So we have behavioral change programs, but these need consistent push over several years. And if they are to be effective, it becomes important that organizations like NABARD come forward, and they indeed have developed programs in different regional languages to reach out to more than 2,000 villages in several states across the country. On October 2nd, 2020, NABARD launched a nationwide program to reach out to the rural communities to drive home the message of hygiene, sanitation, and treatment of waste. I'd like to invite Mr. Devasis Padi, CGM NABARD, to share your experience on the recent sanitation literacy campaign. Over to you, Mr. Padi.
Thank you, Madam, for inviting me to speak. See, this campaign, which was run by NABARD, this was basically the brainchild of our chairman, Dr. Chintala, who realized that NABARD should be a big player in water, sanitation, and health sector. So, coming to specifically the question raised by Naina regarding behavioral change programs, we consciously conducted the program in more than 2,000 villages, very interior pockets of the country in 25 states of the country. This was done in tribal areas, watershed areas, and other project areas of NABARD, because we were familiar with the people there. And we used all sorts of methodology to reach out to the people. We had a film which was translated in 13 regional languages. We had brochures, we had jingles, and nukkad nataks through which we covered these villages and conducted the campaigns there. Another important aspect I would like to say is we also realized that the funding in the wash sector is not considered to be a business proposal by many banks. So simultaneously, NABARD also developed a project and a product for which NABARD provides refinance. And we also had meetings with the bankers at the SLBC level, at the BCC level, and the BLBC level to say that this is a bankable project, even if the Reserve Bank of India had announced it as a priority sector lending. The disbursements were not picking up. So this was also an important aspect in our campaign. Finally, I would like to say that this campaign by us has started giving very good results. We are seeing the attitudinal changes in the field level, in the project areas, and we are also seeing that the disbursements under this are picking up. Lastly, I would like to say that this project is also will help. Just to remind that NABARD had supported the government of India under the Swachh Bharat Mission project, and we thought that this funding under this project will help maintain the infrastructure which has been created under the project. And we in NABARD believe that wash sector is going to be the next important sector for the country, and we will continuously work for the development of the sector. Thank you.
Now, we've heard many examples on how wash financing is a complex area and also how it is open to innovation. The nature of investment, the kind of impact that would be the outcome if the initiative is successfully implemented, and most importantly, the ability for the investment to engender further similar investments, the replication therein, requires that we not just look at classic financial instruments, but also at new ways of approaching these issues. One of my favorite organizations in this regard is Grameen Capital, which is experimenting successfully in creating financial instruments that are customized for the development sector. They have understood the need of the hour is not the large ticket, complex financial arrangements alone, but that we need several intermediaries delivering individual pieces of the financial instrument. So what is required is something simple with a modest ticket size, and more important, with clear-cut impact outcomes that can be measured transparently and also therefore create confidence for the investor to enable the investor to keep coming back and investing. In order to add some light to this aspect of financing, I'd like to invite Royston Braganza, CEO of Grameen Capital, an old colleague of mine from my HSBC days, to share with us what drove Royston to consider WASH a likely recipient of an innovative financial structure, how it works, and what are the likely benefits. So Royston, over to you as you innovate for sanitation financing.
Thank you, Nana. I think, we are really at an interesting time. One of the things that I like is a quote which says that there are decades in which nothing happens, and then there are weeks in which decades happen. And we seem to be in those weeks, and we need to be able to use this opportunity that we have, what COVID has provided us, to be able to look at, the world is talking about build back better, but in the WASH space, how do we use this opportunity to further the agenda of water, of sanitation, of health? And one of the things that struck us when we were looking at the SDGs, and you can see the list behind us, was saying, if this is a $30 trillion need globally, then looking at pure philanthropy or government interventions is not enough. How do we bring mainstream capital? How do we bring the corporate sector? How do we bring fund houses to look at investing in this space? And we created a product called the SDG Impact Bond. So particularly for goal 6 in water and sanitation, say we would look at a bunch of social enterprises with very clear themes in terms of water conservation or sanitation goals, and say, we will provide you the funding. We will use investors to provide the funding, on the back of which we will have very clear matrices in terms of impact deliverables, and then identify outcome funders who are interested in that goal. So for example, when we did a goal 7 bond, we would look at those who are interested in clean energy. When we did a goal 2 bond, we would look at someone who's interested in food security, farmer income, farmer productivity. And we would tell them, rather than spending money in projects, could you be the outcome funder if these metrics are met? And they found it very interesting, because here they were paying after the outcome is met, they were paying for success, and the amount they pay is equivalent to the coupon or the interest rate on the bond. So the social enterprise has to service the loan, they repay the debt, they get a track record in terms of repayment and debt servicing. The corporate gets an opportunity to use their CSR creatively to be able to incentivize this, or a philanthropist or others. So for example, if they were doing a $1 million project in the past in, say, women's empowerment for goal 5, today what that 1 million can do is say become a guarantee to the bond. Grameen Impact or another co-investor would fund that. The enterprises would still meet those objectives of women's empowerment, and then a CSR would pay for that outcome. So the original 1 million can then use for a second project and a third project. And so we believe that being catalytic is critical in this time. And one of the opportunities that we have looked at through the SDG Impact Bond is to really broad base family houses, fund houses, private equity, impact investment, to bring them all together into one instrument. And we think that could be really powerful as the way forward. So the policy interventions are critical. What we do need to see is a common taxonomy across different regulators. And I'll give you a simple example. One of the big reasons that microfinance was able to scale dramatically was because microfinance was included in the RBI's priority sector definition. And then banks were energized and excited to lend to the space. What we need to see is a common taxonomy. So today, RBI under its list has a very different PSL list. SEBI under their Social Venture Capital Fund has a very different list. Ministry of Corporate Affairs under their CSR rules has a very different list. And what we're saying is try and create a common set list, probably reflecting the SDGs or whatever else, but keep it consistent so that we are able to pull across these various parts of capital a seamless connect. And so at a policy level, that is one big change that is needed. And the other is to allow CSR funding to be able to be used for impact bonds. Today, if a for-profit company, is there who has met, say, Y percentage of increase in water table, or Y% increase in sanitation, or reduction in ODF, or open defecation, then CSR is sort of bashful to provide funding to a for-profit company because it doesn't count under their CSR. But that would be really the ideal place for CSR to contribute, because that every single rupee is paid after success is achieved. So we need to create either a new instrument or add social SDG impact bonds under the list of what is kosher for CSR. And I think that will unlock significant amount of capital. Because take, for example, Unilever is building 2 or 3 Suvidha centers, and they spend 3 crores to do it. We would tell them, you put that 3 crores as a guarantee. We will build those centers, finance those centers. The social enterprise will build those centers. We will find other CSR to pay once those outcomes are met. And then the same 3 crore of guarantee we could use to build 3 more centers, and then do the same model again, and then 3 more centers, and the same model again. So you could probably build 15 centers and circulate that capital, 5 times. So the ability of building these instruments out, and therefore the power is in creating not one big $100 million bond. And that's what people in London and New York are trying. And we are trying probably just the opposite. We want to build hundreds and thousands of small SDG impact bonds. In fact, I want to create an SDG impact bond factory for every toilet facility, or for every skilling center for every solar unit, to be able to build instruments so that we can create that fund, and then of course set up a social stock exchange where we can list these at the right time and build scale that is needed. Thank you.
As we look at the Swachh Bharat mission's focus going forward on sustainability and treatment of waste, very important missions, and one which we have been working at for a while now at the India Sanitation Coalition, we come to treatment for both grey and black water, both of which form part of municipal waste. Now, grey water, as we all know, emanates from kitchens, laundries, parks, and black water from toilets, both requiring different kinds of treatment. And both types of wastewater can be applied to an urban or rural context if properly treated. So as we look at the treatment and use of these waters, particularly in a country like ours where we are always so water short, it's not just about the treatment, but also where this ends up, not just in terms of use, but also ensuring that we do not pollute the existing water bodies. So looking at this and how the SHG-driven programs have been launched across several states. We've seen this in Orissa, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Telangana, all of which work towards the twin benefits of ensuring accountability for proper sanitation within the community, and at the same time allowing for a loud and firm voice to the government to ensure that demands are met. So as we work collectively on improving this, we know that we have more problems in the urban area. Accountability with the ULBs is an issue, and that government has built several sewage treatment plants and fecal sludge treatment plants. However, we also need responsible citizens and communities that come forward to aid in ensuring that these function well and that we are part of this change process. To better understand the urban conundrum, I'd like to invite Dr. Meera Mehta of CEPT, no better than her, who has worked for years in these areas, to give us an understanding of how urban municipal waste is paid for. Why is the government seeking to involve the private sector? And where all do these challenges continue to lie? Meera, you're a specialist in the space of financing, and I'd like you to throw light upon innovative financing for these aspects, the collection and emptying and all that's critical and neglected in this entire chain. So, Meera, over to you to share your wisdom and experience with us today.
Thanks, Naina, for asking me to speak at this important event on this very important topic. Over the past years, India has made very good progress on making our cities open defecation free. However, now we will need to pay attention to the full sanitation service chain to achieve the safely managed sanitation, which is envisaged under both the Swachh Bharat mission, the newly announced Swachh Bharat mission 2.0, as well as SDG 6.2, which also talks of safely managed sanitation, and to which India is a signatory. This means that ensuring safe treatment of all the fecal waste is absolutely essential. In most small and medium towns, this will happen largely through on-site sanitation systems. Now, over the past 2 to 3 years, there has been tremendous progress in taking up fecal sludge treatment plants all over the country. And nearly, over the last 2-3 years, nearly 400 FSTPs have become operational. But we must recognize that these FSTPs have largely been funded through public funds. There is very little private financing that has come into funding of FSTPs. But one area where in the full sanitation service chain that private financing is critical is in the transportation part of fecal sludge. That is emptying and desludging of septic tanks and carrying this through safe measures and safe means to the FSTPs that have been constructed. And this is critical. This is, we often refer to as the missing middle of the sanitation service chain, and more attention is needed. Interestingly, this is an area where there is actually a lot of private financing has come in, either through the SMEs themselves or through some innovative measures that have been taken up in some cities in Maharashtra. In fact, we have been supporting the city of Vai in Maharashtra to take up the scheduled desludging services through a public-private partnership. So I would like to share a small video that captures the story of Vai, where private financing has come in through a PPP arrangement, but for providing a city-wide and very inclusive service.
Why is representative of a large number of small and medium towns that are below 100,000 population.
So when we started work in Vai, the ground situation was that the septic tanks were there in Vai, but they were not being desludged regularly. They were being desludged at an interval of 8 to 10 years. And then that septage was taken to the dump site where it was being dumped in the open.
Why Council recognized that sanitation is a public service that has to be provided to the citizens.
A council resolution was passed to implement scheduled desludging, involve private operators, levy sanitation tax, and allocate land for a fecal sludge treatment plant.
There was not much experience in India in what we tried to introduce in Vai, what is called scheduled desludging, which means that all tanks will be emptied once in 3 years in Vai.
वाईचे 3 झोन केलेले आहेत ABC, आणि एक झोन झाला की सेकंड झोन, थर्ड झोन. दर 3 वर्षातून प्रत्येक सेफ्टी टँक हा उपसला जाणार आहे.
नगरपालिकेनं टेंडर काढलेलं ते आम्ही भरलं आणि ते आम्हाला मिळालं. शेड्यूल एम्प्टिंगमुळे ना आपण एका घराच्या खर्चामध्येच 7 घरांचा खर्च त्यातच होतो. त्याच्यामुळे नगरपालिकेला पण फायदा, कंपनीला पण फायदा, आणि गाडीचं जे पेट्रोल आहे ते पण बचत होते.
So what this council did, that they did an outcome based contract wherein the private sector based on the performance would be getting paid. So in case they attain only 70% of the target, they were only getting paid for the 70%.
The contract also introduced specific measures to ensure that the service was provided in an appropriate manner. We worked with the local government in Vai to introduce the notion of an escrow account. So a tripartite agreement between the local government, a local bank, and the private sector that was selected. The escrow account has 3 months of additional funding always available as a reserve fund. So this makes it easier and hopefully likely to reduce the delays in payments that may happen from the local governments.
We realize that financing is very important. State government, the private sector, the CSR route from corporates. This is the capital expenses, but we recognize that the operational expenses essentially come from the cities themselves.
The city levied a sanitation tax, and against that they are provided this service once in 3 years.
We've named this as a performance-linked annuity model that has been developed for schedule emptying.
मे 2018 पासून शेड्यूल डिस्लजिंग रेग्युलरली चालू आहे. त्या अर्थाने एका वर्षामध्ये 2000 इतके सेप्टिक टँक स्वच्छ केले जाणार आहेत, जे पूर्वी संख्या फक्त 100-150 वगैरे होती वर्षाला.
Vai is the first town in India to implement scheduled desludging and treat collected waste in a safe manner.
So the video hopefully captured the kind of attention that is needed on this missing middle or the desludging services. And I think it also highlighted the fact that it is possible to both provide it as a public service by local governments, but through a PPP arrangement. And therefore, private financing of these desludging services, especially in terms of the capital investment needed in trucks, becomes actually possible. And we need to focus on this aspect much more as we go ahead. The Vai example also shows that it is, if you have this kind of a PPP arrangement, then it can also be done in an inclusive and equitable manner. There are no user charges of the usual type, but in fact, sanitation tax is being used. And because it is linked to property tax, it can actually be used in a very equitable manner, and the poor actually receive this service at very, very low cost. So this is something that is very important to keep in mind. The Y example shows excellent results. Despite the pandemic, it has achieved significant results with 90% plus septic tanks that have already been emptied. The Y example has been taken up by many other cities in Maharashtra. Kolhapur Municipal Corporation has also introduced a scheduled desludging services, and many other cities in Maharashtra have shown interest in taking up similar activities. Even in at the national level, MoHUA and through SBM 2.0 guidelines, scheduled desludging has become a major activity that needs to be taken up. So I want to highlight that this kind of private financing of sanitation service is possible and needs to be taken up, but this will need to be backed by a considerable capacity building efforts that are needed to support both local governments as well as private service providers, and which can be taken up through PPP models as the video illustrated. This means that good, well-balanced contracts, transparent tenders, performance-linked payments, which are backed by digital monitoring systems, all these are required to make these kind of arrangements successful. And this is where capacity building efforts will be needed. And lastly, I wanted to bring in that we can also include self-help groups and women and support them to become entrepreneurs with private financing coming in. So these are new ideas that need to be taken up as we look to private financing for sanitation, and particularly safely managed sanitation.
At this point, I'd like to invite Vikram Gandhi of Asha Impact to share his views on where he sees organizations such as his playing a role in helping resolve issues highlighted by SEPT. Now, Vikram is an old colleague of mine from my Morgan Stanley days. He comes with a huge background in finance, and now as a professor at the Harvard Business School, his mind, his intellect, his exposure to the global issues in this space are invaluable. So Vikram, over to you for us to hear from you what you think we need to do in the country.
I would like to thank the India Sanitation Coalition, FICCI, and NANA for having me at this annual conclave. I'm absolutely delighted to be here. The issue of getting financing and innovative financing into the whole area of sanitation and water in general and wash in general is both an extremely important endeavor and a very challenging one. On the demand side, as has been said, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs number 6, we need to actually triple the amount of capital flowing to this, nearly to about $100 to $120 billion annually compared to where it is today. And that the governments and municipalities, both local and central governments around the world, just don't have that kind of capital allocation given all the other pressures on their budgets. So there's essentially a big demand for this capital and a potential supply gap. The other issue of supply is that it's very hard to build a business model around WASH, largely because sanitation and hygiene are viewed as most citizens around the world, and water by most citizens around the world as a public good, which is supposed to be provided free by the government. And so it's impossible to build a revenue model, not impossible, very difficult to build a revenue model which can sustain itself. So the real question on innovative financing, to address the question, is what can be done to by the public sector, by municipalities, by central governments, and by development institutions to co-opt private capital to solve this problem, because they cannot do it on their own. And the second is that for every rupee spent on this particular intervention, which is critical, how can we actually maximize the return on that investment? And not from a financial perspective, but from a social perspective, which indirectly is a financial perspective. And so I'd like to just highlight a few techniques where what we call in parlance at Asha Impact and others do as blended finance, where Essentially, you bring in private capital and public capital together to solve an intervention, and where the public capital is, in essence, when I say public, I mean both direct government spending at different levels, but also development institution spending, is where that public capital actually de-risks the private capital, so you can bring in and encourage private capital to kind of come into this intervention and co-opt it. So some examples of how this could potentially be done. One is the whole area of social impact bonds and development impact bonds. It's hard for me in a short period of time to go through extensive detail on that. But in a nutshell, what it is that there's an intervention, in this case, WASH, and WASH has various interventions that are critical. Rather than the government or the municipality spending directly initially on that particular intervention, you bring in private capital to do that. You hire 3 or 4 service providers. You set very specific targets to those service providers to, for the intervention, and measure that over the next 3 or 4 years. And if those interventions and the targets are met, then the government or the development institution, only at that point in time would they, or over the period of the social investment bond, write checks into the intervention, and the risk investors who put the money in initially would get their money back. And if the intervention is met in full, they not just would get their money back, they may get a return, or would get a return on it as well. And so in this way, you are bringing in private capital initially. You are de-risking it by having the public capital at in visibility, and the payments are only made if the interventions are met. So therefore, the return on that social investment is high, or potentially is high. So we've, for example, at Asha Impact, we've been leaders in various sectors, including WASH. We've looked at healthcare and education, agriculture. But we've been working, on an urban sanitation impact bond. In fact, with, at the behest of Dr. Meera at CEPT, to really create a social impact bond around the WASH areas. And this particular one is focused on 15 cities and ULBs around Maharashtra. It will involve hiring 3 or 4 service providers. The service providers will be given specific targets. Asha Impact would go and find the risk investors to invest in this. And then the local municipalities and ULBs, if those interventions are met, would pay the risk investors their principal plus a potential return if the targets are met in full. And examples of these really would be, for example, scheduled desludging. And a key indicator potentially could be of the service provider is the number of septic tanks desludged. And you could set a target of 80, 90%, a pretty high target compared to the current achievement. And only if those targets are met would the municipalities and ULBs make those payments. Another one could be potentially a fecal sludge and septic treatment kind of intervention, where total volume of septic treatment is really what per prescribed standards is only if those volumes are met, then the payments are made. So these are innovative techniques. There's been a social impact bond like this for the water distribution system in Cambodia, which has worked well. It's early days in these. These are hard to construct. They're complicated. But given the magnitude of the problem, there's something that we should definitely think about and focus on. In addition to that, blended finance can involve providing guarantees, again, where you are through public intervention, you're providing guarantees to private capital to make investments. They could be build, operate, transfer projects. There's an example, a very interesting example in Udaipur, where the Udaipur Improvement Trust, partnering up with a private enterprise and the local municipality, essentially have come together to build a fecal sludge treatment plant, which will really be done under a build, operate, and transfer kind of arrangement. Here again, the private capital is only coming in because the municipality is going to be buying this out over a period of time, and the underlying credit worthiness of that municipality is strong, either directly or through guarantees. So there are various mechanisms of doing this. Another one is, and this has happened in microfinance, broadly speaking, but microfinance targeted towards households borrowing money to build toilets, as opposed to borrowing money like in the traditional microfinance model to maybe build a small business. And in this case too, Water.org, for example, has lent or provided guarantees to microfinance institutions who have then been able to borrow in the commercial markets and then go and lend to households for toilets. But that does lend itself or require a behavioral change where people say, well, yeah, I actually am going to borrow money to build a toilet as opposed to, you know, it being an important government project that they should give to me for free. So blended finance, I think, will be a critical mechanism to address this supply-demand imbalance of capital targeted towards SDG 6, which is absolutely critical. Blended finance comes in various forms. We talked about SIBs, DIBs, guarantees, build, operate, transfer projects, guarantees through microfinance institutions. So there are a variety of different mechanisms that one could use. Concessional debt would be another one. Pooled fundings like cooperative fundings, where you bring in capital from different sources and therefore de-risk any particular pool of capital. It's hard for me to go into great depth on that, but I'm very hopeful that innovative financing can play a really important role in leveraging development funding, government funding at all levels in solving this important intervention. Thank you very much.
We come to the end of a very interesting discussion. Deep insights provided to us by a range of top-notch thinkers and speakers and practitioners in this space. I'm sure you're not in any doubt of the importance of financing at every aspect of the value chain. It's when we construct, yes, but also when we use and maintain that infrastructure, and of course, the treatment aspects. And as we look at completing this entire financing of sanitation for the country, our engagement must continue and indeed push to ensure that we continue on this track. We've had a very rich discussion. I don't want to even think of summarizing this because I would never be able to capture the richness. And in the interest of time, I leave you with these deliberations and also with a firm message that we need to continue to innovate, we need to continue to push, we need to look at new ways and also replicate the successful old ways that we have discovered along the way in terms of financing of sanitation. So on that note, let me hand over back to our conference organizers to take us to the next leg of what we have laid out for you today.
Thank you, ma'am, and all the panelists for providing such a thought-provoking session on innovative financing. We now call upon Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, to share his views on gender roles and power dynamics between men and women at the household and community levels in India's sanitation programs. Sir. Shekhawat.
Yeah, Dhanyawad. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay, Mrs. Kidway. आज इस प्रोग्राम में हम सबके साथ में वर्चुअली जुड़े हुए केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल में मेरे साथी हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर श्री हरदीप सिंह पुरी जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट कौशल किशोर जी, केंद्र सरकार के अधिकारीगण, चेयरमैन ऑफ फिकी श्री उदय शंकर जी, चेयरमैन ऑफ एक्स चेयरमैन फॉर्मर चेयरमैन ऑफ फिकी ISC मिस नैनालाल किदवई जी, CEO नताशा पटेल जी, भारत के कॉरपोरेट जगत से जुड़े हुए विभिन्न डिग्निटरीज, ISC फिक्की स्वच्छता पुरस्कार 2021 के विजेता, वर्चुअल रूप से मुझसे जुड़े सारे गणमान्य अतिथिगण, देवियों सज्जनों, मैं आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं और फिक्की का मुझे एक बार फिर इस वार्षिक कार्यक्रम में आप सबसे जुड़ने का अवसर प्रदान करने के लिए आप सबका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। I'm so thankful कि पिछले 3 साल में लगातार तीनों साल आपने मुझे इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में आप सबसे मिलने का, आप सबसे बातचीत करने का अवसर प्रदान किया है। मैं कुछ बात करूं उससे पहले मैं 5वें ISC फिक्की स्वच्छता पुरस्कार और भारतीय स्वच्छता कॉन्क्लेव, इंडियन सैनिटेशन कॉन्क्लेव के आयोजन पर सभी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को बधाई देता हूं। पिछले सालों में आयोजित हुए कॉन्क्लेव्स में निश्चित रूप से अपने उद्देश्यों को पूरा किया है। वैसे आज मैं भी महसूस कर सकता हूं और उसके मेरे अतिरिक्त इस विषय से जुड़े हुए सारे लोग जो हैं इस विषय को रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं। मेरे लिए और प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि आज ISC FICCI स्वच्छता पुरस्कार और इंडियन सैनिटेशन कॉन्क्लेव में स्वच्छता, जेंडर और कोविड का प्रभाव, इस विषय को लेकर के इसको आयोजित किया गया और इसके तहत अच्छे स्वास्थ्य और स्थिरता की कुंजी के तौर पर सैनिटेशन के महत्व को फोकस किया गया। साथियों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज मुझे सैनिटेशन से जुड़े हुए इस महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव में भारत के स्वच्छता कार्यक्रमों में रोल ऑफ द जेंडर और घर और सामुदायिक स्तर पर पुरुषों और महिलाओं के बीच में पावर डायनामिक्स विषय पर अपनी राय साझा करने का अवसर मिला है। भारत के स्वच्छता कार्यक्रमों से जुड़ा ये विषय न केवल इम्पॉर्टेंट है बल्कि ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि का व्यक्ति होने के नाते मेरे हृदय के बहुत करीब भी है। दरअसल ये एक वैश्विक मुद्दा है जिस पर आज पूरा विश्व बहुत गंभीरता के साथ में विचार और मंथन कर रहा है और साथ ही साथ में इससे जुड़े हुए चुनौतियों और इससे निपटने के तौर तरीकों पर गौर कर रहा है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा विश्व के तमाम देशों के लिए उनके समृद्ध भविष्य के मद्देनजर और एक सस्टेनेबल लाइफ किस तरह से मिल सकती है, इसको लेकर के जिस तरह से 17 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स डिसाइड किए गए थे, उनमें SDG 6 के तहत सैनिटेशन और ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, ये दोनों बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की सरकार का भी इसको लेकर के SDGs को लेकर के बहुत जो है वो बड़ा कमिटमेंट है और उनके विजन का ही परिणाम है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ का जो संकल्प 2030 तक सैनिटेशन फॉर ऑल पूरे विश्व के लिए था, भारत सबसे बड़ा ओपन डेफिकेशन का कंट्रीब्यूटर होने के बावजूद भी, और शायद 2014 में कोई इस बात की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था कि भारत जो 60% कंट्रीब्यूट करने वाला देश है, वो टारगेटेड डेट से 11 साल पहले 2019 में इसको अचीव कर पाएगा। ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने 2019 में उनके लीडरशिप में हमने न केवल इसको अचीव किया, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को प्राप्त करने के लिए यूनाइटेड नेशंस को हमने सपोर्ट किया, अपितु पूरी दुनिया में भारत का नाम जो है इसको लेकर के हम ऊंचा कर सके। मोदी जी के आह्वान पर जब 2 अक्टूबर 2014 को इस मिशन की घोषणा हुई थी, तब सहज रूप में पूरे विश्व ने शायद विश्वास नहीं किया था कि 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा शौचालय 5 साल के कालखंड में बनाए जा सकते हैं। लेकिन 2019 में हम सब ने देखा और हम सब के लिए गर्व का विषय था, फिक्की का और ऐसे दूसरे सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का स्टेक होल्डर के रूप में, एक पार्टनर के रूप में हम सब के साथ में जिस तरह का योगदान था, मैं एक बार फिर आप सबको उसके लिए बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। और एक भारतीय नाते होने के नाते हम सब लोग इस विषय पर गर्व कर सकते हैं कि 2019 में हमारे देश ने दुनिया को चौंकाते हुए अपने आप को ODF डिक्लेयर किया। लेकिन ODF डिक्लेयर करके वो फाइनल अचीवमेंट नहीं था। मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से अगर कहूं कि 2019 में रिस्पॉन्सिबल मिनिस्टर होते हुए जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बात की घोषणा की थी, तो मुझे लगता था कि हमने एक टारगेट अचीव कर लिया है। लेकिन माननीय मोदी जी वहां रुके नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि ये केवल एक लैंडिंग थी। इस लैंडिंग पे खड़े होकर के हमको कंप्लीट सैनिटेशन और सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ सैनिटेशन की तरफ जाना है। और साथ ही साथ में जब उन्होंने कहा कि मिशन मोड में जो अब तक हमने काम किया है और हमने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा बिहेवियर चेंज और सैनिटेशन का प्रोग्राम तो चलाया है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ में अब इसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी पर हमको काम करना पड़ेगा। हमने स्पेशली महिलाओं को, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रहने वाली महिलाओं को एक डिग्निटी भरी हुई लाइफ शौचालय के माध्यम से दी है, लेकिन ये सस्टेनेबल बना रहे। जो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा बिहेवियर चेंज का प्रोग्राम इसके साथ में हुआ, वो बिहेवियर चेंज भी कंटिन्यूअस परसुएशन के साथ में सस्टेनेबल बना रहे। उसको फोकस करते हुए ODF2 या SBM2 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन डेवलपमेंट फेज 2 जो है वो प्रारंभ किया। और जो फेज 2 है वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी के साथ साथ में कंप्लीट सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर काम करता है। और कंप्लीट सस्टेनेबिलिटी की जब मैं बात करता हूं तो फीकल स्लज का, सॉलिड वेस्ट का, लिक्विड वेस्ट का, प्लास्टिक वेस्ट का एंड द कैटल जनरेटेड वेस्ट का, इन सब का कंप्लीट सॉल्यूशन जो है गांव में हो, इस सब का इस एक क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच के साथ में इसके जो है कंप्लीट डिस्पोजल की व्यवस्था हो, इसकी को लेकर के हम देश भर में काम कर रहे हैं। जब हमने स्वच्छ भारत मिशन शुरू किया था तब भी लोग इस बात के ऊपर अंदेशा व्यक्त करते थे कि ये इतना आसान नहीं है कि हम इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर लेंगे, लेकिन हमने क्योंकि इसे एक जन आंदोलन प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बनाने में कामयाबी प्राप्त की, जब जन आंदोलन बना तो सहजता के साथ में ये पूरा हुआ और ये सफलता, ये जो है लक्ष्य हम प्राप्त कर सके और उसके कारण से ग्रामीण महिलाओं के जीवन में भी बदलाव ला सके। लेकिन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उसी सफलता के आधार पर और जो सीख हमने उस समय में प्राप्त की, उसके आधार पर मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि हम इस SBM 2 के मिशन में भी निश्चित रूप से, कंप्लीट सैनिटेशन के मिशन में भी जो है निश्चित रूप से सफल होंगे। मेरे मंत्रालय द्वारा चलाया गया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन और जल जीवन मिशन, ये दोनों ही महिलाओं के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण, क्योंकि दोनों का ही प्रभाव प्राथमिक रूप से महिलाओं के जीवन पर पड़ता है। यदि मैं स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, जिसकी चर्चा मैंने पिछले वर्ष भी आप सबके सामने की थी, कि हम शायद शहर में रहने वाले लोग या हम जो इस स्तर के लोग हैं, इस बात की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते कि एक महिला जिसके घर में सामान्य शौचालय की सुविधा नहीं है, उसे नित्य प्रतिदिन कितने अपनी गरिमा के साथ समझौता करना पड़ता होगा, कितना उसको कष्ट उठाना पड़ता होगा। ठीक वैसी तकलीफ जो है वो पीने के पानी को लेकर के। जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर मिशन अनाउंस किया था, तब देश के लगभग 84% हाउस होल्ड ऐसे थे, 84% घर ऐसे थे जिनके महिला को घर में पानी नहीं मिलता था। और मैं तो I come from the western part of Rajasthan and the desert of Rajasthan, I have seen with my eyes and I have experienced first-hand experience. I have seen that how difficult it and how challenging it was for the ladies of the society and families, कि उनको सिर पर घड़ा रख करके दूर, मीलों दूर पानी लेने के लिए जाना पड़ता। एक महिला जब 10-12 साल की उम्र की होती थी, बच्ची, तब वो आउट ऑफ क्यूरियोसिटी, वो एक कौतूहलवश अपनी माँ के साथ में एक छोटा मटका लेकर के पीने का पानी लेने के लिए जाती, बातें करते करते उसके साथ में चलती थी, छोटी सी गगरी लेकर। जैसे जैसे उम्र बढ़ती थी उसकी, उस मटकी की साइज भी बढ़ती है, उसके नंबर्स भी बढ़ जाते हैं, 1 के ऊपर 2 के ऊपर 3 छोटी, वो छोटी मटकी जो है वो दूसरे तीसरे नंबर पर चले जाती है। और किलोमीटर दूर रोज, किलोमीटर रोज सुबह जाना है, दोपहर में वापस आना है, गर्मी, सर्दी, बरसात, दुख, तकलीफ, बीमारी, सबके समय में भी आप उसको बिना नागा आपको उसको करना ही है। जैसे जैसे उम्र बढ़ती है, उम्र ढलने लगती है, तब वो जो मटकियां जिस ऑर्डर में बढ़ी थी उसी ऑर्डर में कम भी होती जाती है और धीरे धीरे नीचे आते आते वापस एक छोटा मटका हो जाता है। 70 साल की उम्र में जब वो महिला बूढ़ी हो जाती है, तब भी वो छोटा मटका लेकर के फिर भी उसको ये संघर्ष, उसकी यात्रा जो है वो लगातार बनी रहती है। और मैंने एक दिन कहा था कि अगर पश्चिम राजस्थान की मेरी माताओं बहनों को जितने कदम कुल जीवन भर में पानी लाने के लिए चलना पड़ता है, मिस किदवई, अगर उसको हम एक साथ पूरा जोड़ दें तो मुझे लगता है कि वो जिंदगी भर में जितने कदम चलती है उतने में वो पूरी धरती के 4 परिक्रमा कर सकती है। इतना परिश्रम उसको, इतनी बड़ी ड्रेजरी जो है उससे मुक्त कराने का अभियान जो है हमने जल जीवन मिशन में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लिया है। मैं आज बहुत खुशी के साथ में आप सबके सामने ये बात कह सकता हूँ कि जब 15 अगस्त 2019 को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अनाउंस किया, बिकॉज हिंदुस्तान बहुत डाइवर्सिफाइड है, अलग अलग तरह की चुनौतियां हैं, वाटर बीइंग स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेट्स को करना है। हमने स्टेट्स के साथ में बातचीत की, हर जगह की भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों को समझा, उसके अनुरूप हमने एक गाइडलाइन डिजाइन किया और वो गाइडलाइन फिर हमने 25 दिसंबर, एंड दैट डेट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज उस दिन से काम प्रारंभ हुआ था। The day when on the Good Governance Day, Honorable Prime Minister have announced and they released that guideline for the nation. 25 दिसंबर को काम शुरू किया था, 25 मार्च को कोविड के कारण से लॉकडाउन हो गया था, केवल 3 महीने। जब लॉकडाउन आया तो शायद लगा था कि एक बार सब कुछ ठहर गया है, लेकिन फिर भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर की लीडरशिप, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का मोटिवेशन, प्राइम मिनिस्टर की ड्राइविंग फोर्स थी कि आज मैं कह सकता हूँ खुशी से कि उस 25 दिसंबर 2019 से आज जब मैं नवंबर में आपके सामने 21 में बैठ करके बात कर रहा हूँ, 1 महीना अभी बाकी है, 1.5 महीना अभी बाकी है। 70 साल में हिंदुस्तान में 16% हाउस होल्ड तक पानी पहुंचा था। हमने पिछले 2 साल में डिस्पाइट ऑल ऑड्स ऑफ कोविड, हमने जो है देश में 26-27% घरों तक पानी एडिशनल पहुंचा है। अगर मैं एब्सोल्यूट नंबर्स में बात करूं तो जो 3 करोड़ घर तक पानी पहुंचता था, आज लगभग 8.5 करोड़ घरों तक पीने का पानी पहुंचने लग गया। एंड यू जस्ट इमेजिन, यू जस्ट थिंक ऑफ इट कि 5 करोड़ 50 लाख घरों की महिलाओं को उस अभिशाप से मुक्ति मिली है। ये केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोग्राम नहीं है, ये केवल पानी उनके घर तक पहुंच गया इतना ही विषय नहीं है। जिसके घर में पीने का पानी पहुंचा है, मैं आपके साथ आपको उल्लेख करना चाहता हूँ। अभी कल परसों मीडिया ने एक स्टोरी किया था, कोई इंग्लिश न्यूज़पेपर ने स्टोरी किया था, आई थिंक गार्डियन ने स्टोरी किया था अबाउट जो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर जो लेह के किसी एक गांव में जो है, ऊपर गांव में पीने का पानी पहुंचा और वहां की महिलाओं ने उसको किस तरह से लिया। गुजरात के कच्छ में, राजस्थान के रेगिस्तान में, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में अगर महिलाओं के घर में जब पानी पहुंचता है सब, वो उसके घर में, उस पूरे गांव में किस तरह का उत्सव का माहौल होता है उसकी हम कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते। उनको पूरे जीवन में कितना प्रत्यक्ष प्रभाव है अभी तक। अप्रत्यक्ष प्रभावों की तो अभी मैं चर्चा भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि उनके हेल्थ बेनिफिट्स क्या होंगे, उनको किस तरह से जो है उनको क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ मिलेगा, वो सब एक तरफ है। इस ड्रेजरी से जो मुक्ति मिली है, इसका जो है प्रभाव भी उनके जीवन में कितना होता है, ये कितनी खुशी उनके जीवन में लेकर के आता है, ये भी अपने आप में एक हम सबको उत्साहित करने वाला होता है। We all are aware that 73rd amendment of Constitution that says कि ये सब जो है कम्युनिटी मैनेज्ड होना चाहिए। थर्ड ऑर्डर जो हमारा पंचायती राज सिस्टम है उसको ये मैनेज करना चाहिए। हमने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के इस सारे प्रोग्राम को कम्युनिटी मैनेज्ड, कम्युनिटी ओन्ड हो। गांव में पानी समितियां इसको ओन करें, उस पानी समिति में 50% महिलाएं हों। इस लक्ष्य के साथ में, इस निर्देश के साथ में इस कार्यक्रम को लागू किया है, ताकि जो वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन कमिटी जो है वो गांव के पानी को, गांव की स्वच्छता और क्वालिटी ऑफ वाटर को, इन तीनों को इंश्योर करे। मुझे लगता है कि आप सबको बहुत प्रसन्नता होगी और विशेष रूप से मिसेस किदवई को बहुत प्रसन्नता होगी इस विषय को लेकर के कि हमने इस कोविड के दौरान 7.5 लाख महिलाओं को ट्रेन किया और उनको हमने फील्ड टेस्टिंग किट प्रोवाइड किया हर गांव में 5 महिलाओं को, ताकि किस क्वालिटी का पानी डिलीवर हो रहा है ये क्वालिटी को भी वो मेजर कर सके। अगर मैं आप सब जितने लोग इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े हुए वर्चुअली, अगर मैं आप सबसे कहूं कि आप अपना ब्लड टेस्ट कराने जाएंगे तो आप आसानी से अपने घर के पड़ोस में लेबोरेटरी ढूंढ सकते हैं। आप बता देंगे कि मेरे घर के पड़ोस में ये जो है पैथोलॉजी लैब है जहां जाकर के मैं अपने ब्लड टेस्ट करा सकता हूँ। लेकिन अगर मैं आपसे ये प्रश्न करूं कि आपके घर में पीने का पानी आता है, आपके हेल्थ के लिए बहुत क्रिटिकल है, इंपॉर्टेंट है, आप कहाँ उसको टेस्ट कराएंगे? मुझे लगता है कि आप में से कोई भी शायद एकाएक उसका जवाब नहीं दे पाएगा। हम सब ने एक अब जो है नोइंग द फैक्ट एंड क्योंकि हम सबका व्यवस्था पे विश्वास नहीं है, इसलिए हमने अपने घर में एक आरओ प्लांट लगा रखा है। आप कहेंगे कि मैंने तो अपने घर में आरओ लगा रखा है इसलिए मेरे घर में क्वालिटी ऑफ पानी आता है, हमारे पीने की क्वालिटी है। लेकिन मैं आपसे एक प्रश्न और पूछता हूँ कि जो पानी आपके घर में आता है वो सिर्फ क्योंकि कैंट आरओ का एडवर्टीजमेंट हेमा मालिनी जी ने किया है और उनके शक्ल को देख करके आपने मान लिया है कि अच्छा पानी उसके बाद में आता होगा, या उनके कहे पर विश्वास करके आपने पानी अपने घर में क्या आरओ लगा दिया है, वो आरओ फंक्शनल है कि नहीं है, या बिना किसी फंक्शन के वो पानी, उसमें कोई एलिमेंट हो गया है, वो बिना किसी ट्रीटमेंट के पानी बाहर निकाल रहा है और आप बड़ी खुशी से हेमा मालिनी जी को याद करके धन्यवाद देते हुए उसको पी रहे हैं। कोई भी किसी भी, मैं आई एम जस्ट टेकिंग अ नेम एज, वो उसका एडवर्टीजमेंट करती है। ऐसे बहुत सारे एडवर्टीजमेंट हो सकते हैं। शायद बहुत बड़ा आपने लगा रखा होगा, कोई जापानीज या यूएस का प्लांट लगा रखा होगा अपने घर में वाटर फिल्टर का, एएमसी करने वाला आया गलती से, उसने उसमें एक कार्ट्रिज नहीं लगाया, वो पानी कैसा डिलीवर कर रहा है साल भर, अगली बार वो आएगा तब तक आपको उसको चेक करने का कोई सिस्टम आपके पास में है। और ये नहीं होने के कारण से people are compelled to install the water filtration system in their household, ये जानते हुए भी कि ये पानी के पता नहीं ठीक आ भी रहा होगा, पर मेरे पास में क्योंकि इसको इंश्योर करने का कोई सिस्टम नहीं है, इसलिए टू डबली चेक एंड गेट डबली इंश्योर्ड हम इस तरह का प्लांट लगाते हैं। ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर की लीडरशिप में हमने देश में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्वालिटी का नया प्रोटोकॉल खड़ा करने पे भी काम शुरू किया। देश भर के हर जिले पर, हर ब्लॉक पर इस तरह के वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग लेबोरेटरीज बनाने पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। 2000 लेबोरेटरीज ऐसी बना दी है और आने वाले 1 साल में 6000 लेबोरेटरीज बना के हर ब्लॉक पे ऐसा सिस्टम होगा। और साथ में हर गांव में जो 5 महिलाओं के पास में ट्रेनिंग की इक्विपमेंट है, टेस्टिंग का इक्विपमेंट है, ये जितनी भी रिपोर्ट जनरेट होगी ये एक रिपोजिटरी पर, जिस तरह से कोविड की रिपोर्ट आती है ठीक उस तरह से एक ही रिपोजिटरी पर वो रिपोर्ट आए, ताकि देश भर के वाटर क्वालिटी, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्वालिटी को हम मॉनिटर कर सकें, मेजर कर सकें, वहां आने वाले बदलावों को जो है वो देख सकें। इसके ऊपर हम सब काम कर रहे हैं और इस सब को लीड जो है वो देश की गांव की महिलाएं कर रही है, देश की महिलाएं कर रही है, देश की बेटियां कर रही है। मेरे लिए ये अत्यंत प्रसन्नता का विषय है और मुझे लगता है कि फिक्की का ये चैप्टर कम से कम उसके लिए जल शक्ति मंत्रालय को निश्चित रूप से धन्यवाद देगा। एसबीएम जब हमने किया था उसका जो सोसाइटी पर इम्पैक्ट हुआ, बिल एंड मिलिंडा गेट्स फाउंडेशन ने जिस तरह की स्टडीज की महाराष्ट्र में, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, यूपी में, महिलाओं के जीवन में जो उसका परिवर्तन आया उसको लेकर के जो स्टडीज की, जिस तरह से यूज ऑफ टॉयलेट्स के कारण से उनमें सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी, जो इनसिक्योरिटी होता था वो कम हुआ है, उस जो है वो घटा है। अब महिलाएं जो है टॉयलेट्स को यूज करने लगी हैं, सोशल टैबूज कम हुए हैं, बिहेवियर चेंज हो पाया है। लेकिन उसके साथ साथ में उसके कारण से उनका जो आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर होता था वो कम हुआ है, हम लाइव्स को सेव कर पाए हैं। वाटर बॉर्न डिजीजेस के कारण से जो देश भर में 3 लाख लोगों की हर साल डेथ जो होती थी वो बचाने में हम लोग कामयाब हो पाए हैं। तो इसके जो है मैनीफोल्ड जो उसके इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी पर हुए हैं और उसके कारण से रोजगार का सृजन भी हुआ है। ठीक इसी तरह से ड्रिंकिंग वाटर पे भी जब हम काम कर रहे हैं तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी सोसाइटी पर जो है वो निश्चित रूप से हो रहा है और उसके कारण से एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के साथ साथ में लोगों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ पर भी काम हो रहा है। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ में जो है वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करने के लिए सोर्सेज का स्टेबलाइजेशन हो, ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज हम किस तरह से कर सकते हैं। एक सेक्टर जिसमें मैं चाहूंगा कि फिक्की मेरी मदद करे, आज हमारी 65% डिपेंडेबिलिटी, ओवरऑल डिपेंडेबिलिटी अंडरग्राउंड वाटर पर है और लगभग 85% ऑफ आवर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर नीड्स जो है वो अंडरग्राउंड वाटर से आती है। एंड वी ऑल आर अवेयर कि जमीन का पानी लगातार कम होता जा रहा है क्योंकि वहां पानी बनता नहीं है। वहां पानी वही था जो सदियों से, सेंचुरी से जमीन में रिस करके गया और एक्विफर्स में इकट्ठा हुआ। मुझे याद है 2019 में जब मैं मंत्री इस महकमे का मुझे दायित्व दिया गया था, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मुझे कहा कि मुझे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्स की एक वर्कशॉप करके और उनको अप्राइज करना चाहिए वाटर सेक्टर का जो टोटल सिनेरियो देश का है, जो चैलेंजेस हैं, वे फॉरवर्ड है हमारे पास में, हमको क्या काम करना चाहिए, बीइंग ए पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हमारा क्या रोल होना चाहिए, इसके ऊपर मुझे बात करनी चाहिए। मुझे याद है जब मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्देश पर सारे सांसदों के सामने ये प्रेजेंटेशन किया था तो मैंने पहला प्रश्न उनसे ये किया था कि क्या आप मुझे बता सकते हैं कि देश का सबसे बड़ा बांध कौन सा है, वाटर रिजर्वायर कौन सा है। सबने अपने अपने हिसाब से उसका उत्तर दिया। कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि साउथ के लोगों ने नागार्जुन सागर बड़ा है, किसी ने श्रीशैलम को बड़ा बताया, किसी ने टेहरी बांध को बड़ा बताया, गुजरात वालों को सरदार सरोवर सबसे बड़ा लगता था, वो पंजाब के लोगों को बागड़ा बांध सबसे बड़ा लगता था। हर एक आदमी ने अपना अपना नजरिए से, बहुत सारे लोगों ने जवाब दिया। मैंने कहा कि देश में अगर आप हिंदुस्तान की अगर हम बात करें तो हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा रिजर्वायर हमारी मदर अर्थ है, जो हमारी 65% नीड्स को मीट आउट करती है। हमारा टोटल पानी जो साल भर में हम उपयोग करते हैं उसका सरफेस वाटर की तुलना में जो है अंडरग्राउंड वाटर मोर देन डबल है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में ये नाउ दिस इज द नीड ऑफ द आवर कि हम जो है हमारे अंडरग्राउंड वाटर रिसोर्सेज जिस तरह से ओवर एक्सप्लॉइट हो रहे हैं, ये हमारे लिए समय की मांग है, जिसको अभी हमने अगर कमिटमेंट और कन्विक्शन के साथ में नहीं किया तो आने वाले समय में हम कंपल्शन के साथ में करने के लिए मजबूर होंगे। वो है कि हम अपने एक्विफर के रिचार्ज पर के लिए काम करें। सरकार अपने स्तर पर काम कर रही है, हमने एक्विफर मैपिंग के लिए काम करना शुरू किया बहुत बड़े मैनर में विद हेलीबॉर्न टेक्नोलॉजीज, और हम इसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं। सरकार ने जो है डिफेंस स्कीम्स भी उसके लिए चालू किए। लेकिन मुझे ये लगता है कि इस विषय को लेकर के सोसाइटी के हर एक सेगमेंट को, और जो जितना बड़ा है उसकी उतनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, इस सोच के साथ में उनको साथ आने की आवश्यकता है। और फिक्की में जब से मैं बात करता हूं तो सब बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग यहाँ हैं, तो आप सबकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उतनी ही बड़ी है। इस विषय पर भी मैं आप सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि ये ऐसा विषय है जिसको लेकर के हम सबको बहुत तेजी से काम करने की जरूरत है, और मैं आप सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस विषय पर हम साथ जुड़ करके कैसे काम कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि ये समय की आवश्यकता भी है, समय की मांग भी है, और आने वाले समय में सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी अगर हमको सोसाइटी को देना है, तो इसके लिए जो है हमको काम जो है हम सबको मिलकर के साथ में आकर के काम करना पड़ेगा। मैं ISC को साथ में इसके लिए निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ कि ये विषय क्योंकि प्रत्यक्ष रूप से महिलाओं के साथ में जुड़ा हुआ है, इसलिए आप लोगों की जिम्मेदारी और भी बड़ी है। मैं एक बार फिर 2021 के सब विजेताओं को मेरी तरफ से बधाई देते हुए फिक्की ISC की टीम को एक बार फिर आभार ज्ञापित करना चाहता हूँ। नैना जी को, नताशा जी को, उनकी सब टीम को, वो बहुत सारा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और जो है हम लोगों के हर कदम पर हमको एश्योर करते हैं कि हम आपके साथ में हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसकी स्केल अप करने की ज़रूरत है और इसकी स्पीड भी बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि हम सब लोग जो है इसको सफलता के उस मुकाम तक ले जा सकें। आप सबका बहुत सारा धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शेखावत जी। जेंडर डायनामिक्स वाकई में बहुत जरूरी है समझना किसी भी प्रोग्राम की सफलता के लिए, और इसके मद्देनजर जो आपने कहा वो काबिले गौर है। ऑल्सो thank you for all the encouraging words that you said about the Sanitation Coalition and FICCI. We now move on to that segment of this conclave that everyone is eagerly looking forward to. Yes, the announcement of the awards for sanitation for the year. Before that, may I call upon Ms. Kidwai, who will unveil the accolades. Accolades is ISC's annual publication that celebrates the award winners. Ms. Kidwai.
Thank you, Mugdha, and Minister Ji, thank you so much for being with us. I know that you've had a busy schedule, you've had a loss in the family, and despite all that, you are here with us today, sharing your wisdom. And as I remarked to you last evening, you have been with us every year, and every year there are new words of wisdom and new themes. You don't repeat what you have said earlier, and always with guidance to us as to what we need to do. So thank you again for being with us today. I would love for you to just stay for a couple of minutes while we launch what is a very important part of what we do, which is the awards we give every year for sanitation. And these awards are important not just because they celebrate the winners, but we believe for every winner, there are examples set for what people, others can do to replicate what is working to achieve that for themselves. A summary of these awards is what we put together every year. It's along with the contributions of the winners, and we publish this as an annual publication, the accolades. The publication gives a description of the jury members who have spent just, hours in trying to figure out who the winners are, ably led by Dr. Mashelkar, who you know well, Minister Saab. And what we do through this is a rigorous selection process to arrive at the final list of awardees. It gives me immense pleasure to release this year's accolades, and I'd like to congratulate all the awardees for their sterling performance. I hope this publication proves useful for the participants of this conclave and other readers interested in knowing about WASH in India. And I will hold this report up for all of us as we look to celebrate this great publication. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for doing the honors. We now invite Shri Dilip Chinoy, Secretary General FICCI, to share his thoughts on the awards. Sir.
Kaushal Kishore, Honorable Union Minister, Housing and Urban Affairs. Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Sri Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary to Government of India, Housing and Urban Affairs. Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Ms. Nana Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition and past President FICCI. Dr. Natasha Patel, Chief Executive, India Sanitation Coalition, FICCI. Indian and Global Chiefs of Corporates, winners of the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021, friends in the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to all of you to this 5th India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Sanitation Awards and the India Sanitation Coalition. The FICCI ISC Sanitation Awards were conceived with the idea of highlighting and awarding the key contributors in the sanitation sector, both from the government and the private sector. The ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards have been showcasing a wide range of talent and work in the sanitation sector that has made a significant impact on the development horizon of India since 2015. For the last 5 years, these awards have carved a niche for themselves as our awardees have contributed significantly to the sector, both at the state and national level. Last year, we had the honor to host the organizations like the Population Foundation of India, Aga Khan Foundation, Behrampur Municipal Corporation, and more under the various themes of their India Sanitation Coalition Awards for the innovative approach in the areas of sanitation. I do believe that the recipients of the FICCI India Sanitation Coalition Awards get an added impetus through the recognition provided by us in the important work that they do. We continuously engage with them through the various initiatives that we undertake from time to time. This motivates them to invest in the water and sanitation space, as also helps to increase the visibility and profitability going forward. As regards the sectoral priorities, I'm indeed impressed that whenever it is hand hygiene, the usage protocol for the community and public toilets, or the treatment of sewage and septage, everything around wash has become so important today. And I'm excited because we're responding to it the way we should, creating the desired impact and also a social ripple that would encourage other players to join in and achieve scale. We all have a role to play in making clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene normal for everyone, everywhere by 2030. We continuously engage with them through various initiatives that we undertake from time to time. This motivates them to invest in the water and sanitation space, as also helps them to increase their visibility and profitability. As regards the sectoral priority, I'm indeed impressed that whether it is hand hygiene, the usage protocol, or for community and public toilets, or the treatment of sewage and septage, everything around wash has become so important today. And I'm excited because we're responding it to the way we should, creating the desired impact as also a social ripple that would encourage other players to join in to achieve scale. We all have a role to play in making water, clean water, decent toilets, and good hygiene normal for everyone, everywhere by 2030. Sustainable Development Goal 6, Target 6.2 and 6.1. Businesses are crucial in bringing about the step change that need to meet this global challenge. However, to scale up action from companies, we need to shift from the anecdotal feedback we have on business and benefits of wash interventions to a more robust evidence-based to build a stronger business case. Businesses can and should be a part of the solution to the global wash challenge, and no one organization or sector will be able to tackle this challenge alone. It is a matter of sheer delight that a number of companies have already shifted their perspective from viewing wash as a philanthropic or CR issue to a core business priority. These companies are also recognizing the importance of taking a more holistic approach in working with the governments and other stakeholders to drive systematic change instead of a project-based approach. The India Sanitation Coalition, led by Ms. Nanawal Tidwai and Dr. Natasha Patel, have played a crucial role in this by acting as a conduit between the government and private sector. FICCI is extremely happy to be associated with this coalition, and I hope that together we will continue to award and reward the good work that is happening in the sector. My congratulations to all the winners for their outstanding performance that has made a big difference to society. And thank you all the stakeholders, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Secretary, the other senior government officials, and all of you from business and industry who have joined us on this important and significant day. Thank you and keep safe. And this is an important step as we continue to celebrate the 75 years of our independence and the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chinoy, and for your kind words. This year too, we are happy to announce that Dr. R.A. Mashelkar, National Research Professor, is our jury chair. I would now like to request Dr. R.A. Mashelkar to please address the gathering.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti, Mrs. Naina Kidwai, the entire spirit behind what's happening today and for the last 5 years, Mr. Uday Shankar, Honorable Secretary Durga Shankar Mishra ji, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Honorable Additional Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Arun Bharkar ji, and the proud awardees. First of all, I must say that I've been glued to this meeting right from the time it started. And it is amazing, Naina, what you have been able to do, your conclave, your magic, and learned so much by listening to the innovations that are possible in financing. And it is innovation that we need. Innovation is doing things differently to make a difference. And that we need sort of all along. So it has been a fascinating morning. As we all know, India Sanitation Coalition was the brainchild of my visionary friend, Naina Kidwai. I admire her for her great purpose, with great perseverance and with great passion that she follows. And the awards, which started in 2017, I've been privileged to chair the jury from the very inception. So really want to thank you, Naina, for this great privilege. A few words about the awards, the process that we have followed. We started with 6 different categories when we started, then kept on adding on different categories as we saw the expanding universe of this great problem. And as was mentioned a little earlier, there is a special category of awards on women change makers in sanitation that was added. So we are dynamic, continuously evolving, and taking a really holistic view of this entire picture. As Honorable Minister in his very inspiring speech talked about the need for sustainability, he's absolutely right, and that's exactly what we are on. I must also begin by saying that we have had a great secretariat, a great jury. We have helped us sort of set kind of benchmarks. The great jury brings to the table not just knowledge, but wisdom, not just information, but insight. And they just don't look at activities, expanse of activities, but really tall achievements. And they've really set very high benchmarks. And I myself learned so much from them, so I want to thank them. The other aspect I want to talk about is the selection criteria. You know, I had the privilege of being the chairman of the standing committee that was set up after the Swachh Bharat mission was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. And for the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, the standing committee where we were supposed to select the technologies. And we came out with this assured framework where all these aspects of affordability, scalability, sustainability, user friendliness, rapidity, excellence in terms of the kind of technology that we use and distinctiveness, not just me too sort of came up. So over a period of time, we have evolved this from qualitative to semi-quantitative to quantitative criteria. So there's a complete objectivity, and it's a very tough screen to pass by. As far as the awards are concerned, of course, they're given for corporate activity. Then you heard about the financial access, communication, engagement, skilling. But one award that touches my heart, which we introduce later, is the upliftment of the sanitation workers. They deserve dignity. Our heart has to be in the right place. And therefore, this is a very, very important award. And it is very interesting who is winning these awards. These awards are being won by young people, college-going students who, for example, take Gen Robotics. These were college students from Kerala who created these bandicoot robots, and they asked a fundamental question. Why should man be in the manhole? The manhole word itself is obnoxious because it talks about a man being in the hole. Why should be a man be in the hole? It should be machine in the hole. And they created robots. And then the obvious question, if machine replaces the man, what happens to their jobs? And they did something that was wonderful, which was to train those displaced manual scavengers in operating the robots, bringing dignity to their work. So I think these awards, in my judgment, are they promote not only achievement, but certain values, I would say. The last point I'd like to say, and I'll be very brief, so much has been said. I think, first of all, I feel very grateful, very privileged that 5 years of chairing the jury, 5 years as a standing committee chairman of the Government of India committee, I have learned so much, and it has been a period of great satisfaction. That's the first point I want to make. The second point is my congratulations to the winners. I can assure you, we did not choose you. You chose yourself. Your contributions were so outstanding. And as Nana rightly said, what you do is inspiring. So it is not just the beneficiaries who have been directly benefited from you, but the future beneficiaries who will come up because your awards will inspire others to replicate what you have done. And the third point is there is something called government mandate. We will do something because government has mandated it. That is not sustainable. What is sustainable is a movement, from mandate to movement, and that movement has to be self-inspired, self-sustaining. And I believe that what ISC has been able to do jointly with FICCI is contribute to that. And I feel really humble, very grateful that I had a chance to contribute a bit to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mashelkar, for your views and for all the help. This has been a remarkable journey, and we all feel a sense of pride in sharing with you all the India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Sanitation Awards have completed 5 years. And to commemorate this landmark occasion, we have curated a prized document. I would now request Ms. Naina Lalkitwai, Chair India Sanitation Coalition, to address the gathering and release the memento.
Thank you. And a big thank you to Dr. Mashelkar, whose humility shines through. We would not be where we are without your guidance, Dr. Mashelkar, and the stamp of credibility and approval you and the jury have brought us year after year. So thank you for all of your guidance. It is because of that guidance and the quality of the jury that we were keen to commemorate this time and to do this in a way that we could capture the depth, the vision, the experience that has come into play in order to pick the winners. The milestone aside, we decided to commemorate these 5 years by celebrating the works of all the awardees, recognizing the efforts of our jury members by bringing out a publication that is an aid memoir, a celebration of excellence in sanitation, and also a ready reckoner for all those who are interested in familiarizing themselves with success stories in sanitation in India. And therefore, this publication carries a fresh account of the work done by most of the awardees as assessed on the assured framework Dr. Mashelkar just referred to. And this framework has been adapted from what is described in Dr. Mashelkar's acclaimed book entitled Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, creating the image of a radical yet sustainable transformation. Some of the members of the jury have carefully reflected on the merits of these cases and shared their points of view and suggestions as to how these awards can be curated in the future. And it is to have this positive impact on sanitation that we have captured all of this in this book today. I wish to extend my gratitude to our jury members for their contributions and their leadership, the time and effort that they have dedicated to the cause of sanitation in India. And of course, to each of our awardees over the last 5 years for the outstanding work that they have done, and for many who have gone on to scale greater and greater heights. As we look from afar, we applaud your success and wish you well along the way and handhold you where you require it. With this, I now release the memento document. This is it.
Wave Beats Music.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. And we are all now so excited to hear the names of the award winners. So let me hand over to Dr. Natasha Patel to do the honors. May I now call upon Dr. Natasha Patel to announce the name of the winners.
Thank you, Mukta, and it's a real honor to to do this part of this the proceedings, because it's very exciting. You'll see. So first of all, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Union Minister Housing and Urban Affairs, Kaushal Kishore ji, Minister of State Housing and Urban Affairs, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar, National Research Professor and Jury Chair, ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards, Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Mr. Uday Shankar, President FICCI, Ms. Nanalal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition, Indian and global chiefs of corporates, representatives of the development partners, including the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, Aga Khan Foundation, WaterAid India, IRC WASH, Taru Leading Edge, and others, winners of the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021, friends in media, and ladies and gentlemen. The India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Awards 2021 is here once again, despite the pandemic and resulting lockdowns. The ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards was set up 5 years ago to reward quality innovative work done for people in India, covering both sanitation products and services. I'm glad over the years that the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards have recognized and rewarded over 50 institutions and individuals for their contribution to the sanitation value chain that we define as build, use, maintain, and treat. Indeed, as evidenced from the undeniable success of these awards through their past 4 editions, I can say with utmost confidence that they have come of age. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause to all those who have achieved that distinction this year. This year, we added a special category to reward women game changers in sanitation, much in accordance with ISC's current focus on gender, taking the total number of categories to 10. Needless to say, the contest this year was even closer, and the jury had a tough time deciding the winners, thanks to the rigorous adjudication framework and criteria applied by the jury in the form of the Assured Framework. The Assured Framework comprises 7 parameters: affordable, sustainable, scalable, universal, rapid, excellence as in affordable, and distinctive, staying ahead of the curve, is adapted from the Padma Vibhushan Dr. R. A. Mashelkar's well-known book, as Nena mentioned, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, Creating the Magic of Radical Yet Sustainable Transformation. To ensure adherence to the framework, we have had the honor of having Dr. Mashelkar chair the jury of these awards for the 5th consecutive year. Now, on to the nominations. The winner in Category 1, Best Corporate Initiative in Sanitation CSR, Large and Small. This organization, in partnership with the Tribal Development Department of the Government of Maharashtra and WaterAid India, as the project management and coordination agency, promoted WASH-compliant residential schools for tribal students. From June 2017 to September 2020, the project intervened in 172 ashramalayas, reaching approximately 70,000 children. The project ensured that these children had access to basic wash facilities and critical hygiene practices, including menstrual hygiene management, that were adopted. Further, it strengthened the institutions to ensure better operations and maintenance and continuous development. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in the Best Corporate Initiative in Sanitation is NSC Foundation. A big round of applause for the winner.
It is indeed an honor to receive the ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021 for the Best Corporate Initiative in Sanitation for the work that we have undertaken in about 170 ashram shalas, impacting more than 70,000 students across the state of Maharashtra. A lot of these students were girl children. This is a one-of-a-kind initiative in such a remote location, and this would not have been possible if all the stakeholders and all the parties had not come together, which meant the local NGOs, the nodal NGOs, the government agencies, and the international development expert agencies such as UNICEF. At various levels, the individuals and these agencies who came together This award is in recognition of their efforts and their belief that access to sanitation in school is really fundamental for all students. Thank you.
Moving to our next category, the second award is Best Non-Profit Engagement Model in Sanitation, Urban and Rural. Now, in December 2016, this organization started a program to create a low-cost, replicable, and community-sustained waste management model that would put an end to unscientific and hazardous waste disposal practices in rural communities. The aim of this program is to curb open burning and dumping of waste, environmental protection, livelihood generation, and income generation through value recovery from waste. The project has since reached 1,800 beneficiaries or 400 families, empowering them through community waste management systems where they have full authority over system design, monitoring, and financial management. A big round of applause for Social Work and Research Center, Barefoot College. They have won it for rural.
Namaste, I'm Mavni.
Namaste, मैं सुमन कुमार.
When we first started our work, none of the villages in Rajasthan had any waste management system. And we're happy that we were able to set up a decentralized, community-owned waste management system and are even more thrilled that India Sanitation Coalition has recognized this effort and has brought our work to the central stage.
हमारी संस्था जो गांव के लोगों के साथ मिलके गांव को कचरा मुक्त व कचरे के प्रति लोगों के व्यवहार को चेंज लाने का प्रयास कर रही है, इस अवार्ड से हमको और हमारी टीम को मजबूती व प्रेरणा मिली है.
We are now on our way to scale this model at Panchayat level, covering more than 10 villages in Rajasthan. Once again, we're grateful to ISC for acknowledging our work. Thank you.
While the achievements of the winner are significant, the jury has recognized one other organization for its efforts in piloting a project for sewage and waste management in Z Block, Ayanagar, a village on the outskirts of Delhi. They adopted a new technology to create a small-scale plumbing system that could be installed below the roads, including very narrow lanes, without entering private houses. The organization demonstrated that effective treatment of soil and waste management can be achieved through a decentralized treatment model that is economical, energy efficient, and maintainable by residents. The project has since benefited approximately 1,500 persons. A big round of applause for Greha, who have won it for urban.
And action.
Hi, I'm Nidhi Batra.
And I'm Rohit Gulati.
And on behalf of GREHA and late Professor Ashish Ganju, who was the former president of GREHA, we would like to thank India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI for awarding GREHA's Ayanagar project as the best engagement model in non-profit. This project deploys a very unique strategy called the urban renewal by citizens for their sanitation works. It has a two-step decentralized system. The first being the primary biodigesters, which have been installed in the passage or the roads that we know in the Z block, and the secondary treatment through a reed bed placed in the Johar in the village. The community and the local MLA have been active participants in the process, right from the planning, implementation, and now the management.
We hope that this project will go a long way to empower citizens to become aware of the local ecology, motivate local governments to financially support architects, NGOs, and urban practitioners for research and development projects. We would like to thank the chair of the jury, Professor Malshekar, members of the jury, and Ms. Naina Lal Pitwai for this essential project initiative.
Thank you so much.
Our next category, number 3, is Best Communication in Sanitation, Traditional and Digital. Now, adopted as the national campaign on fecal sludge management by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and implemented across various states, the Mala Sur campaign has been identified as a best practice by Niti Aayog for sustainable and inclusive sanitation for Indian cities. A 360-degree social and behavior change communication intervention was developed with Malasur by visibly personifying untreated sludge as Mal, which is feces, plus Asur, which is demon, so Malasur, the unseen poo demon lurking in overflowing septic tanks and open drains, ready to harm people. Impact evaluation studies among the exposed set demonstrated 70% higher intent to call the helpline numbers for desludging, 73 heightened risk perception about water contamination due to indiscriminate dumping, and 76% clearer understanding of defeating Malasur through regular desludging. Bringing us to the winner of this category, which I'm sure most of you know about, BBC Media Action. They have won it for traditional.
On behalf of BBC Media Action, we thank ISC, FICCI and the jury for this award. The Demon of Defeca Malasur was created to raise awareness and heighten risk perception across the sanitation value chain. Linking human waste with water made the threat real and personal. While Malasur made its debut in 2018 in Behrampur, Odisha, today its tentacles have spread across Odisha and onto towns in Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh and more. Malasur's greatest achievement has been to make the invisible visible. It has given audiences language to discuss an issue which was out of sight and out of mind. We thank you again for this award, recognizing Malasur and making sure it does not disappear from our minds again. Thank you.
Thank you. Always appreciative of the innovative solutions and in a bid to reward institutions who have increased their efforts in ensuring safe and sustainable sanitation, the jury decided to recognize the efforts of this next organization that fiercely competed with the winner. They launched a sanitation awareness campaign on the 2nd of October 2020 to create awareness of the availability of credit for various sanitation facilities, as also on the need for clean water, sanitation and hygiene, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. The campaign was conducted with the active participation of state governments, district administrations, NGOs, local authorities, banks, NBFCs, and others. They used easy to understand methods of communication like eye-catching logos, posters, catchy jingles, and inspiring short films. The communication material was prepared in English and Hindi and all major vernacular languages. The campaign, which concluded on the 26th of January 2021, reached out to over 1 lakh people through 2,000 plus programs. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for NABARD, who received a special mention for traditional.
I am very happy to receive this award from India Sanitation Coalition FICCI for the sanitation literacy campaign conducted by NABARD across 25 states and more than 2,100 villages in very interior pockets of the country. This program, which was conducted in different modes with nukkad nataks, videos, jingles, etc., in very backward areas, are proving to be very useful, and we are encouraged by the response received, whether it is in the change of attitudinal changes to the sanitation sector or for the disbursements that is taking place under the wash sector. We at NABARD believe that water sanitation and health, which we term it as wash sector, is going to be the future of the country, and we will continue to work in this regard. Thank you for the award. Thank you again.
Thank you. As I said, the competition was close, but our next organization impressed our judges with their work, and they were unanimously declared the winner of the category. The winner of digital is, but first let me tell you a bit about them before I announce their name. To bring about behavioral changes in achieving sustainable sanitation practices, as also for to spread awareness about the Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, they communicate various educational messages through theme-based infographics, impact stories, Swachhta Sudhi, etc. Their social media communication, along with the traditional communication methods, resulted in a sizable number of toilets being constructed, adoption of better hygiene practices at the household level, usage of toilets by women, better facilities for the differently abled, effective and sustainable septage management and waste management, both at individual and institutional levels. Ladies and gentlemen, Karnataka Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Government of Karnataka, is the winner of the Digital Communication Award. Please give them a big round of applause.
Digital communication is the focus of today's age. This technological innovation has infiltrated into every aspect of our lives. Digital communication has the ability to enhance and connect rural areas to the rest of the world, which would be a significant step forward in terms of development. Recognizing the potential of digital communication to reach rural audience, Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Government of Karnataka, is promoting awareness of the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin and Jal Jeevan Mission through IEC HRD contents on major social media platforms. Implementation support activities that combine conventional communication methods with digital communication are quintessential in educating and bringing behavioral changes in the rural audience and achieving sustainable water and sanitation practices. RDWSD has established a subject-based year-round theme calendar based on a better knowledge about toilets, solid liquid waste management, water conservation, water quality monitoring and surveillance, menstrual hygiene management, and so forth. RDWSD actively communicates through Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram in various formats like infographics, department updates, and success stories. It also conveys beneficiary experiences with the programs and their influence on their way of life. The role of community participation is very important in achieving the objectives, and social media supports this vision by playing a vital role in educating and creating awareness amongst the rural audience. On the other hand, rural audience have an excellent opportunity to voice out their opinions and make their surroundings better. People have the opportunity to support this initiative and empower themselves to make this world a better place by adopting proper water and sanitation practices. We thank ISC FICCI Sanitation Award jury for conferring this award to our department. This will boost our current efforts to achieve the milestones at a faster pace.
Thank you. Now, the next category, number 4, for Best Innovative Financial Accessibility Model for WASH. Large financial institutions, microfinance institutions, banks, government financial institutions. These were all considered for this award. Let me tell you a bit about the winner. Besides providing loans for income generation activities, Annapurna Finance also focuses on helping its clients live a healthy and dignified life. Working for women in the rural areas, their initiative Swasth aims at providing its clients tailor-made financial products to combat their water and sanitation needs. Their clients can avail of loans for the construction of toilets, water connection, hand bore wells, septic tanks, drinking water facilities, etc. In order to bring behavioral changes, the organization has reached 1.8 lakh households and 11,366 schools through its client awareness programs. Additionally, over 3.2 lakh households were sensitized and over 32,000 awareness programs were held. Please give a big round of applause to Annapurna Finance as they have won it for the large financial institution category.
Let me thank FICCI and Sanitation Coalition India for giving Annapurna Finance the best financial model for water and sanitation program for the second time. We're extremely happy and proud to receive this award from FICCI and Sanitation Coalition India. At Annapurna, we have already achieved 75,000 toilets and water connections across different rural geographies of India. This type of awards only motivate us to go even more deeper, reach out to more people. This year, Annapurna plans to go to another 70,000 clients in different part of the rural India. Would like to thank FICCI and Sanitation Coalition for giving us this award. Thank you very much.
With such tireless work and contributions, the jury felt it was only fair the other major contenders must not go unrewarded, bringing me to declaring the winner of the small financial institution in this category. Their initiative that offers low to moderate high ticket size wash loans was commenced in March 2019 to cater to the dignity of having a toilet in the household. The product ensures that the loan amount is utilized for wash services only, like construction of a new toilet, toilet improvement, house water connection, tube well or hand pump, etc. In the last 2 financial years, the program has impacted nearly 11,000 households. Around 70% of these households fall in the bracket of the marginalized communities. The product is on-door service, due to which women in particular get to spend more time with their families, leading to an increase in the happiness index among the marginalized communities. Please give a big round of applause to Pahal Financial Services.
We are extremely delighted to have received this ISC FICCI Sanitation Award for the innovative financial model in the water and sanitation space, and we are extremely grateful for this encouragement given to Pahal Financial Services.
We thank you to FICCI and ISC for facilitating us with this award, which we accept on behalf of thousands of women borrowers who have immensely benefited with this WASH initiative. This started as a very small technical assistance program, and soon it got converted into a huge impact product for us. We look forward to many more interventions to come in the near future. And we also want to thank all our people who made it possible at HO and at a field level. Thank you so much. We sincerely value this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now moving to our next category, category 5, Best Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Model, both for urban and rural. With the increase in construction of toilets with septic tanks in rural areas, the potential for an urban-rural convergence for FSSM was seriously felt. And as a result, Denkanal Municipality and selected Gram Panchayats entered into a formal agreement in September 2020 for extending urban FSSM services to adjoining peri-urban and rural areas without creating additional FSSM infrastructure. This initiative of urban-rural convergence for FSSM has resulted in nearly 100% coverage of the rural households by providing services to adjoining 17 Gram Panchayats in the Denkanal district, located within the 10-kilometer radius of the ULB. More than 30 desludging trips are now being made from rural households every month. As a result, the plant is now being used optimally, thus meeting the capex and opex of the plant and the cesspool vehicles. Besides, they have made efforts to engage with women organizations of Mission Shakti SHGs in rural areas to spread awareness on FSSM among rural households. A big round of applause for the winner for their intervention, Denkanal Municipality.
I'd like to thank the jury of FICCI Sanitation Award 2021 for adjudging Denkanal Municipality as the best FSSM urban model. Denkanal Municipality has become the model in FSSM not only in Odisha but also in the whole country under the excellent leadership of Principal Secretary HMD Mathi sir, DMS sir and other senior officials of HM department. It has become successful due to continuous awareness to the general people of our Denkanal town, regular training and learning program to sanitation workers, Mission Shakti group members dealing with FSTP, and also due to hard work and committed work by municipal officials. You will be happy that both FSTP and cesspool vehicles are being operated and maintained by Women Mission Shakti group, so that women people have become financially empowered. FSTP Denkanal is providing the services to both urban area and rural area, which will inspire to all other ULBs providing services to their rural area also. This FSSM has major positive impact in view of environment and health point of view. Whole Dhenkan people, sanitation workers and mission group members have expressed their happiness for successful achievement of FSSM in Dhenkan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next category, number 6, Best Skilling Initiative in Sanitation. Now, this organized sanitation capacity building platform was set up to build the capacity of town and city officials for planning, designing, and implementation of non-sewered sanitation, including fecal sludge and septage management, under existing national urban sanitation programs and missions of the Government of India. They have successfully leveraged 400 crores of funding for FSSM in Rajasthan and 640 crores in Uttar Pradesh. Over the last 5 years, SCBP has emerged as a credible platform, including 30 plus partners from National Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Alliance to anchor FSSM capacity development in India. The platform was expanded to include 13 nodal national training institutes, 10 plus university partners, and around 15 sector experts as knowledge partners. Together, this platform has co-created 3 levels of capacity development framework comprising 7 FSSM training modules for 8 sets of target audiences. Through these trainings, over 5,000 government officials at the state and ULB level have been trained on FSSM. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the National Institute of Urban Affairs, the winner.
We at NIUA are proud that Sanitation Capacity Building Program of NIUA has been awarded ISC FICCI Sanitation Award 2021 for Best Skilling Initiative for Sanitation. NIUA for last 44 years has been influencing the urban discourse in the country and has emerged as a think tank of Government of India. NIUA's main objective is to bridge gap between practice and policy, and NIUA has emerged as a thought leader on non-sewage sanitation and is forefronting the capacity development since 2016. We hope to continue our journey and endeavor towards achieving targets for urban sanitation under Sustainable Development Goals 2030. We look forward to creating more livable, resilient and sustainable cities by furthering Government of India's priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to the next category, number 7, Excellence on Work for Upliftment of Sanitation Workers, Dr. Mashelkar's favorite. The Sanitation Workers Safety and Welfare Project aims at creating a worker database, improving the health, occupational safety and livelihoods of sanitation workers. This is achieved through various initiatives like linking sanitation workers to the government welfare schemes, organizing health and de-addiction camps, conducting skill training with forward integration, designing prototypes for PPE, implementing behavior change communication plan on work safety, and increasing overall awareness on sanitation. Desludging operators are one of the key focus groups of this initiative, as they are an integral part of the full cycle of sanitation and are exposed to significant operational risks. The project has engaged over 3,000 such sanitation workers in Trichy. An additional 800 sanitation workers have benefited in Periyanakinpalan. Indirect beneficiaries include over 1,500 family members of sanitation workers and people residing in their neighborhoods. Please give a big round of applause to the Indian Institute for Human Settlements, the winner in this category.
Hi, I'm Priscilla, proud to be part of IIHS, the Indian Institute for Human Settlements. We have been working with nearly 4,000 sanitation workers across 2 cities, Trichy and Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu. The project aims at improving the safety of sanitation workers and uplifting their living condition. It also aims to link them with social security and welfare schemes. We have been undertaking studies to design appropriate PPEs, tools and safety protocols, especially for the desludging workers. Demonstration of infrastructural improvements in workplace is also being carried out. Special groups are being formed under NULM, Occupational ID Card for Informal Sanitation Workers, Vocational Skill Trainings, and Enterprise Promotional Support are being provided. CBOs like SHG, SHE teams, Youth for Sanitation are formed and strengthened to ensure sustainability. There are miles to go, yet this recognition from ISC FICCI would be a motivation on our way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Now bringing us to almost the end of the felicitation ceremony with our second last category, number 8, Special Recognition Award for Government. This goes to Mr. Mati Vatanam, under whose leadership the Garima scheme of Water Corporation of Odisha is being implemented for the welfare of core sanitation workers dealing directly with human fecal waste. The scheme mandates introduction of a special wage category for the CSWs and many other allowances and grants. Their immediate focus is to train core sanitation workers on using the safety kits following standard procedure, as also developing a pool of trained sewer entry professionals for entering the septic tank or sewer line in case of any emergency. The scheme has targeted to cover approximately 6,000 workers and their families, thereby benefiting 30,000 people in the cities under WATCO's jurisdiction. It has also initiated the first ever detailed enumeration in India to identify core sanitation workers in 5 implementing cities of Odisha. Nearly 5,000 volunteers from Safai Karamchari Andolan have been engaged in conducting the survey. Mr. Mati Vatanam is also facilitating the procurement of safety equipment and other safety devices like body harnesses, safety tripod sets, davit systems, gas detectors, self-contained breathing apparatus, and machines like cesspool vehicles, nala cleaners, hydrojetting machines, desilting machines, bandicoot hydrovac sets, etc. A big round of applause for the efforts of Sri G. Mati Vatanam, Chairperson, Water Corporation of Odisha, Government of Odisha.
We are grateful to the jury of ISC FICCI Sanitation Awards 2021 for recognizing the pioneering work undertaken by the state of Odisha for core sanitation workers dealing directly with the human fecal matter. Sanitation workers are the backbone that keeps the sanitation of a city running and yet face invisibility and huge discrimination. Garima is a revolutionary scheme to ensure safety, dignity and welfare of core sanitation workers. It also aims at ensuring zero fatality in core sanitation works. With the implementation of Garima scheme, core sanitation workers are now classified as highly skilled category and paid higher wage rates, which is 50% more than their previous wage rates. Government also introduced additional risk and hardship allowance at 15% of the wage rate for them. Apart from this, the scheme provides for life insurance, cashless healthcare scheme, and other family benefits. Odisha government is committed and striving hard to ensure safety and dignity of sanitation workers through Garima scheme. We sincerely believe that our work will inspire other states to transform the lives of sanitation workers who are cursed to handle the fecal matter of fellow human beings.
Thank you, Mati sir. On to the last but not the least, indeed, one could say the crowning glory of the awards, a special category that was introduced this year, Women Changemakers in Sanitation. After much debate and discussion, it was decided that this year's inaugural awards would go to Susri Seetal Bastia. Her work in prioritizing the inclusion of marginalized groups, transgender SHGs, and their federation in Cuttack, Odisha for the O&M of SETPs is remarkable. Besides making efforts to build the skills and capacities of transgender community members, Susri Seetal Bastia played a crucial role in the onboarding process of the SHG and is leading the O&M of the SETP since June 2020. As part of her leadership initiative, Seetal has formed 2 more SHGs of transgenders and deployed them in the solid waste management program, where these groups collect and segregate waste from households to the composting units. The ripple effect is that the transgender SHGs are now being deployed in various activities like managing battery-operated vehicles for waste segregation, O&M of micro-composting centers, collection of property taxes, etc. It has also led to a steady and regular source of income for the SHG members who had to earlier rely on begging in trains, sex work, and alms during festivities. The SETP is currently servicing 1,20,553 urban households across 59 wards. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our winner, Susri Seetal Bastia.
We convey our sincere gratitude to the India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Awards for identification and recognition of Ms. Seetal Bastia as a woman change maker in sanitation. Ms. Seetal is the secretary of Bahuchara Mata SHG who manage our septic treatment plant in Cuttack. Cuttack is the first municipal corporation which has recognized the contribution of transgenders in not only our general public policy making but also in the sanitation value chain. We hope that this recognition gives more wings to our transgender communities and other vulnerable communities, and we move forward together in ensuring that we have a clean and healthy Cuttack. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम सुश्री शीतल बस्तिया है। मैं कटक ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी के लीडर्स हूँ और बहुचरा माता ट्रांसजेंडर एससीजी ग्रुप का सेक्रेटरी हूँ। स्पेशल थैंक्स टू सीएमसी और थैंक्स टू गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा जो हमको इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया है और इतना बड़ा अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है जहाँ पे हम मतलब हमारा जो है हम कुछ करने के लिए वो हम करके दिखा रहे हैं और इसी तरह से भी और भी जो ट्रांसजेंडर हमारे सिस्टर्स हैं वो लोग भी हमारे तरह भी कुछ आगे कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you. And finally, I would like to thank all the winners for your unrelenting efforts and for setting an example for others in the sanitation space in the country. We appreciate your working progressively towards achieving the objectives of the Swachh Bharat mission and ensuring a safe and sustainable sanitation movement. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mukta.
Thank you so much, Natasha ji, for doing the honors, announcing all the winners. It was such an beyond inspiring experience to hear from them and to see such humility in them. It was an absolute pleasure. Congratulations to all the awardees, and we look forward to greater path-breaking work from you all in the days to come. Well, may I now invite Ms. Mitali Agrawal Mehta, Program Manager, India Sanitation Coalition, to take the day forward.
Thank you, Mukta. So, congratulations again to all the winners.
Yeah, Mitali, please unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, am I audible now? Yes. So, is it okay?
Yes, Mitali, please go ahead.
Okay. So congratulations once again to all the awardees of the various categories of the awards. Switching gears, we now move forward to the fireside chat with Mr. Arun Baroka, Additional Secretary, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, in conversation with Dr. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition. Celebrating the success of the Swachh Bharat mission and the opendification-free status of the nation, Sri Arun Baroka shares his journey of the progress in how behavioral changes through personal communications and mass media brought about a huge change. Over to the fireside chat on sanitation landscaping of villages in India and understanding interlinkages between sanitation and other disciplines such as livelihood, health, hygiene, and education, leading to a creation of a replicable model.
Morning, Mr. Baruka, and
Good morning.
welcome to this fireside chat, sir. First of all, let me congratulate you on your empanelment as Secretary Government of India. This is a great honor for us to be here, to be able to congratulate you in person like this and have you accept our invitation. So again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Sir, I want to start with at the beginning. So, we have Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who in 2014 announced something which was absolutely disbelievable by a lot of Indians, which was the Swachh Bharat campaign. And something that had never happened in this country. He said, within 5 years' time, I am going to make India ODF free. And that is exactly what happened, sir. 5 years, and we declared in 2019 that as a country, we are ODF free. That was an amazing, amazing achievement. Practically internationally, everybody was talking about it. And as far as you're concerned, you've been with this mission right from the beginning, and you've seen exactly the kind of challenges that it has had. What is it that India has had to go through to be able to achieve this success? So can you share with us your thoughts? What were the primary thoughts that you have on this?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for appreciating the success of the program. Swachh Bharat mission, as you are aware, was started more in terms of common understanding. It is a Clean India campaign. It aimed at first of all to eliminate the open defecation problem in the country, and the open defecation was there in its different form in rural areas, and we began in 2014, but the real work had started sometime in 2015 and 16. So I had joined the mission in 2016, and I'm continuing in the second phase also. Now I'm part of the mission. So if you analyze in retrospect that what are the factors behind the success of the program, then you will find that first of all, as you have yourself mentioned, that it was initiated, being led by Honorable PM himself. He initiated it. He announced it on 15th August 2014, and then we began this. The mission, this was converted into a mission, which was known as Swachh Bharat Mission. The mission's success will not be dependent on just announcements. It will have to be backed by proper funding also, public funding particularly. And in this case, public funding was provided from Government of India, and not only from Government of India, but from states also. That is a major difference in this program. Now, what kind of funding is required? At that stage, if we want to convert, if we want to have toilets for everyone, we need to provide the financial support for people. And we provided that. We provided the incentive at the rate of rupees 12,000 per household to the families which were not having toilets. And in rural India, almost to the extent of almost 85 to 90% households were provided this financial incentive. So almost about 10 crore toilets have been constructed in the program till now, much more than. Now, this is the initial part of it. Now, any program will succeed, and particularly this kind of program where behavior change is required. So here, proper communication has to happen, and that proper communication means the communication relating to change in behavior, and that can happen not only through mass media but also through interpersonal communication. So this became the biggest behavior change program through all the combined efforts of mass media as well as the people down below, particularly the leadership down below, at the level of chief ministers and at the district level, at the level of collectors, the chief executive officers, and also the sarpanches and also the natural leaders, which we call them as Swachhagrahis. The special term was coined as Swachhagrahis. So, like earlier in the freedom struggle, we had Satyagrahis. Here we are having Swachhagrahis. So this was the kind of leadership which was there at the top, but then when it went down, it became people's movement. Everyone started participating. It became a Jan Andolan. So that is another aspect of the success factor. The other factor is that it was not just vertically that everyone was involved, but also in Government of India, people were involved. All the ministries were involved. It became part of their budget also. They had to provide budget for their sanitation related activities, Swachhata related activities. So 76 ministries started having the budget provision in their departments. And we are very happy to note that they have dedicated activities. Notable amongst them is RD, Rural Development, and the Railways Department. They have done tremendous work. But obviously, railways required. We continue to have the problem relating to railways, so they needed a lot of support. So it became just not this department's business. It became everyone's business, and all the departments of Government of India were involved in these activities. So, in short, I would say that the political leadership at the top level and at the bottom also, bottom in the sense at the state level and also at the field level, the collectors, COs and Swachhagrahis, the national leaders. And then obviously it was being backed by the public funding which we had provided, and it became people's movement. Everyone was participating, not only the government machinery but the private sector and even development partners. In fact, private sector started their own campaigns parallelly along with the government's campaign. They were so motivated that they were having their own campaigns. They were undertaking a lot of activities at their own level. They have been providing support not only financially but also in kind. So in brief, it has become a people's movement in changing the behavior of people, and we have seen that these are the important success. But the journey has not ended here. Let me caution everyone that sanitation is a problem to be attended all the time. You can't say that now we have achieved the target on 2nd October 2019. No more work is required to be done. There's a lot of work still to be done.
Thank you, sir. That was a really good beginning, and I think delegates would be very, very happy to hear this. I think there was one aspect of SPM1 where specifically in the rural area we were very successful, and I would be very grateful if you can share with us your thoughts around treatment, specifically around decentralized versus centralized treatment plants. This is a conundrum that we are all grappling with. It's a challenge for both for urban and rural, but I think rural has achieved considerable success in this space. So what are the learnings that you believe we should take away from this?
So in rural sector, if we analyze the problems and the situation, it is very different than the urban. Urban is grappling with the problem of solid and liquid waste management. But in rural, the main problem earlier was open defecation that we have been, to a great extent, we have been able to address. Still gaps are there. We are addressing them and under the campaign of no one to be left behind. The other characteristics of the rural problem is that we have solid waste and liquid waste whose quantum is less, the characteristics are different. Let's say the characteristics. We get more of green waste, which can be easily composted, so that or maybe reused in the form of feed to the animals. Cow dung is there, that can also be reused. People are more conscious to reuse rather than in urban areas. Now the other issue, all these are not really very harmful waste products, these can be handled. But the most harmful waste product is the fecal material. Now, fecal material, as long as we are able to contain it and we are not disposing it in the environment, it is not harmful. The best solution is the twin pit toilet. So twin pit is in situ treatment plant, in situ plant which can take care of all the pathogens. It decomposes the fecal material in one pit at a time, and while we are using the other pit. But let's say we are not using the twin pit, and if we are using either single pit, or maybe if we are having septic tank, or if we are having defective kind of a toilet, then there is a problem. How do you tackle that? So we have learned from the experience of phase one that let's say we have about 1/3 of the total number of toilets to be twin pit kind of toilets, which are not having much of problem. But then there is a problem with respect to either septic tank or single pit, because they need to be, after they get filled up, after 5-6 years, they need to be evacuated. And what do you do with that? And let's say if the septic tank is defective and we're not having any soak pit attached with that, or there is some other problem by which it is overflowing, then again the fecal material is coming into the environment, village environment, and obviously it becomes equally problematic, just like open defecation. So how do you tackle that? For that, we worked out a strategy that started doing in sometime in 2019 itself. In fact, one of the lessons which we learned in phase one itself, in between maybe around period of 2017-18, that we should be exclusively focusing on twin pit toilets. Because earlier technology was not being promoted that way, that only twin pit should be done. That is the best solution, low cost solution, instead of septic tank which costs maybe about 50 to 60,000, but this costs hardly 15,000 rupees. It is so cheap. So, and obviously environmentally it is sustainable. So we started learning at that stage in 2017-18, and we started focusing on twin pit. Now in phase two, when we are there in phase two, we have the problem in the sense that we have existing stock of single pit toilets as well as septic tank, because generally people prefer septic tank. That is general people's preference. We have seen even in census towns, that means close to the towns, even in towns, people are having septic tank. That needs to be evacuated. When you evacuate it, where do you take the material, the fecal material? So that is a challenge, and that is being addressed in phase two of the program. We have the funding provisions also. We have provided the technical guidance also for that purpose. Then the other learning which we have started from phase one itself is how do you handle solid and liquid waste management, particularly the solid waste, and also the plastic waste, which has also gone into rural areas.
Yes.
Earlier it was just restricted to urban areas. So plastic waste, how do you handle it? Then how do you handle the cow dung? You should not be treating that as a waste. It should be treated as a resource. So we are exclusively focusing on the cow dung also. So these are the problem areas which were there in earlier program, or rather which we have found out, and these have been converted into opportunities, and we are trying to convert the waste into wealth. So that is the learning which we have adopted in phase two of the program. And the other thing which I must say, now we are realizing that we need to, all the program, they need to work together, both urban as well as rural, because plastic as well as the fecal sludge is a problem which is common to both.
Exactly.
So this is one learning, and which we have trying to tell everyone that we need to work together. At Government of India level, we are working together, but at states also.
Yeah. So, sir, just picking up on that, one of the things that is a concern is, should we continue to look at STPs as the solution for the future, or is FSTP a more practical and economic solution? In your view, given the fact that now urban and rural are coming together quite closely with regards to solving their problems and issues, what do you think? What would you believe is the most beneficial to India?
So STP has its own area of operation, and FSTP has its sort of different kind of advantages which STP doesn't have. So for rural areas, I would say that FSTP is the best solution. First, it is low cost, low gestation period, and it doesn't require the sewer networks which are required for a STP. Secondly, for urban areas, that means census towns also, it will be very helpful. The other advantage with the FSTP is that you don't require land, and in urban areas as well as in census towns you require land. So all the STPs generally they are located outside the city, and sometimes they go into the villages out, in the outskirts of the towns. So looking at all these aspects, we feel that FSTPs are better solutions. FSTPs with the investment of let's say about 1 to 2 crore can be easily done in 1 year, less than 1 year. STP probably may require not less than 100 crores, 60 crores, something like that. So looking at per capita investment and the kind of benefits which we are getting from FSTP, I would recommend FSTPs. FSTPs are the answer for all the future problems. They are the decentralized solutions. For in STP, you need to have a centralized plant, and for that you need to have the network of sewer lines. And the problem anywhere can create a problem for STP. Right. Let's say if you have invested 100 crore rupees on a STP, something goes wrong with that, and generally STPs are being underused, then 100 crore investment has gone waste. But let's say if only 2 crores you have spent in FSTP, if something goes wrong with that 2 crore FSTP plant, it is not a big loss for anyone. Yeah. So looking at the cost effectiveness as well as the overall environmental benefit, I would say FSTP is a better solution. We have included FSTPs as an important strategic element in our phase 2 of the program as a lesson from phase 1. Right. Even 2.0 SBM of urban is also focusing on the FSTPs. Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know, sir. I want to now just focus on SPM2. This is our future. And I think the very big ask from the Prime Minister himself is sustainability. The question, sir, is around the ability, because now it's all about technical knowledge. How do you think our people are placed in the field to be able to manage to achieve the various requirements of SPM2? Do you think that we need more technical training to be provided to them? How are they prepared to meet these challenges?
So sustainability is a very important thing, and on the role of the people, that is also very important. But generally speaking, about the sustainability, that is the important plank of phase 2 of Swachh Bharat mission. And the sustainability has different dimensions. First of all, we need to ensure that people do not slip back and they do not start going for open defecation. So we need to ensure that people continue to use toilets. And for that, obviously, the behavior change communication is very important. The kind of stress which we were giving earlier, that needs to continue. So all those who are not having the toilet, or all those who were somehow left out because they are new and emerging households, they need to be provided. So we are continuing to provide the financial incentive to those people. So simultaneously, the households whose toilets get broken or become dysfunctional, they also need to be repaired so that they continue to use. So when we are able to attend to this problem, then we can focus on the other plank of phase 2, which is the solid and liquid waste management. Exactly. And for that, we require a lot of technical support, and for that, we require a lot of capacity building. So that is one gap area. The rural problems are slightly different than the urban problems. When people talk about solid and liquid waste management, they see only the urban areas. They don't visualize a rural setting. that if you invest 1/10 of the time energy, then you will be able to convert a village into a very successful model kind of a ideal kind of a village. So capacity building is different in, first of all, requirement is much more. Requirements in terms of numbers probably would be less. Probably you can come out with a holistic solution in a village rather than in a city. City, you know, you are working either on the solid waste or on the liquid waste, and they are different kind of departments which are looking after. But in rural settings, we have a single department, and panchayats play a very important role. So they can very easily convert a village into an ideal kind of a village, a model village. And here, even little bit of capacity improvement, capacity strengthening at with the development machinery, particularly the BDOs and the Js, etc., and the sarpanches and the sachivs and the swachhagrahis and the villagers themselves, it will help in a big way. So that is one gap area on which we are working in a big way. We have come out with the technical manuals, which are very easy to use and very colorful, with a lot of visualizations and graphics and clear technical solutions for different kind of problems. These have been provided, and then obviously they need to be conveyed to the people also. We are doing the capacity building exercise at all levels, not only for the collectors, the CDOs, CEOs, BDOs, etc. also, but also the sensitization of the political leadership, particularly the elected representatives at the district level, block level, and at the GP level, the Gram Panchayat level. So once they are sensitized and once understand that this problem is having this solution, they will immediately on their own also they will work out. People are not fools. Once they know that this is a problem, a village can come out with a solution which is better than what we have visualized. So this is our experience in phase 1, and even in limited experience of phase 2, we find that nudging works better than imposing anything on them.
That's very true, sir. Actually, taking with you makes that decision sustainable. So I can understand that. Let's just come to water, sir. The crux of any success that we achieve with sanitation lies in having the right amount of water, right? And we all know that India's water levels, groundwater levels, are very, very low, in fact, the lowest in the world. How does one deal with that from a rural perspective? How do you see us being able to refurbish some of our ground aquifers and manage our water pools in going forward?
So, water conservation and water conservation somehow has become a very important element for us. We see the grey water management as important activity, and we are focusing that as one of the important elements of phase 2 of Swachh Bharat mission. And we are providing funding also for that, and also technical solutions have been provided, not only at the household level, but also at the community level. Right. Simple example is the soak pit. Right. Soak pit at the household level can recharge the ground level very easily. And it also helps to resolve the problem of the wastewater, particularly the wastewater which is being generated in the kitchens as well as in the bathrooms. Now, when there is a large scale water and when it gets mixed up with the black water, fortunately black water is to great extent lesser in the rural setting, then you need to come out with a community level solution. For that also we are providing funding as well as technical solutions we have provided to them in the form of waste stabilization ponds or different kind of solutions which we have provided. And for that capacity building, as you had discussed earlier, that is being provided at that level. So we are not restricting ourselves to just at the household level or at the level of the community, but we are also trying to make sure that the wastewater, either in the form of grey water or black water, doesn't enter into the water bodies, either in the form of ponds or lakes or maybe the rivers and the nalas. So whenever the water enters there, we should ensure that it is treated properly. The other aspect of this is to ensure that plastics do not contaminate the water bodies. So that is also being addressed parallelly. So the kind of solutions which we are providing, we have seen the immediate results. Wherever in a hand pump in a village, or the public stand post is there, if you have soak pit, generally if all the stand posts are having the soak pits, it is found that the water table has gone up. So this is how we are, and as a part of the ministry, we had started this Jal Shakti Abhiyan in the year 2019, and that is being continued in phase 2. COVID didn't allow us to do phase 2 last year, but this year we had started, and that is being managed by our department and within the ministry, another department. Earlier we had managed it. So grey water management, water conservation, water recycling, water reuse, these have become part and parcel of our program. And we not only we are providing technical guidance, but we are also providing the funding.
That's great to know, sir. I think there can only be one more question that I would want to ask you in this subject, and that is around the encouragement of startups. Water and sanitation is the one sector where startups are not that many as, say, in the agri sector or in energy or in any of the others. And I just wanted to understand from you, do you see space to encourage innovation through startups for water and sanitation, specifically for the rural sector, sir?
In fact, since not many people have worked, I think there is a lot of scope, and for that reason, we recently had started a campaign also. We are trying to get solutions specific for the rural sector with respect to solid and liquid waste management, and we had started a competition, and we have invited all the startups. We have got the initial round, we have got about 300 or so registrations, and we are seeking detailed solutions from them. We hope that we'll be able to come out with great solutions. As I had explained earlier, the problems in rural area are different than the problems in urban area. So there could be some unique solutions which probably we are missing out. And if a startup can come out with that, we'll be able to have a solution which is low cost, and we with the locally available materials we are able to do locally, people can manage it. That becomes a very good solution. These are the basic principles which we are adopting while coming out with the solution. We had with the collaboration with the Ministry of Social Justice, we tried to do about 2 years back. Hackathon was done wherein we tried to get solutions for disabled people. So we got very good response at that stage also. That was more for the Ministry of Social Justice on their request. But this time we are focusing exclusively on solid and liquid waste management, and that too in the rural. Simple solution, let's say, how do you eliminate the manual scavenging? So people have come out with robotic arm and robotic solutions. Can they be applied in rural area, and that to more than 600,000 villages when we have to evacuate? I think the solution could be something else also. We got a IIT Chennai has given some solutions to us recently. We are trying to evaluate that. So there could be different solutions for the problem of evacuation, for the problem of cleaning the water before it goes into the water body, and to have solutions to treat the fecal material fast. It takes about 6 months for fecal material to decompose in a single pit or in the twin pit toilet. In one pit, if you allow 6 months, it takes. So how can we expedite that? So we got a small solution. Somebody gave a solution that you put it in the pit, it decomposes very fast. So this is also one solution.
Absolutely.
So this way we are trying to find out the solutions which will help us to manage all these waste, and these can be converted into wealth also. Particularly with respect to cow dung.
Right.
Cow dung, we are calling it as a special program of Govardhan, converting gobar into wealth. And herein there are various issues in Govardhan program. So how do you convert it fast? First of all, how do you take advantage of all the byproducts of the process of decomposition of gobar? Because you get not only compost, but you also get the sludge or rather slurry. We call it slurry. So in the slurry, a lot of water is there. How do you handle that? Even that slurry can be used for the purposes of fertilizer. So that one can be a good substitute for the fertilizer, for the inorganic fertilizer, particularly chemical fertilizer. How can we convert the gas into compressed biogas, compress it at a low cost? We are compressing it, but it is involving a lot of cost. And how do you transmit that? There are the gas pipelines of IGL, but how do you do it in large scale? How do you scale it up? So this is a challenge, and this fits into very well into the overall mission of converting waste into wealth. So these are the things wherein the startups or technology providers or anyone else, industry people can also provide us the solution. But till now, people have been focusing on the urban areas because there is a lot of visibility there, and the problems are visible. The stacks of the waste which are lying in either Mukarba Chowk or in South Delhi. So these are visible to everyone. So they want to focus on that. But in rural areas, tremendous opportunities are there at very low cost. And if we try to exploit that, we'll be able to convert waste into wealth. We'll be able to add to the national income as well as the income for the farmers also.
Thank you, sir. It's very encouraging because a lot of our delegates are young startups or even students or professors who are working in large research organizations in India who are looking at various solutions, specifically both for rural and urban, but rural definitely. So they'll be very encouraged by your words. Even at the ISC, the India Sanitation Coalition, one of the things that we are starting this year is what we call the Rashid Kidwai Innovation and Sanitation Awards. This is in memory of our co-founder, Mr. Kidwai, who passed away earlier this year. And this is just to encourage young minds to come up with solutions so that they benefit us in the long run. So this is very good to hear from you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you for this. This has been a very great opportunity for us to talk to you, to hear your views, and hopefully that we can actually partner with the ministry along with the coalition partners themselves in taking forward your ideas and the Prime Minister's ideas. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that was a wonderful session. And it is truly amazing to know that we have built over 10 crores toilets in the country, and the concept of Swachhagrahis who shaped the people's movement. Now moving on to the first panel discussion of the day. The gap between the demand for clean water and the supply is one of the biggest crises the country is facing today, and it will only widen in the decades to come. The main objectives of this discussion are creating efficiencies of scale with regards to wastewater treatment, that is, the treatment of similar type of wastewater in one process rather than separate processes, thus reducing India's water footprint. Reviewing innovative technologies to create these efficiencies of scale, and exploring financial structures to support wastewater treatment both for rural and urban India. The session would be moderated by Mr. Sanjay Gupta. He is advisor, India Sanitation Coalition, and the international expert. Mr. Gupta has over 2 decades of senior level experience in strategy, advice, and policy. He has also been a member of the Track 2 dialogue on Indus River cooperation between India and Pakistan. On the panel, we have Mr. Ashwini Saxena, CEO of JSW Foundation. Mr. Saxena is currently the chairman of CII Western Region CSR Committee. He has led MSME development, CSR sustainability programs, and championed IFC's sustainability tools in South Asia. His more than 30 years of career with reputed organizations such as UNIDO, IFC, and corporates took him across India and Africa. Next, we have Dr. Dinesh Mehta, Professor Emeritus, CEPT University and Executive Director, Center for Water and Sanitation. Dr. Mehta has been involved in global urban policy and dialogues as the head of urban management programs at the UN Habitat headquarters in Nairobi. In 2013, Professor Mehta was awarded International Water Association's Development Solutions Award in recognition of his contribution to research and practice in water. Next, we have Mr. Dikrose Masala Mani, Executive Director, JD Water Singapore. Mr. Masala Mani is a licensed plumber in Singapore. He's been in the plumbing industry for more than 40 years. He has worked in Singapore's water board for 13 years before starting his own company. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Javier, Lead Water and Sanitation Specialist, World Bank. He supports the Namami Gange program, the Uttarakhand Water Supply Program for peri-urban areas. Mr. Javier has 20 years of experience in international development with the World Bank in the field of water supply, sanitation, river basin irrigation, and agriculture, and has worked in numerous countries in Europe, Africa, South, and Southeast Asia. Over to you, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, for the panel discussion on reduce, reuse, recycle, treatment of wastewater leading to a reduction in India's freshwater footprint. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And let me again extend a very warm welcome to all the panelists and my sincere thanks to you. We will kind of focus on three aspects within this session. The first will be the overall practice and policy environment in India on the reduction, reuse, and recycling of wastewater. The second will be the role of the private sector. How could really that kind of change the scenario? And the third will be some kind of policy actions, practical policy actions, or otherwise that perhaps you could share with the audience, which you believe will help increase the reuse and recycling of wastewater. I mean, there have been very, what I would say, limited examples in India. I mean, Nagpur, Chennai, perhaps Surat, where wastewater recycling reuse does happen, especially in partnership with the industry. But given the scale or the size of the country and the scale of the possibilities, I think we probably just about scratched the surface as far as this potential resource is concerned. I was discussing with Ashwani the other day, and we said that wastewater is more seen as a nuisance, really, not as a resource, and that seems to be one of the key problems that we face in India today. So let me actually start with Javier. Javier, I mean, you've been working extensively, globally and in South Asia, really on both the sanitation side of it as well as on the water supply side of it. And especially with respect to the Ganga basin that you've been supporting for a long time now. I mean, what kind of potential do you really see of reusing wastewater for industrial use, or even for that matter, even for domestic and commercial use? I mean, is that something of a real possibility? Do you see that? I mean.
Hi, Mr. Gupta. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this panel, for inviting me, and for the question. Yes, there is the short answer to your question is yes. There is great potential for that in India, as you say. Anything related to scale in India is going to be mind-boggling, right? And if you take the Ganga basin, which you mentioned, it is one of the largest basins in the world when you look at population, contribution to country GDP, irrigated areas, and all the like, right? And we have all this looming climate change, which we don't know where it's going to lead us. All we know is that the past will not be the same as the future, right? There will be changes. more extreme events, less water somewhere, more water in other places. So we need to be ready for that. On the question of wastewater, let me be very clear. I think we have three aspects to consider. One is that treated wastewater could be seen and should be seen and is already being used as a substitute to consuming fresh water, being surface water, but most importantly, groundwater, right? And the main consumer by far is going to be agriculture, right? So offsetting freshwater consumption using treated wastewater, which can be treated to the level that is actually good for growing crops, namely having a little bit of nitrogen and phosphorus, which is so important to grow crops, could be also something to consider. Of course, it comes with caveats. People need to understand what they are dealing with, how to manipulate it, what to apply it on, what not to apply it on, when to apply it, and all of this. But that's basic agricultural practices. It applies to all agricultural inputs, right? That's one. The second one is on industries. Using treated wastewater in industries is already a requirement when it comes to power plants, right? If I recall correctly, if a power plant is within something like, I think it's 50 kilometers from a sanitation treatment plant, it must use the treated wastewater for its cooling processes. There, of course, it's not processed water, it's cooling water or the like. Done in municipal settings, but that's more greening areas being used maybe to maintain or rejuvenate wetlands or green areas that could be used as well. So many aspects of that. But I think it's related to a couple of points I wanted to make, and then I'll close, is one, related to efficiency. The starting point is going to be efficiency of water. How much is really necessary? Moving water around is very capital intensive. It is expensive, okay? Yeah. It's expensive in tube well, it's expensive in running costs. You need to pump it in most places. And therefore we need to really look at the way it can work, both economically, of course, that's the easiest part, but also financially. Who pays for what, when, so that it actually sustains in the long run. And there, I think the industry has a great role to play. One in driving agriculture towards more efficiency, right? And there's a lot of activities going on along these lines in India, including in northern India, where maybe people would expect that a little less than in southern India, which is more water scarce in many places, but also in the industry, right? Treated wastewater in the industry is often overlooked because it's not that big a consumer, number one, and because it's often coming in the way of competitiveness. People think that if you improve your treatment, you're going to invest into something that doesn't bring any money back, and therefore it's a waste of money, right? You do it on the duress if you're regulated to do it, and that's pretty much what happens now. But there is another way to look at it, is that if you look at efficiency of intake, be it energy or water, and improve your processes to first consume less and then recirculate to the extent possible, there are things, especially when the pollution is biological in nature, which combined with biogas digestion can bring nice figures around, right? And of course, that's only financially, not considering also the image benefits and access to markets which require good practices in terms of environmental policies that could also come in the fore. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Hafia. Let me just pick your last point and then have a follow-up. Ashwani, I mean, Hafia mentioned about really water use efficiency, as one of the key things which will drive the reuse, recycling of wastewater. We have seen, I think, quite a lot of success, I would say, in the energy sector, both in the industry and in the households, in offices, households. But that same success seems to be eluding the water sector. I mean, given the fact that you really come from a background of having worked in UNIDO and then, in the corporate sector, now you represent one of the largest industrial houses in the country, as well as your work, a lot of the work that through the foundation you do with the communities. mean, what do you think is the reason why this focus on water use efficiency, despite the National Water Mission and so many other attempts, is really eluding us? I mean, what could really be the practical things to be put in place to replicate this success of energy efficiency in the water sector? Ashwani, please.
Thanks, Sanjay. Thank you so much. I hope my network is fine enough for
Yes,
people to be
please.
able to hear me. Sorry if it gets disconnected. I would pick up from where my colleague from the World Bank talked about. I think we need to look at 2 or 3 key aspects as to why water has not been looked at in the same manner the way it has been looked at in the energy space. The first one, I think, is let us admit, at least from the Indian context, and my colleagues who are from overseas may perhaps bear with me on that. Water is a very emotive issue. Water is directly connected to land use, and therefore when you say about bringing in efficiency and you start using words related to which is about costing and pricing of water and all those things, I draw my experiences from my IFC times, that water as a subject was very difficult to be touched upon. So you can bring in a lot of reforms in the energy space, but similar kind of reforms for a space for a commodity which is very important for human life itself, it's a very emotive issue. So I think that's one, I think, a cultural aspect which needs to be borne in mind. The second is from a policy environment and from an execution point of view also. Where do we have a market for treated water today in the country? I think there's been a big failure in terms of how to connect the dots to make a market, an amenable market for treated water. So you have provisions for and these are small little arrangements which need to be looked at as a part of the task force for water in CII. We keep on discussing about how water as a municipal subject is cross-cutting in themes. So when we as an organization work on water, uh, it is within our control to not look at water as a singular subject, but we connect it to look at water from freshwater intake, from greening initiatives, connected it to with it is the solid waste management, plastic waste management, especially sanitation comes into it. So a whole lot of things are around water which need to be borne in mind. Uh, that kind of coordination somehow at the policy level, especially at the municipal levels, where water is priced, where water is distributed, I think that is a big miss. Then third point, picking up from the industry perspective, is that there is no, as such, I would say, incentive or I would say motivation for the industry to become proactive in terms of their water management or managing their water footprint. The norms that are there for which are there from a pollution control board perspective and all those they are stringent enough, but they can be complied with, and yet again they would leave behind a big scope for further improvement. But there is no perhaps that motivation, there is no that incentive there. And as very rightly pointed out by my friend Xavier, that till you do not go that extra mile and you start looking at what is your larger footprint, which is going to then tell you whether this is a exercise in which some ROI can be expected by developing water resources, is not there. I'll give you an example. We are a steel manufacturing company by and large. We're a major portion of our group's work is around steel, but we are a zero liquid discharge steel plant. Why we are a zero liquid discharge plant? Because we have decided that we will ensure that every single drop of water that we bring in, we will try to recycle and reuse it as much as we can possibly, till the time, because of evaporation losses in the coke ovens and all, the water is going to be finally be subsumed through evaporation processes. And therefore it motivated us to invest in a lot of zeolite technologies and whatnot to keep ensuring that the water is recycled and reused in the actual steel manufacturing process, not in subsidiary activities, but in actual steel manufacturing process. And this has happened on the basis of thinking beyond the boundaries within the plant or outside the plant. So I think there needs to be some kind of a motivation. I'm not saying that it is not there, but making this kind of a I would say detailed analytical approach towards managing your water footprint, I think still we are a little behind in terms of reaching to that level of proactiveness, if I may say so. And while we may always say that, water is an industrial subject and water needs to be looked at by industry in a certain manner, the fact is that water is a common constituent for all communities, for all range of stakeholders. So till you do not make a comprehensive plan as to how this water as a resource is going to be utilized by the industry, by the farmers around, by the communities in the neighborhood, I think till you do not make that comprehensive plan and ensure that your water resources are managed in that comprehensive manner, things will always create some opportunities for further improvement. I would say I will stop at this moment, till the next round of questions. If
Sure.
How we've done that, I can come at later stage. But I think this comprehensiveness in our approach is a must.
Sure. I would perhaps request, ISC to really document this and I think share it very widely, the work that you have done. That would be quite helpful. I agree with the kind of issues raised in terms of, the emotional issue and the lack of financial instruments to encourage water use efficiency, or the fact that, there is little incentive for the industry. But I think in Singapore, exactly the opposite seems to have happened. So Mr. Dikros Masalamani, how did Singapore, in your view, really achieve this? Encouraging water use efficiency, encouraging wastewater reuse. How did they crack this whole problem? So just some brief information from you, insight from you, as an expert working there would be very helpful, I think. Thank you. We can't hear you, sir. You may be on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Very good evening, Mr. Gupta and team. So my name is Dick and I'm from Singapore. So in Singapore, our country is a very small country, depend on other world resources. And talking about water, we are also relying on Malaysia, our neighbor country. 50%, of water is from Malaysia. So with this, our contract will be ending in 2060. So before the contract ends, so Singapore is working very hard to cater for these differences of water from Malaysia. So they come up with desalination plant. Desalination plant is one of the method, and the other one is a new water plant, like Mr. Xavier was talking about non-potable, we call it. So we are using this non-potable water for a process, wafer plants. We have a lot of wafer plants in Singapore, and we use it for boilers, power stations, and also we use for fire system. We use this new water. It's a waste collected water. We call it new water. We process it and we pipeline and use for industrial use. So when this water previously, since 1998, we are using this new water. So the industrial water that we are using, we will just pass it on to potable water where our nation can use it, like what Xavier say. So the nation can have more potable water. So that is what Singapore is managing, and it's a very successful method that our country is managing it. And I believe if India can adopt this system, that will be a help for India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it seems one key is that actual dedicated, regulation or kind of dedicated sources of water for the industry, which are more arising. I think that's what I hear both Javier as well as I think Dick say that towards industrial use or farm use. Let's come to Dr. Dinesh Mehta. Given your work with so many municipalities, in India and outside, what do you think are the practical ways or practical things that a municipality could really do to encourage this whole reduction, reuse, recycling, given the federal nature, the federal structure of the government that we are in, with kind of differentiated responsibilities along the way. So that would be helpful to hear your ideas on that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. And I think I just want to take up from what Javier and what the other panelists have said, that in India, first challenge actually for the municipality is actually even to treat the waste. You know that only 400 of our 4,000 statutory towns have a network sewage system. So the rest of the towns have only what we call the on-site system or non-network system. So the municipalities in India that you're talking about, we need to put them into two buckets. One are those the larger cities where there is actually a system of treatment. Now here, interestingly, the recent CB report, the Central Pollution Control Board report, says that even in the cities where we have network system, only 35% of the waste is actually treated. And that is a capacity gap. So I think before we begin to talk about reuse and reduce, we need to actually ensure that our waste are actually treated properly. And the other systems which are where the decentralized system can work, I think things are already happening, that the agriculture use that Javier was talking about, much of the on-site sanitation systems where fecal sludge is actually emptied into the farms and those, and Sanjay, you know your own study that you have done which shows how untreated waste and what it can do to the farmland. So I think the good thing is that the new SBM 2.0 and the Amrut 2.0 that we've just seen launched a few weeks ago, there is a great deal of convergence into these two programs. And I think the Amrut 2.0 has very, I would say, laudable goals. Amrut 2.0 says that 20% of the domestic water demand in a city should be met by reuse of treated water. The industrial demand should be 40% to be done by reuse of water. And how can cities do that is real challenge. Cities are supposed to prepare a water balance plan. Cities are supposed to prepare a city water action plan. So I think the practical points are that our cities that have never looked at, and to be, I think people are now beginning to say that it is no longer a wastewater. We are talking about the used water. And how can we bring the used water back into the system? And this is something that has not yet got into the mindset of our service providers. And I think that is the first step. So what the Amrut 2.0 is trying to do, and I think our cities will require a lot of, I would say, mindset changing, that this is not a wastewater that you can let it go into the natural water bodies. This is the water that you have to bring back into the cycle. How to do that? And I think there are enough technologies for it to do that. The one issue that we have, and you asked me that what are the ways in which we can actually attempt to clean it up. There are two issues I see. One is the recent, the NGT standards. The National Green Tribunal is now insisting that every treatment should be up to certain level. Whatever they did for Ganga, and I don't know, Javier, if it was due to your influence or others, but that is now being applied to the country at large. And we have been arguing of what we call fit for purpose standards. That if you are using the used water for agriculture, you need a different treatment standard. If you are using that water for industry, you need a different standard. If you are using it for cash crop versus food crop different standards. So this fit for purpose standards is something that I think I would urge that ISC and the industry collectively will have to argue. The second issue and second practical point is, I think that is what Ashwini was alluding to, is in terms of the pricing of water. And we all know that it's an emotional issue and water cannot be, we cannot change the price of water, etc. But some cities have successfully managed to price water high for commercial uses. And Mumbai is one of those cities where the water for industry and for commercial user is very high as compared to domestic user. And we know Mr. Shroff, the Excel industry, 20 years ago, he discovered that it is much cheaper to take the wastewater from the municipal corporation, treat it in his own premise, and use it rather than pay the industrial charges to the Mumbai City Corporation. Likewise, large number of five-star hotels in Mumbai also recycle their own water and therefore avoid paying the charge. So pricing is a very good instrument to make cities, but it will require political will. It will require, to some extent, that despite our 74th amendment, most of our municipalities still look upwards for guidance, direction. So this will have to come from the state. This will have to come from the center. There is some funding available under the Swachh Bharat and Amrut program, but I think a lot more will have to be raised at the local level and at the state level. So this will have the policies at the state and local level will also have to change. I'm going to stop here for the next round of questions. Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. I think that was very helpful.
Can I just add to what Dr. Mehta said? Just a small thing.
Sure, please. Please go ahead.
In fact, Dr. Mehta is so rightly you pointed out. In fact, many a times we do pay for water, but we do not realize that we're actually paying for water. Because many a times the water is not charged. The delivery of water is charged. So almost all municipal, I would say housing societies in Mumbai, at least I can talk of, they do get tankers of water. So they pay for the tankers bringing the water to you. So water as a resource is free, but the cost that you pay is for transporting of that water, which actually has the inbuilt price of water as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you for that comment. Yeah. Just kind of moving on. I mean, what I'm also hearing is that there are a lot of, I would say, policy prescriptions or policy goals in India, and they have been there for over a decade now. I mean, this is nothing new in terms of really encouraging treatment of water or reuse and recycling of water, or for that matter, also water use efficiency. But we seem to have not been really been able to really crack this problem. I mean, of course, pricing an issue, emotional aspects is an issue. So let me just, I think, ask all of you. Let me start with Javier. Javier, I mean, given your work both within India as well as outside, I mean, do you think there are some examples from outside India or even within India, I mean, which really I think could be shared much further, on a wider scale to show policymakers the way out of this imbroglio? I mean, I know that this is kind of a wicked problem in some sense, but are there kind of examples, of policy solutions which could ease the way for, whether it's the central government or the state government or the municipalities in India to really move ahead on this agenda, which they so much own, but yet are able to not really operationalize?
Wow, that's a difficult question.
Sorry.
Short answer is yes, and I'll stop here. No, I'm joking. Of course, there's plenty of examples. It really depends on what you're really asking, right? There's plenty of examples within India. Our colleague, Mr. Saxena, mentioned one, right, on the steel industry. And I'm glad to hear that the industry is thinking along these lines because it's really the future. Actually, it's a necessity now. And I think in terms of policy, it should be encouraged. I mean, we're talking to an audience of industries, I suppose, mostly. That's why I'm focusing on this, right? But I think the main thing is really a mindset change. Things have to change. It's not a luxury, it's a requirement. And if you wait for NGTs and regulations to force you to change, you're not in the right mindset. The right mindset is to do what Mr. Saxena mentioned, which is, well, be proactive. Look at what it means to you. Look at what the benefits are, which may be monetary benefits or image benefits, okay? Or community benefits, right? And go that route, right? The number one reason one would not want to continue polluting is because it makes you look bad, right? To the community, to the environment. So that's one aspect. On the efficiency, I think we also see a looming crisis, which is that with all the requirements that people will have, be it through Swachh Bharat mission, when toilets need water to be used, and we need people to continue using them. So water is a key to continuous use of toilets. Number two, the Jal Jeevan mission, which is the single largest push for rural water supply. Tremendous ambition. We will need to have the water flowing through these pipes. Otherwise, frankly, we would have just sunk costs and nothing would have changed, right? The benefits only come at the end point when not only water comes, but it comes with the required pressure and quality, right? And that's the promise that India is doing to its people. That's a very tough promise to keep in some places where, especially groundwater, would be in competition with farmers who are far well equipped and have been doing that for decades, pumping groundwater all the way to the rock bottom, right? So that kind of competition will take place in places and needs to be managed because it's to the benefit of no one if people start fighting for water, right? So this preemptive action could be put in place in a proactive fashion, and that only comes when people, one, realize the problem, and to have the mindset to understand that tackling the problem in a preemptive way is going to create more benefits than waiting for the crisis and come as a messiah to solve the crisis, right? That's the mindset that needs to change. Last point I wanted to mention is that wastewater comes with byproducts as well. And there's a tremendous additionality that needs to be tapped in India in the sludge/animal waste /on-site sanitation content, right? And that's already in the cards with the Govardhan aspect of Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0. There is a potential to generate biogas. And I call biogas digestion the kind of twin pit of sludge management. Why? Because it's all benefits, right? You get biogas, which you can use for various uses, but you also get digested manure, which with minor changes can be turned into a fairly decent fertilizer, right? And both are of tremendous benefits to people who need it most, the farmers, right, who feed us all, and need these tremendously. India is the number one consumer of chemical fertilizer. It can produce its organic fertilizer almost at home without too much trouble, given the number of cattle heads that can be combined with the human waste. Okay, animal waste and human waste combined is what I mean to say by this. So there's this kind of overarching policies that needs to be put in place and influenced, right? We're trying to do that in our modest way in the Ganga. And I agree with Dr. Mehta's point on fit for purpose. I have nothing to do with the standards, so I don't have that kind of power. And these standards are strict. They are going to be difficult to manage. They are going to be difficult to maintain, right? But they are for one purpose, which is that the rivers, which are the number one recipient of this treated wastewater, are too polluted. So it starts there. But it has to be a common effort. Last point, and I'll stop with that, is that India has a tremendous entrepreneurial spirit. There's lots of very bright people who can come up with ideas that no one has thought about as yet. So once you create this mindset, I would really urge to incentivize people to come up with their own ideas and discuss these ideas, whether they're marketable or not, and they can help, even at the local level, which is being empowered now, but has so little capacity to deliver on that mandate, right? And that combined with the appropriate financial instruments, which start to come, is a tremendous promise that India could be leading the way towards on this subject and also towards a better adaptation to climate change. Over.
Okay. Thank you, Avia. Just looking at, I think I'm hearing the term this financial incentives, or the pricing of water, or and what the last point you made was this entrepreneurial spirit to be unleashed in India. So just combining all these points, I mean, something that I kind of find missing is that there is little so the many of these sewage treatment plants, for example, are operated by the private sector companies. They whether using different type of models, and there is very little kind of inbuilt mechanism incentive for them to derive revenues from selling treated water. So when the government kind of signs a contract, whether it's the municipality or the state government, all the costs are looked at really of treatment. So it's more seen as a cost head really. So that is one aspect. The other is that we rely upon these sewage treatment STP operators, sewage treatment plant operator, whether it is a public entity or a private entity, to really meet the norms and then discharge the wastewater, treated wastewater, into the open environment. Uh, but I mean, there are certain models which people propose. For example, like third-party aggregators. So if there is a third party, an entity which is able to guarantee certain amount of treated water of a certain quality which fits the purpose, different purposes. Uh, and is also then does a back-to-back contract with, let's say, the STP operator or the municipality to get that treated wastewater of a certain level, or also it can set up its own facility. That model of this third party aggregators or third party treatment providers and then selling it, seems to be really missing in India. I don't really see that. And that will also, and perhaps that could be one way to really meet this whole thing of, not to see the treatment more as an enforcement option, given the limited capacity of enforcement which our agencies really possess, but to more look at it as an economic really incentive for entities to really push forth. So just I would like to share, I mean, request your views, perhaps from your experience or your insight, on how these things could work. And let me start, that asking perhaps, Dick, because Singapore seems to be following this example, especially with respect to new water, of actually using private sector. So, Dick, how has it worked out in Singapore? I mean, any specific policies that were put in place or incentives that were put in place to really encourage these third-party aggregators or third-party treatment plant operators to really adhere to these norms, as well as to earn money from reuse of wastewater, treated wastewater. You're again silent. You need to unmute us. We still can't hear you.
Is it okay?
Yes. Now.
Oh, sorry. Okay. What Mr. Gupta, Sanjay Gupta, what you say is correct. In Singapore, our government rely on third party, because they outsource to some major companies like from China, so they will call a contract to design, build, and operate a 30 MGD new water plant, for example, and this is a 25 years contract. So they will design, they will build the plant, and they operate, and they sell the water to PUB, that is water board. This is for the new water that is ongoing in Singapore. One of the company is Sembcorp, and the other one is we call it Beijing Water. So two of these new water plant is being managed by a third party, and successfully the first contract is running for more than 10 years now. Okay, then we talk about desalination plant. Desalination plant is also given to a third party, which is operating very well. As what I say, they design, they build, they operate. The budget was about Singapore money for the new water plant about, the desalination plant was about 300 mil Sing dollars to build a desalination plant. That was a budget, and successfully is in operation, and is a great help to our Singapore government. And our Singapore government concentrate on the potable water, that is drinking water. So the government concentrate on this treated water basically. So the other new water and desalination water is outsourced, like what you say. It is a very successful story for Singapore. And Mr. Gupta, you can get advice from our Singapore government to apply it in India. It will be great help. We can just start out with some pilot plant, like the doctor was talking. They have funds and so on. I think India will be very glad to tap this pipeline of Singapore, and it will be a benefit. I believe this.
Sure. Thank you. And I think this would partly address this whole emotional issue which the government kind of faces in supplying, because once you're able to separate, these two streams of water, one for industrial use, one for household use, and put different kind of pricing mechanisms, even institutional mechanisms, perhaps that could be one of the things. But there are also certain risks, I think, that setting up these plants that carries in terms of investment, in terms of operation. So, Ashwani, I mean, what are the kind of risks you think industry would be willing to take? These third-party operators or aggregators, they would be willing to take. And what are the kind of risks you think the government should retain with itself? Where this could really truly become kind of a very viable partnership. I mean, we could look at the example, roads, which again use different kind of models, toll roads, which use different kind of models, including maintenance as well as, the whole build, operate, revenue model. So what do you think with respect to, industry, what is the risk they would take and what they would want the government to, assume?
Thanks, Sanjay. So what I would, bring to, I think for everybody's consideration is that, we've seen PPP projects in, I would say community lighting projects. We've seen PPP projects for, roads, BOT and those kind of models. First and foremost, I think it does require a change in the paradigm, which I think Dr. Mehta also touched upon, Javier also touched upon. The shift from looking at wastewater from nuisance to a resource. I think that paradigmic shift itself is, not reflected in the way PPP projects do get structured today. So you hire a private, person to a private entity to actually treat water. So there is no costing, there is no pricing, there is no incentive, there is no, I would say, disincentive also built in to ensure that you not only just treat water, but you also treat water. I think Dr. Mehta also talked about various kinds of norms that need to be followed. Which kind of treatment would be suitable for what kind of end use, of water. And since we all know that, whatever treated water gets, supplied, you can never have a full 100% confidence on its consistency of its quality. When it comes to industrial use, I think for industry, that is the biggest challenge. How do I know that inside my plant, whatever processes I have, defined and calibrated, they would not be subjected to challenges because of change in the quality of the water? So I think that's one concern, and that is why, for big mega investments like, steel plants or energy plants, they trying to do it on their own. And for us, it's important to make sure that the processes are well within our control. We know from where we are getting the water, how we are treating it, how is it going into the plant, and how we are, again, kind of reusing and recycling it. I think so. So what I'm saying is this shift from looking at water in a certain manner. There are specific requirements for industry. Sometimes these are very specific requirements of the kind of water that you require. That how it is going to ensure, and there could be liabilities also. If something goes wrong, if the supply is not consistent. I think there are a number of such challenges. That's why, in my own personal opinion, while industry is quite capable of, I would say, handling its own water footprint and, managing it in an efficient manner and sustainable manner, I think a much bigger challenge that we today as a country face is on the municipal wastewater. And that is where I think a lot of complexity does exist. How water is being supplied, fresh water is being supplied is by a different line department. How treated water is being taken out is by another line department, which is the municipality in this case. But then the municipality is only supposed to be, working as an institution to only take the, used water and, kind of passing it on for recycling. But when it comes to pricing that water, again, there is no direct mechanism by which that treated water can go into the same PHAD pipelines, and there could be a cost sharing mechanism of those sorts. So I think these are the kind of impediments which typically bring in a challenge for PPP projects, especially in water.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Mehta, you mentioned that it's only a few select cities, that actually have a network system in place, about 400 out. That's about 10% of the overall designated, let's say, urban areas within the country. And, it is actually the small towns that seem to face even the bigger brunt in terms of water shortages, especially in the lean season, not so much the big pampered cities because of, political economy. They seem to really still get, a fairly decent amount of water supply, uh, I mean, what is really the way forward for these cities to really start putting in place, treatment systems at their own level, whether these be at the small locality, mohalla level, decentralized treatment plants, for example. So what could really be some very practical things that these small cities could do, both with respect to treating wastewater, uh, but also more importantly, enhancing their own water security, I would say that. And these are also, by the way, small towns lying, to whom the agricultural land is right there. I mean, you have a mix and merge of the urban area with the rural area, kind of, so to say. So given this whole scenario, I mean, what do you think really could be some very key things these small cities or, towns could really undertake to enhance their water security,
Yeah, thanks, Sanjay. I want to illustrate your question with the example of the work that we are doing in Maharashtra. In fact, we are working in small towns in Maharashtra where there is no sewer system. So in one of the cities, we have supported the city to develop a fecal sludge treatment plant, which is based on the UASB system. So that uses it generates, the load is not much. So the biogas methane that it generates is only sufficient to run the services within the resource center that we have set up. The water that is used is now being used for urban forestry, creating all around that plant. And so we are treating this, instead of making this fecal sludge treatment plant as something that is on the back of your city, to become a center of attraction. It has a garden, it has nice forest. So, it's something. And the waste, the sludge that is coming out of this plant, next door is a sewage, solid waste plant. So the composting, the co-composting of the sludge and the solid waste compost, so that is being used as a fertilizer. So we are trying to complete the whole cycle in that town to ensure that at least whatever is coming into the site on the FSTP is actually being used, all of it, all the resources. The key challenge, as you rightly said, is in terms of what I would now refer to as the grey water management. For these small and medium towns, the grey water is very critical. And that is the water, what we would call the grey water from bathroom, from kitchen. And it is going into open nalas. And what Ashwini was saying, all the garbage is also dumped into that. And then it meets lakes or river. So this is where there is an opportunity for large number of small and decentralized plants to be created. And this grey water has less of pathogens, some of it. So the treatment cost should be much less. And how do we, 4,000 towns and we can create small. We are attempting to create a pilot plant in these cities to demonstrate how the grey water can be treated and then that can be used for various purposes. And we all realize that transporting water is very expensive. I mean, you have to convert, push them through pipes or through tankers. So even if you, treat the water to some standard, we have to find use for that water in the immediate vicinity. Because otherwise, if you want to take them out too far away, then I think the cost become exorbitant. And that brings me to my last point, that unless we have proper groundwater extraction rules, although we have the rules all over the country, but there is no, I would say, supervision or no monitoring of this. I mean, of who is using how much groundwater. And so as long as even we may price water, we may do anything, but people can simply dig a bore well. And in my own city in Ahmedabad, they go down up to 200 meters to take out water. The industries are using the groundwater because the city does not provide them the water that is needed. So, I mean, we need to look at the water resources in totality before we come up to any efficient use of reuse and reduction of water. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. I think we've again come back to raising a lot of problems, other than solutions also. And I think that is probably the nature, really, of this whole issue. So this is now, I would say, we are nearing the end time of this session. So just one last question to each of you. Please take up only about a minute or so, given the paucity of time. What would be one key policy prescription or thought each of you would like to leave behind? And the fact that since water is integrated across so many aspects of our lives, which particular kind of department or ministry you think should take the lead? Perhaps if you can share that in addition to the policy prescription, or action, that would also be helpful. So which one of you would like to go first? And Dick, I would also request you to participate in this just from, what do you think would be a good policy prescription from India based on the experience of Singapore? So whosoever would like to go first, please go ahead. Just take about a minute each since we have really shortage of time. Thank you. Ashwani, please go ahead.
So Sanjay, I think in the rural areas, I think the fulcrum should be around the Gram Panchayats. We have always been talking about strengthening the local governance bodies. I think they should be the fulcrums for all practical purposes. And based on our own experiences, I can tell you that the integrated approach towards waste recycling, sanitation, and water management can be very effectively done at the Gram Panchayat levels. We've got great case studies on that, how it has happened in a number of locations. So that's one. For urban areas, my feeling is it has to be a coordinated effort through the municipal bodies, the local self bodies, the municipalities. They need to be the key drivers of this whole process. So whether the government may like to look at PHEDs and PWDs of the world, the municipalities need to be strengthened to be the key driver and the coordinator for this whole effort. Again, my thinking is that till we do not make an integrated approach towards water and waste and sanitation, we would always be facing different challenges at all times. So to me, I think that is the most important, coordination and making one central body capable enough and with good capacities to coordinate and leverage all this.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Javier, would you like to go next? Dr. Mehta, anyone?
Sure, in any order, that's fine. Two main points from me. One, I very much liked what was said about the PPPs and the experience of, you asked me earlier about international experiences. We have seen a lot more successes and a lot faster successes through PPPs than through trying to support and implement things through municipalities, right? Having said that, what is a PPP? A PPP is sharing risks and responsibilities and designing incentives that are going to bring the biggest possible outcome, right? And that's what we're trying to do under the Namanikenge program with the hybrid annuity mode of PPP, which is an India innovation, right? Solving the problem of people coming to construct and walking away from the O&M phase because they didn't make enough money during O&M, right? So what did we do? We moved money to the O&M phase and linked this money not only to being there, but also to meeting the standards. In a nutshell, nothing prevents PPPs to have capacity building indicators. Nothing prevents that. There's actually a big case in Algiers, in Algeria, where the PPP private sector is, as part of its responsibilities, not only non-revenue water reduction and all the usual things, but also strengthen the capacity of the operator. What prevents strengthening the capacities of the municipal corporations or Gram Panchayats doing that? I've been involved in rural water supply projects in India, in states that are very difficult, right? Where access to pipe water supply was less than 5%, okay? And we did that through PPPs only. And it was quite striking what could be achieved. And people think the mindset of people in rural areas is somewhat different than that of urban areas. Yes, they are. They are a lot more pragmatic and frankly, a lot more forthcoming, okay? And that's something that should be tapped on. So that's my one point. The second point is the value of water should define the price of water. And so does, and the price of water for industries or agriculture should probably be looked at not as a nominal amount, but as a share of the value addition it contributes to generate, okay? Mm-hmm. If we start thinking along these lines, water is not expensive. Water is an absolute must to get a lot more value addition, which is then shared with, frankly, a token going to water supplier, and most of it remaining with either the farmer or the industry. And that's the way to look at this. Who is to implement that? Ministry of Water Resources or whomever has the foresight and the willingness to take these difficult agendas forward. Over.
Thank you. Dr. Mehta, I think you should have the last word on this. So I'll request Dick to really just share if he could, if he has any recommendations, for cities and villages of India. Dick, please.
Okay, Mr. Gupta, I think for my Singapore side, like Dr. Mehta mentioned, so he have a very good point on the grey water system. That we have done some pilot plant in Singapore just to take the grey water. The new water is consists of grey water and black water. So that is being processed in a bigger scale. Like Dr. Mehta mentioned about the grey water, we have done some pilot plant for this grey water itself and use it in the same premises. We never use tanker or never use pipeline to bring to the customer. So if there is a college, is a university, so we have some equipment to treat this water and use it for flushing, toilet flushing, washing, and for gardening. So this method, although it's a small thing, you look at this, you see, as Dr. Mehta said, I mean, it can be used in certain college or a small city, and then we can have some proposal on this. It's a very, very good proposal by Dr. Mehta. So I think I just share, if this thing can be workable in India, we are very grateful to support you people.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's good to deconstruct wastewater also into different kinds of sources and components rather than treat wastewater as a single entity, given the fact that it could be, of different levels of quality. Dr. Mehta.
Yeah, no, just to pick up the point that Dick is mentioning, in some of the, and since we are at CEPT University where we have architecture, urban planning programs, and there have been, projects where we have a dual piping system where the grey water is recycled into bathroom and flushing and other purposes. So that cycle can continue, so you can overall reduce demand. However, it increases the piping cost. So you have to work out a break-even point where it becomes economical. And that is the point what we are all saying, pricing of water, that as long as you get people to recognize the true value of water, this kind of architectural or plumbing, I mean, dual piping system may or may not work at a colony or with a institutional level. I want to end with 2 points. One is that, in Indian cities, the value of water is not really recognized. And very simple water losses. We have done water audit studies for large number of cities in the states where we are working, and we realize that there is no, even awareness about where the water is getting lost. Is it the leakages? Is it the unauthorized connection? So I would say that if you want to end, and there is a big opportunity for large number of enterprises that are involved, and so we need to do proper water loss management, water audits. I think this should become mandatory for all our cities. And only then we talk about this integrated urban water management and all kinds of jargon that we keep using. Only then, once you actually know where your source, what are your water sources and where it is going and where it is supposed to go, where it is actually going, unless we have a proper understanding, all these other policies may not work. So I would urge that do this for all cities, make it mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. It's interesting because if I remember correctly, I mean, the whole energy efficiency movement also, the first step was actually energy audits, of different companies. And that's what kind of led to the potential for savings, hard currency that they realized they could actually save. So let me thank you once again, Javia, Dinesh, Dick and Ashwani. Really, it's been lovely to be talking to you, learning so much. I mean, hearing your views, your insight. And thank you very much for your time, for sharing your ideas and thoughts with us. And thank you to ISC for this opportunity, I think, to really talk on this very critical and important issue that we face. So thank you, ISC, and back to you. Bye-bye.
That was a power-packed session. Thank you, all the panelists.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Nana. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next panel discussion. In June 2020, a month into COVID pandemic, CARE brought out the result of a 30-country survey that conducted the impact of COVID focusing on gender-related differences. We have with us today a group of women leaders and a few community voices who have devoted their time and energy over decades to working for the rights of gender inclusivity in India. And over the next 1 hour, we'll ask them to share their thoughts on a variety of water and sanitation issues that came to be highlighted on account of COVID and view these through a gender lens using the outcomes stated in the CARE report as a background. The session will be moderated by Ms. Nainalal Kidwai. Ms. Kidwai is chairman of Advent India Advisory Board and past president of FICCI and CEO and chairman of HSBC India. She chairs the India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI Water Mission and has authored 3 books, including the bestseller Survive or Sink, an action agenda for sanitation, water, pollution, and green finance. On the panel, we have Ms. Suhaila Khan, Country Program Manager of We Empower Asia at UN Women. Ms. Khan has previously worked with the EU's We Empower Asia program. Her experience has enabled her to develop a close understanding of the intersectionality of gender and other forms of identity and the challenges faced by them. Next, we have Abhina Aher, transgender activist, technical expert, key population, iTech India. Abhina is an Indian transgender activist who has worked for transgender empowerment. Abhina has worked with organizations such as the Humsafar Trust Mumbai, Family Health International, John Hopkins University Center for Communication Program, and India HIV/AIDS Alliance. Our next speaker is Ms. Aloka Majumdar, who is the head of corporate sustainability HSBC India. Ms. Majumdar's expertise lies in the fields of skills development, financial inclusion, education, environment, and climate change. She was awarded the Parivartan Sustainability Leadership Award in 2016 and recognized by Social Venture Partners with Grant Thornton as a Women Exemplar in 2019. Then we have Ms. Manvita Baradi, Director of Urban Management Center. Ms. Baradi has been the founder, dean, and has set up a 2-year postgraduate program in urban management at the Faculty of Management at the CEPT University. She is the head of the Technical Support Unit for the National Urban Livelihood Mission of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We also have Ms. Arundhati Das, Health and Wash Manager in Telecap Advisory Services Private Limited. Ms. Das has over 12 years of experience in the wash sector with her core expertise in project planning, stakeholder engagement, capacity building, and policy analysis. At Intellicap, Arundhati is working on developing solutions to catalyze private sector participation and enterprise development in wash space. Over to the panel discussion on the impact of COVID on sanitation through a gender lens with a focus on health and livelihood. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Mitali. Thank you very much. And welcome to this wonderful panel, which I have been so looking forward to all day, in fact, because the subject that we are going to discuss today is central to what work we are doing at the India Sanitation Coalition this year. So I do believe that your insights are going to guide us in our work going forward as well. Now, better sanitation, water and hygiene, and their close interlinkages to health, livelihoods, and a host of other issues become vital when we begin to analyze their overall impact on society. And all of this, of course, has been highlighted through the COVID pandemic, where women as caregivers, women as the ones who were at home working while helping with the family, and the dependencies of the family on the women was also highlighted. So without much ado, let me shoot straight in to some of the questions that come to mind. Is there anything new in this? Were these not issues faced by women all along, even before the pandemic struck? What has changed since then to make us now focus on gender-related issues, and in specific, those relating to sanitation? Or is it the other way around? The intense focus on sanitation, water, and hygiene systems in all countries has also highlighted another vital area that needs addressing: the impact on gender if these are not addressed. We have with us today a group of women leaders who have devoted their time and energy over decades to working for the rights of gender inclusivity in India. And over the next 1 hour, we will ask them to share their thoughts on a variety of water and sanitation issues that came to be highlighted on account of COVID, but were in fact possibly issues well before COVID as well. And viewing these through a gender lens so that we can use the outcomes stated in the CARE report as well as a background. Now, I'm going to ask Suhaila Khan. You heard as a social scientist with UN Women, she has led large social transformational programs on women's economic empowerment. And Suhaila, keeping in mind that India rated 41 on the Women's Power Index score, with Sweden rating the highest at 69, how do you see this score being impacted by India's response to WASH-led initiatives and the impact on gender across both rural and urban India? And how much longer do you think the world will continue to ignore our contributions as women? How much longer do women have to shout for what is rightfully ours? Suhaila, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nanaji, for the question. And I'm delighted to be a part of this group of wonderful leaders who are working in the area of gender inclusivity, as you rightly mentioned. So once again, thank you so much. And I would like to begin by reflecting on the fact that, women's ability to be leaders and decision makers in India is deeply tied to India's progress in the areas of water, health, sanitation, and hygiene. What is heartening is that the Government of India's framing and implementation of WASH activities and initiatives commendably recognize this, that the experience, needs, and barriers faced by women and girls have to be taken into consideration. They also recognize the importance of including women in decision-making processes. So if we look at the data, according to UNICEF in 2015, nearly half of India's population of over 500 million people were forced to defecate in fields and other public spaces due to lack of access to toilets. But by 2019, this number reduced significantly by an estimated 450 million people. And this tends to immensely benefit women. Now, many initiatives such as Jal Jeevan Mission, Atal Bhujal Yojana, and Swachh Bharat Mission, for example, include women's voices in community water committees or in consultations on infrastructure and service planning and development. This progress is, we are sure, that likely to in turn, reflect upon and improve India's performance on the Women's Power Index in the coming years. But what is important is that this progress needs to be amplified urgently. And as you rightly mentioned, that these issues existed, these issues were already there. COVID just amplified them. So a lack of access to water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities, we see that how they have severely affected women's ability to have a voice in their community and society. As you rightly pointed out, that women bear a disproportionate burden of water collection, health, and sanitation responsibilities. And with COVID around, it has been exacerbated significantly. We know that in India, for example, and a lot of developing countries, fetching water has been traditionally a women's job. If we look at again the statistics, less than 35% of Indians have drinking water in their households, which means that many women and girls in rural areas need to travel between 3 and 5 kilometers each day to fetch water. Now, the issue is also around women's safety in public toilets and open defecations, which increases women's risk of diseases as well as sexual and gender-based violence. And we have seen in places like Dengamal in Maharashtra, where the patriarchal dependence on women as sole providers of water has led to the practice of polygamy, right? With men taking on multiple water wives, whose only job is to fetch water for drinking, washing, and cooking. So women therefore need to be actively involved in sharing their experiences and concerns to inform WASH initiatives. We have enough evidence that shows that involving women in designing, planning, and implementing WASH programs help decrease school dropout rates, improve literacy rates, and health outcomes. What is important, and like I said, it's heartening that Government of India's WASH initiatives do recognize the important role played by women. However, what we need to do is to really convert this recognition and this provision into action through implementation. But what is in addition that is required to be done is to really work on mindset change in harmful cultural norms. So we know that women and girls are also expected to deal with menstruation silently and discreetly. And there are many more such issues. So a greater emphasis has to be on awareness and information sharing as well. But focus has to be on implementation of these well laid out initiatives. Thank you, Nanaji.
Water committees, what is your view on the way water committees are performing or working? Because they are quite central to some of the decision making at the government level right now.
Yeah, of course, Nanaji, the thing is that we have seen great sort of mobilization when it comes to letting women aware about their rights and entitlements, but also letting them aware about their responsibilities and accountabilities that these water committees hold. So there have been a large mobilization around enabling these women to perform these activities and the tasks assigned to them. There are successes have been recorded, but again, the story is not uniform throughout, and efforts are needed to strengthen their capacities to engage on decision-making levels around these.
So you raised the important issue that a water committee doesn't just come together on its own. It needs hand-holding, possibly from local NGOs, local
Exactly.
government representatives, so that the committee itself functions in a meaningful way. And I think that hand-holding and structure would be important. Thank you, Suhaila, for your insights. You're articulate as ever. Let me ask Manvita now to, Manvita, UMC is a mission-driven organization. I really admire the work you do, focused on building better cities for everyone. The bridge across city, state, and national governments that you look to provide and connect decision makers is such an important aspect of your work. Could you share with us how women's access and demand for water and sanitation services has changed over the years? And what has been that trajectory of women's participation in this process? Indeed, has COVID affected marginalized women and their access to sanitation?
Thanks a lot, Nainaji and ISC for bringing me in this panel. Nainaji, we have worked over a period with numerous communities as well, and taking their voice to the city, state, and the national governments has been our focus. So what we've realized is that women have traditionally been exploited in that sense, that all the burden of house chores, of other areas of livelihoods were on them. COVID just magnified it. Suddenly, all the people, the family members were bound. And when I'm talking about slum areas or more areas with deprived communities or marginalized communities, actually, in a little space which was made available to them, or their houses were very small, suddenly it was added burden. Now, water in all communities did not get water in their household, so they had to go and fetch. Now, going out was a problem. There were many misconceptions that once you step out of the community, you'll catch COVID, etc. And it was initial days when COVID began. So not only bringing food, ration, all of that was a challenge. So while working with them, a few systems we tried to put in place that can women together come together and discuss, form a committee. Most of them had at least one smartphone, fortunately, or a phone actually to call their neighbors. And in a slum-like situation, at least it had become a very horizontal space where they could mingle, and that was allowed by the police as well, because the houses were small. They had to spill out for other purposes anyways. So that communication could continue. And I think that was like community kitchens were set up. So that was an added boon. And over these years, we felt the work which has been done by the governments did show. The household connections were there, but the toilets were a problem. The household connections were not in the toilets. They were outside their house. So they had to fetch water. And there the burden on the women was stronger, much higher actually. And that affected our work immensely. But bringing them together, which I would say, we call them Misal committees, because our program was known as Misal. And bringing them together as committee members, like in rural areas, Suhaila mentioned about Pani Samitis. Similarly, this idea we extended to urban areas, which was rare. And getting them to come together, work for their own communities was immensely helpful. And I would say that's the way forward.
And I must say, I've seen successful water committees working in Dharavi. but it needed the support of the local NGOs, and indeed the local municipality also stepped in to ensure that the water committees didn't get overly politicized. So I think what's interesting in what you say, Manvita, is the learnings that came from the Pani Samitis, from rural to urban. And I think this cross-fertilization is very exciting to hear about. But thank you for that sharing. And I will come back to you because we'll focus a little bit more on how women can help women get better organized, which is, I think, a very important theme that's emerging both from Sohela and from yourself. So over to Aloka. Aloka is, in fact, my guide and sounding board on many issues to do with sustainability. We work closely together in my days at HSBC, and she heads corporate sustainability at HSBC now. So Aloka, you have worked with funding organizations and with water and sanitation and related issues over several years. Practitioners have been part of your entire space. What would you say is the status right now at our country level in terms of, is there sufficient national-led responses to address the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on water and sanitation-related needs, whether through funding or policy commitments? And how do these impact women in particular? So what else need we do to ensure that the funding goes where we believe is important, into water, sanitation, and seen through a gender lens? Aloka, you're on mute.
Yes, am I audible now? Yes. So thank you so much, Naina. It's absolutely wonderful to see you, and of course the other panelists, and hopefully next year we'll be in person. But it's good to at least be virtually connected, and great to be part of the conclave. So Naina, I think you started the conversation on a very interesting note by saying that is something different. I mean, because of COVID, have things changed, or is it something that we've been facing so far? So we've had some very interesting observations since 2020 when the lockdown started. Initially, we actually didn't go out and look for, we were not looking at any gendered approach when we were working on WASH or during COVID. It was very, very generic, reaching out to communities at large. And then we realized that there were some very deep issues when it came to gender. One is, of course, the first is the sanitation workers. And the women sanitation workers, because they come in the essential services category, and the challenges that they were facing was absolutely very, very challenging and pretty abysmal in terms of the situation there at the sanitation health workers. The second thing which also came up was the fact that, WASH, we are all aware that plays a vital role in menstrual hygiene. And because of the lockdowns and, the communal centers being closed because of the lockdown, this actually had some huge, this actually created a huge amount of challenges. I think, schools, healthcare centers, etc., they were closed. And typically these are the places where you have information from. So I think it had a huge impact. So that's one thing that we saw. The other is that we saw most of the healthcare workers in the communities were women. And the amount of challenges that they faced because of this, or the lack of wash facilities or menstrual hygiene facilities were actually one of the very stark and became a huge challenge. And so as a result of which, then from being a very generic approach to relief and recovery, we changed our approach to work with the focus on gender. In terms of working with the government, we saw a very interesting thing. When we were working at the local level, there was a lot of government support. So when you required any support to work in the community, it was very, we saw that it was quite quick in terms of getting the government's permissions, etc. And then we were trying to see were there some large scale, like, you had the Swachhata mission or something, were there any large scale policies or large scale campaigns were being launched, we actually found quite a few. We were seeing that the Ministry of Urban Affairs, then Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Housing and Urban Affairs, and of course the Pollution Control Board. So there were quite a few initiatives that were taken. In fact, the principal scientific advisor to the Government of India also issued guidelines. So there were plenty of things that were coming, but there was no one place, or there was no repository for that matter to have all these things in one place. And in fact, we reached out to one of our partners in ENA, the Center for Science and Environment, and they actually tried to create one place where one could refer to these and make use of these guidelines, make use of these policies, and make use of the guidance that was being provided by the government. But the big thing, I think, was, as far as COVID is concerned, I think is the responsibility of the urban local bodies. That's something I think is going to be came out as the most important factor, because to make things work, and it had to be quick, because I think COVID has taught us one more thing, that you cannot delay any implementation, because then you're losing a lot of things, and there was a lot of loss of lives, etc. So therefore it was very quick. So urban local bodies played a very important role, and also the fact that it was centralized. I think the need for decentralization is something that was also quite highlighted in our work. So these are some of the things that we've seen, and as we go forward, I think everybody's talking about COVID relief, recovery and continues. But I think a gendered approach will be critical, because the kind of impact it has had on women. While we've always had challenges working with women and sanitation, but I think there needs to be even further gendered approach when we're looking at COVID recovery and integrating WASH in that. So I'll stop here and hand over to you, Nan.
So challenges galore have been there before, but highlighted over COVID, and indeed, it would be a lost opportunity on our part if we didn't see this as the challenge in time to ensure that we are ready for another crisis in a manner where women are not suffering more than they have unduly suffered in the past. And even better, if we can improve their position, is what all of you really are saying. And thank you for that, Aloka. I just want to tell the audience that, we will take questions. So if you have specific questions for any of the panel, state that. If it's a general question, state that too. You can put that in your chat box, and we will absolutely entertain these towards the end of the discussion. So do look out for the chat box. I'll now move to Abina Aher, and keeping with the same narrative around proper sanitation and hygiene conditions, Abina, let me ask you how you experienced the pandemic response to the transgender community, given a large part of the community were already experiencing hardships, both in terms of water, sanitation, access, but also economic hardships even before the pandemic. So again, the issue of the fact that there were problems, what were they, and how did the pandemic only exacerbate that further? Abina, over to you.
Yes, Nainaji, thank you so much. And first of all, thank you so much for including in this wonderful women panel. Many times transgender women like me are not been considered as women, and they don't get acknowledged as women, in gender spectrum. Like when we talk about gender spectrum also, we always talk about women and girls. We never talk about transgender women. And transgender women are women, and they need to be respected in a similar manner. And, that is the first thing I would like to tell. Of course, as you said, specifically, when we talk about the COVID response, we are talking about the pre-COVID and post-COVID. The situation has not improved. It has become more worsened because, we were not we were not drinking water from the silver spoon as a transgender people. Of course, the precarious condition of transgender people in India, and all of you are aware about it. I don't have to tell you more. More than 80% of transgender women are transgender people, especially, are surviving on sex work, begging, and badai systems, and they don't have access to food and shelter as well. The basic things that we are talking about it. I think here we have to talk about I think 5 important things. One is lifestyle. The second is social support. Third is visibility, access, and necessity that was needed, to look into the paradigm of COVID-19 response, how it impacted the perspective per se. Previous times also, transgender people, transgender women, transgender men, intersex people were into difficult conditions because they were living under poverty, lack of education, employment, all those commonalities issues were there. And of course, access to basic necessity facilities, including washrooms, were always an issue. We still know, you still see that we don't have a gender neutral washrooms for transgender people across the country, despite of we are having a transgender bill, despite of yesterday only, I think one of the transgender people received the Padma Shri, and for last 2 years the transgender people are receiving the Padma Shri. Despite of that, we have not been included. Even in wash, we have not been included enough. We have not been seen. We have always been seen as a beneficiary, but not as a game changer. When the aspect of wash will start seeing transgender people as an implementer or designer, probably the situations will change over the period of time. So some of the things that really impacted us in the COVID situations, Nainaji, pertaining to wash, one of it, of course, there has been a huge amount of issues around, basic water, food, nutrition, all that related aspect. A lot of transgender people have been thrown out from their homes because they could not pay rent. They did not had saving with them, and they were on the streets. Unfortunate part about that, we know how many women are been affected by COVID, how many women died because of COVID, how many men died because of COVID, how many men affected by COVID. What we don't know is how many transgender people are died because of COVID, how many transgender people have been affected by COVID. They did not even reach to the healthcare facility because the healthcare facilities were already extremely overburdened. A lot of transgender people were stuck into different states and districts because of the migration patterns. There was acute amount of poverty and sexual violence that happened. So transgender people were actually struggling whether to get died because of COVID inside the four walls or to go out and whether to die because of hunger inside the four walls or get outside and die because of the COVID. And the choice was but obvious, like they had to go out and they had to earn money because they were not been able to create issue pertaining to that. I think the bigger issue that we face, this is my last point. We have this conversation further, but I'm just trying to say the biggest issue was access to health and hygiene that I want to talk to you about at this point of time. Already transgender people live in a precarious conditions. We don't stay in our own house. We stay in slums. Nobody wants a transgender people in their neighborhood, right? Despite you may have money, despite you have a job, still people don't want to give housing to the transgender people. Despite we still lack with the civil rights that anybody can have. I can have ample amount of money, but hotels can deny my entry with the basic permissions that they reserve the right whom to get admitted, because they have always to say that other people will get impacted because of that. In the public transport itself, Nainaji, we don't have access. We have a reservation for women, we have reservation for men, we don't have a reservation for transgender people. We are living 200 years back at this point of time as a transgender people. There was not even a single um, uh, you know uh, 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 center for transgender people in the COVID situations. The only center which was established during the lockdown situation was in Manipur, in Northeast, for that when initially they were admitting the patients into the kind of lockdown areas, and there wasn't even COVID camps for transgender people within that aspect. So they did not had enough, like somebody was talking about access to phone. They had a smartphones, but what they did not knew is how to register on that smartphone, How do I get registered inside the Arogya Setu? How do I register myself for the vaccination? Will this vaccination impacting to my health because I'm already living with HIV, or maybe I'm living with precarious diabetic or other health conditions, or I am been affected by any other disease. So we did not had the enough knowledge about it, and the larger part about that, we've been neglected. That was the biggest UN cry about the situations, that from various aspects we did get neglected. Government came forward. Nanaji, government came forward. MOSJE came forward immediately after one letter I wrote to the Radhika Adhikari, and they initiated 1,500 rupees for transgender people. Unfortunate part is that those money was supposed to be only transferred into the bank account. Majority of transgender people did not had a bank account. So despite government wanted to do something about it, how will they be able to serve them when these people don't have a social entitlements? They don't have Aadhaar cards. They don't have PAN card. The Aadhaar card that they have, the names on the Aadhaar card or the face of the Aadhaar card, they don't want to associate with. So that's a precarious condition that we are living in. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I apologize. It took a little more time.
No, it's Abina, what you raise is actually falls into two buckets. One is the poor and underprivileged in our country have all the issues that you describe as well. Access, how to use the phone, how to register, etc. So that applies across the board. And what you've highlighted is a very large section of the transgender community falls into that bucket anyway. So the NGOs that work with underprivileged and poor have to make sure that they include the transgender communities. The other, which is really, to my mind, even more significant, is exclusion. The fact that facilities that are available are, in fact, such that exclude a transgender community. So what, the provision of separate toilets, now that it's an ambitious ask, simply because we are still not there in terms of full toilet provision. But if that is not available, why should a transgender woman not be allowed into the woman's toilet, or a transgender man into the man's toilet? I think are the sort of issues that have to be, really written. And from what you said, that very simple needs of a transgender person would not be available because of the social norms that are prevalent. So it's a very deep issue that you describe. And at the central aspect for it is the whole sanitation, hygiene, water provision, which we have to make sure that no one is left behind. And in order to ensure no one is left behind, recognize that given that there's a large section of the transgender community that is poor, we address that, but we also have to simultaneously look at the social issues that ensure this exclusion that you describe in this day and age, which I think is just so sad. But really happy to have you with us today. And what I will come back to you is to ask you, what would you like to see being done differently, specifically for the transgender group? And some of your experience also in terms of dealing with the poor and slums would be invaluable there, because that applies across the board, both to the transgender community and the poor in general. But I will come back to you on that. But thank you for those insights. And we have now with us someone who I'm delighted has been able to join us, Arundhati Das of Intellicap. You have had so much experience, Arundhati, working in the sector. What, according to you, is the level of female inclusion in the decision-making of COVID-related policies, specifically regarding water, sanitation, and hygiene during the pandemic? I think one of the issues that is raised repeatedly is women, if they're not included in the decision-making process, the policies and outcomes, however well-meaning, are not necessarily relevant. So how do you see this, and what could we do better in this regard? Arundhati, over to you. I can't hear you, Arundhati. I can see that you're just, if you can mute and unmute yourself again, that might help. No, can't hear you. I'm going to ask our IT team to help out there. So while they do that, we've had a couple of questions that have come through. So I'll turn back to that. And could the IC team just see that we can get Arundhati on? Not sure why. Arundhati, maybe if I might suggest, if you can maybe reconnect, just disconnect completely and reconnect, maybe that'll help. And I'll go to the questions. So we have a question from the audience, and I'll encourage those in the audience to also own up to your questions by name. But we have here a question that says, imagine there are no toil, assignments, chores, no drudgery or daily efforts for women. And I believe we were on the way to becoming a society like that. So there's hope there. While managing COVID, what is it that's required to be done with WASH missions in their current phase to stay on the path to achieve that? So what are we required to do with WASH missions in the current phase to stay on the path to achieve that women do not have the toil and drudgery which they have seen in the past? So to any one of you on the panel to take that up, and all of you, should just chime in on this because it's a very important issue. Who do we have that wants to go first?
I can attempt, Nanaji.
Come, Sohela, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that question. It's very, very important. And from a practitioner's perspective, what I would like to say is that it is important to take the experiences and the requirements and the need of women. Again, like all of us have mentioned in our conversation, that these issues were existing previously, but COVID has given them a new dimension. New kind of nuances have come onto the surface. For example, even the listing of sanitary pads, say for example, as an essential item, which has been done consciously, and this has only been done when it has been realized that okay, these are the needs of women. So the missions then definitely need to take into consideration the realities of women's lives in terms of including them into the provisions. But when it comes to implementation, of course, the way women have been engaging through water committees and various forms of community-led initiatives, I think do signals better approach towards implementation of some of these policies and practices that could really bring the changes that we envision for there. So I do see the relevance of working together with the community and bringing women's voices into the decision-making forums.
And thoughts from anyone else? Manvita, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to reiterate and also want to see women at the decision-making table. Unless you hear them, because they have a different perspective, their different approach to. So for example, designing a public toilet. There were many meetings held while we were in the process. And when we went to women, the whole design aspect, what she mentioned, they wanted more space for their children to play as well during the community toilet design process. And we said, why would you not leave your children behind? No, they would want to bring their kids. So the other women can watch while they wash clothes, they bathe, or they use the toilet. So that little aspect changed the approach in which we would look at women's participation. So while they would negotiate with decision makers on the space requirement, the way streets are formed, the way water is brought to their houses, they can free up their time to take up livelihoods. They would want to work. So when the missions design such programs, bring them to the decision-making table, a lot will change.
I think that's very important insight, the social norms that you describe. I think one of the issues we first faced in the toilet building stage was women missed the community toilet going activities in the morning while they chatted, while they did their morning ablutions. And some of the women's toilets, community toilets that got constructed were done in a way that people could chat through the partitions. And these are very important insights as we go forward. We have Arundhati back on. Arundhati, can you
can you hear me?
You have a voice. Wonderful. Okay.
Thank you so
So
much.
let's go back to you. And after that, I just want to ask Aloka before we give Arundhati the floor that Aloka, there was do you think we should run the AVs that we had right after? Would you think that would have some value here?
Yes, absolutely, Rena. So I've shared two AVs. So I'll just leave it to the team whether they want to do it after we've heard Arundhati. We can also play it after that. Yes.
Let's do it after Arundhati, and then we'll come to the couple of AVs and then invite comment, in fact, from our group on that. So Arundhati, over to you.
Thanks, Nanaji. And apologies for the technical challenge which I faced. I could be repeating a lot of other things which all the fellow panelists have already focused. But coming to the fact where you were mentioning about what's the level of inclusion of specifically women in the decision making, I would say currently there is still some level of inclusion in terms of decision making. I am very optimistic that going forward, we'll have more women participating on the table and deciding, and really working towards policies. I still see that all the policies and interventions are currently seen as more of, just a add-on of gender lens. We don't need to have, by the way, an add-on of gender lens. What we really need them to be part of the design process itself. And I'm glad and I'm happy to see also with now current Swachh Bharat, we also have a gender responsive guideline. Now we yet to see the implementation of it, but it's something which is more in a positive direction that where one can really look forward and see how gender responsive wash systems and infrastructures and solutions can be implemented. Considering COVID, I have not seen something very specific on WASH which has come up, but I guess what WASH has really, what you started with, was there always a challenge? Yes, there was a challenge. COVID has just brought that into the forefront, and it has also brought the fact that gender in general plays a very critical role. And if we really have to achieve SDG 6 and SDGs by 2030, we don't have to just talk about women inclusion, but we'll have to literally look at the whole GESI framework of gender, equality and social inclusion, and which is where the whole, our focus should be. I think we need to we have to start looking at mainstreaming gender into every work which we are doing. As Manvita and Sohela mentioned in the beginning, I think collectivization of women group is one of the ways we have seen in past, and especially because I have a lot of background where we've done a lot of WASH related and even women collectives running enterprises, and how COVID has really impacted these businesses. And when you come to businesses, they also include WASH businesses. So that's something we've seen, that the collectives have been is a way to kind of make them more resilient and maybe prepare them for such kind of situations. And maybe COVID is just a wake-up call. There is much more to come. We have the whole climate change and the whole net zero economy which has to move in. So we really need to kind of look at it in that way. And I'll just stop here because I know a lot has been already talked about.
Yeah, you bring a fresh perspective, and just to dwell on the point you made on women collective business enterprises, and how, particularly if you give it a wash and sanitation sort of slant, how have these collectives fared through COVID, and what can we do to ensure that they spring back to life or indeed go on to do what they were doing before?
So what we've seen is they have definitely been impacted, considering that they have a dual role to play, as we were all talking about the burden of health and the caregiving which they have. So of course, it has impacted their businesses. But what we've also seen is, given certain ecosystem support, which of course includes, capacity building, some technical trainings, access to finance, which has definitely come up as a big way, and some kind of government contracting mechanisms. If we can really work, and there are actually a list of things, an energy I can talk about, which really creates the ecosystem for these women enterprises. There are very few and handful of these WASH enterprises, and we can really count. And Manvita and through UMC, they've been doing a lot of work. They're also kind of documenting a lot through Garima scheme and Orissa. So I'm sure she would be able to kind of give more insights into it. But there are very handful. But what we really need to see is study these models and encourage more women enterprises to come up, because there are good examples. At the same time, understand that what are the barriers currently why women are not coming into this field. I know definitely that ergonomics definitely plays a very big role, where safety gears, the way the equipments are, they're not easy to operate. So these are some certain things which are there, but I think we can really work on it and have more women participation in the enterprise space. And there are a lot of examples.
Manvita, as the comment on the Garima scheme, can you just add to what Arundhati has said?
Yeah, thanks, Arundhati, for bringing that perspective in. Garima scheme is for sanitation workers, and I'm very happy that SSC has awarded Mr. Vathivathanan for the same. It's a scheme which is for sanitation workers, core sanitation workers, manual scavenging practice, which has been prevalent because of lack of actually open drain cleaners, all of the biggest challenge which we have, cleaning of septic tanks, etc. Now, getting them as an alternate livelihoods, getting them to train and do the jobs well, getting them appropriate PPEs and wear it and then undertake, it has been a challenge. So we have enumerated in finding sanitation workers in cities. I mean, you know, traditionally they've been neglected. They're the last people thrown out of the cities. Unfortunately, they have their own settlements. So finding them, they are not very vocal. They have to get them to enumerate. They don't have, as one of our members mentioned, their enumeration process. Their like Abhina mentioned, they don't have their even cards and their so they're not recognized sometimes. And getting them to collectivize, come together, and then move to alternate livelihoods, or giving them support for sanitation enterprise. Biggest challenges, the other private contractors which do not also allow them to operate on their own, or systems in the government, their payments. For instance, we've trained them to clean toilets, public and community toilets. Now, the contracts from the government takes a while. Now, they don't have that buffer that my payment is delayed for 3 months because it's government processes. How do you get them to stay on for the job? So working also with the government to change their processes and be a negotiator in between has been a challenge for us. But I'm very happy to quote that the government of Odisha, through their Garima scheme, they're very focused, extremely proactive in changing systems. So maybe a lot needs to be done though, but it's a beginning, I would say.
So, one of the things that we really like to do at the India Sanitation Coalition is to take ideas that work across the country. And it is exactly schemes such as this. I mean, if we don't have to look abroad, we have great examples like the Garima scheme that are working in India. And surely it can't be too difficult for other municipalities, other states to replicate this. And we need people like you, Manvita, Arundhati, all of you on this panel, to keep showcasing these so they can be moved out into other domains, even while you continue to scale up in the states that have got it right. And Odisha is an outstanding example of a lot of things it does right. I'm going to turn over to Aloka for just a quick introduction to the AVs, and then we should see these and then come back to the panel. Aloka, over to you. And there's a couple of questions as well from the audience, which we'll capture at the end.
Right. So thank you, Naina. And before I request the team to put on the AVs, I just wanted to highlight one more thing. You know, today we're talking a lot about mental health. And one of the things that we've seen is that the stress levels have gone up immensely among women because of, after COVID, because particularly with, the social healthcare workers that we worked with, and because they don't have access to menstrual hygiene because of, closure of all the communal centers, as I mentioned, the stress levels have gone up. So these will have a huge impact on that entire thing. So wash or lack of wash and menstrual hygiene facilities will also play a very, very important role in rising stress level among these people who are actually very critical players in this entire ecosystem. So that's another thing. So with this, I will just request Chaitali or the FICCI team to put the things. Actually, these are women actually speaking. The women are from one of our projects in Amalner in Maharashtra. So I think they will tell their stories. So I'm not telling much, Naina. So we'll just go through the stories.
Thank you, Aloka.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम फरजाना यूसुफ पठाने में अम्मनेर में गांधीपुरे में रहती हूँ। मेरे वहाँ टॉयलेट नहीं था तो इतनी दिक्कतें आती थी कि बच्चों को स्कूल में ले जाने से पहले तो टॉयलेट के लिए बाहर ले जाना पड़ता था। वहाँ से आते थे, हाथ पाँव कुछ धोते नहीं थे, हमारे वहाँ बीमारी आती थी, फिर हमें दवा खाने में जाना पड़ता था। 1000-2000 रुपये हमें वहाँ पर लगाना पड़ता था। फिर कभी हम बीमार पड़ते थे, हमें भी डबल से जाना पड़ता था। इसके लिए हमारे को बहुत ही तकलीफ होती थी। इस वजह से हमने क्या बोलते, फिर हमारे घर वालों को बोला तो नहीं मानते थे। फिर हमारी MST की महिलाएं आई और उन्होंने वो बहनाओं ने हमें बोला कि आपके घर में टॉयलेट नहीं। हमने हमारी परेशानी उनको बताई, फिर उन्होंने बोला क्या आपके घर में टॉयलेट बनाओ। फिर हमने हमारे घर में टॉयलेट बनाया और उसको यूज़ करते हुए बनाने के बाद में क्या बोलते 3 महीने बाद कोरोना लग गया। तो उसकी वजह से हमारी गली की महिलाएं जाती थी बाहर संगात के लिए, तो उन्हें मुसीबत झेलना पड़ती थी। जैसा कोरोना की बीमारी का डर रहता था, फिर क्या बोलते बच्चों के लिए डर लगता था। पुलिस वाले बोलते थे आज कभी हमारे घर में नहीं रहता था टॉयलेट, तो हमें भी वो मुसीबत का सामना करना पड़ता था। जैसे हम जाते थे तो हमें बोलते थे पुलिस वाले कि आप कहाँ जा रहे हो, ऐसा क्या तुम्हें मालूम नहीं है कि कोरोना की बीमारी चालू है कि क्या है। इस वजह से क्या बोलते हमें बहुत ही मुसीबत आती थी। और जैसा धूपकाले में, ठंडकाले में, बरसात में तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा दिक्कतें आती थी। टॉयलेट नहीं था तो हमारे घर में क्या बरसात आती थी, फिर ऐसे खुले में जाते थे, वही खुले में मच्छर रहते थे, वही मच्छरों की बीमारी हम लेके आते थे। हाथ पाँव नहीं धोते थे, कुछ नहीं करते थे हम। और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हमारा टाइम काम धंधे में और टॉयलेट में और दवाखानों में पैसे बहुत जाते थे। इस वजह से हमने हमारे घर में टॉयलेट बनाया, टॉयलेट का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। और आज हम वो पैसे हमारे बचते हैं तो हमारा थोड़ा बहुत टाइम भी वेस्ट नहीं होता है। जो टाकने टुकने का काम करते हैं वो भी हो जाता है। और हमारी गली में महिलाएं जाती थी कोरोना के टाइम पे, तो उन्हें इतनी मुसीबत झेलना पड़ती थी। जैसे पुलिस वाले बोलते थे क्या मास्क नहीं लगा रहे, बड़े बूढ़े जा रहे हैं, उन्हें इतनी मुसीबत होती थी। तो हमने MST को धन्यवाद करते हैं क्या आपने हमें ये सुझाव दिया और ये सुझाव पे हम चले, इसके लिए आपका सबका धन्यवाद करते हैं।
Yes, Aloka, that does tell us a lot about the problems on the ground of someone, and in fact, maybe raises issues on how the community toilets were not the answer, that we needed the toilets in each home in a COVID environment. But as I suspect, the answer is we need both, because for those that can't have it in their homes, they still need the option of the community toilet. But yeah, that was great, AV, Aloka. Is that it, or did you have another?
I think we had another. So, Chaitali, do we have another one to show, or this is the only one? I've given a couple that
मेरा नाम एलोई विकास सुतार है। मैं अमलनेर के ताड़ेपुरा में रहती हूँ। मेरा मायका गुजरात का है और मैं एक गृहिणी हूँ। मैं अमलनेर में 6 साल से रह रही हूँ। मैं 12वीं तक पढ़ी हूँ और मेरा शिक्षण गुजरात की आनंद जगह में हुआ है। मैं शादी करके अमरनेर में आई। जब मैं ससुराल में आई तब पता चला कि वहाँ पर शौचालय नहीं है। मेरे मायके में शौचालय था। शौचालय के बिना कैसे रहना मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था। जगह नहीं थी, कहाँ जाना मदद के लिए पता नहीं था, और उस पर शौच के लिए बाहर जाने को बोला गया था। तो मुझे एकदम से झटका लगा कि मैं यहाँ पे नहीं हूँ, मैं यहाँ की बहू हो तो कैसे मैं जाऊँ। मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था, शर्म सी आती थी। जब मैंने आसपास पूछा तब पता चला कि ताड़ेपुरा में कई घरों में शौचालय नहीं था। आसपास की महिलाओं ने बताया कि सर पर पल्लू लेकर बाहर शौच के लिए जाना पड़ता है, सुबह जल्दी उठकर जाना पड़ता है, देर रात को जाने से डर लगता है। तो मुझे नहीं पाती, मैं डर लगता था तो जा ही नहीं पाती थी। मुझे अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था और फिर पूरा दिन सोच रोक कर रखना पड़ता था, जिसकी वजह से मेरे पेट में दर्द होता था। मैंने अपने घर वालों को काफ़ी बोला कि समझाने की कोशिश की कि वो घर में शौचालय बनवा दे, पर किसी ने मेरी बात नहीं सुनी। वे कहते रहे कि पैसे की कमी है, नगर पालिका कभी गए नहीं थे तो कैसे पता चलेगा। तो पता ही नहीं चल रहा था कि क्या करें। मेरे लिए शौचालय न होने की चिंता तब और ज़्यादा बढ़ गई थी जब मैं गर्भवती थी। मैं उस अवस्था में मुझे बहुत दिक्कतें आने लगी थी। कभी भी शौच के लिए बाहर जाना पड़ता था, और जाना पड़ता था तो ऐसा बहुत मुश्किल था। बारिश के मौसम में कीचड़ की वजह से पाँव फिसलने का डर रहता था। इस वजह से मैंने खाना भी कम कर दिया था ताकि मुझे शौच के लिए बाहर ना जाना पड़े, जिसका असर मेरे घर पर पड़ने लगा। मुझे लगा था कि मैं डिलीवरी के लिए मेरे मायके चली जाऊँ तो अच्छा रहता, लेकिन ससुराल वाले लोग समझ ही नहीं सकते थे मेरे को। तभी मेरा संपर्क एमएसटी की महिलाओं से हुआ। उन्होंने मुझे शौचालय के महत्व के बारे में बताया। उन्होंने हमें तालीम दी और सारी मूलभूत सुविधाओं के बारे में बताया। पोस्टर्स और वीडियो बता के शौचालय के बारे में और सरकार से मिलने वाली सब्सिडी के बारे में पूरी जानकारी दी। उन्होंने मुझे घर में शौचालय बनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया। जानकारी मिलने पर मुझ में हिम्मत आई और मैंने उन्हें अपनी दिक्कतें बताई और मैंने घर वालों को समझाने को कहा। फिर हमने मिलकर घर वालों को शौचालय बनवाने के लिए मना लिया। अब शौचालय बनाने के बाद समय में मेरे सामने दूसरी मुश्किल खड़ी हुई, वो थी पानी की असुविधा। अमरनेर में 5 से 8 दिन में एक बार पानी आता है। तो अब मुद्दा ये था कि शौचालय बना तो दे, लेकिन उसकी साफ सफाई के लिए पानी तो चाहिए, उसे इस्तेमाल करने के लिए भी पानी चाहिए। एमएसटी की तालीम लेने के बाद हमने 12 महिलाओं का सीएजी ग्रुप मंडल बनाया और मैंने उस मीटिंग के बारे में बात करी कि पानी ही नहीं है तो शौचालय बनवा के क्या फायदा, क्या करेंगे। तब एमएसटी ने बताया कि ताड़ेपुरा में एक कुआं है जो सालों से बंद है। अगर उसे वापस जिंदा कर दे तो पानी की दिक्कत दूर हो सकती है। हमने एमएसटी के साथ मिलकर बोला तो वो बोल रहे थे कि ठीक है, हम देखते हैं क्या करने का क्या नहीं। लेकिन वो ताड़ेपुरा में एक कुआं है, वो बंद था। अगर उसे वापस जिंदा कर दे तो पानी की दिक्कत तो दूर हो सकती है, ये बात भी सही है। हमने एमएसटी के साथ मिलकर मीटिंग करके और सब लोगों की सहमति ली और कुएं को वापस जिंदा करने की बात की। उन्होंने मीटिंग में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की टेक्निक के बारे में बताया और बताया कि कैसे आसपास के घरों के छतों से पानी कुएं में डालेंगे। हमने काम शुरू करवाया और ध्यान रखा कि काम अच्छे से हो रहा है। कुआं पूरा होने पर उसमें काफ़ी सारा पानी आया। उसके बाद मैंने मेरे घर में आखिर में शौचालय बना दिया। शौचालय बनने पर जैसे सभी समस्याएं हल हो गई। अब न शौच रोकने की जरूरत है और ना ही रात को जाने की चिंता। कुएं के पानी से सिर्फ मेरे घर में पानी ही की समस्या ही नहीं, पर ताड़ेपुरा की पानी की मुश्किलें कम हो गई और ताड़ेपुरा में बहुत लोगों ने अपने शौचालय का काम किया। यह कुआं हमें कोरोना के लॉकडाउन के समय भी बहुत काम आया। जब लॉकडाउन था और हम पानी लेने नहीं पाते थे, तब हम इसी कुएं से पानी लेते थे।
For those sharings. I think the story tells it all. We are coming to the end of the time allotted to us, so I'm going to end actually by asking you a question which one of the audience members have asked, and we'll go through the panel quickly. And this is, I'm going to start with Abina for her to come in here. Given the current policy guidelines around WASH, what is it that should be done better by the government in India to achieve impressive gender outcomes? So, Abina, over to you. And then if each of you at the panel can just in a very quick minute share your inputs.
Thank you, Nainaji. Thanks for the opportunity, and I apologize, I may have to leave at 6. Um,
We will be done by then.
Okay. So, I think first of all, as you mentioned correctly, no one left behind is a mantra or a lingo that government should inculcate within the POSH guidelines. I think the POSH guidelines has to be more non-binary, and it has to be inclusive towards the transgender people, which is a very important aspect. I don't think so enough resources, enough programs, and enough approaches are invested on trans people. I think that needs to be, we need to really revise WASH guidelines. And I think when you do that, I think the decision makers or the implementer has to be transgender people. Because I don't think so anymore we can ignore trans people more. I also feel that we may have to invest on community development. And I just feel that how can trans people become WASH champions within their communities, because you may not have access to go to their communities because of the complex community structures that they have, but they can change their transform their communities. Excuse me. Each community is equipped to make changes within themselves. What you need to do is that give them a platform and give them a capacity and empowerment. So I think there has to be a very immediate and urgent investment that needs to happen on creating WASH champions among the transgender people, which is very important. The second thing is also, I think we need to have a representation of transgender people in the WASH committees. Just like you were talking about Pani committees, other committees, I think Mohalla committees, other things also, trans people's representations and reservations. I would say reservations very strongly is very important, because they are left behind. They are almost like 100 years back. If you really want to give them, you need to apply the principle of equity, not equality. So that is something which I would recommend.
Great. And, if you are one of those voices in the WASH communities, then we need many more like you, Abina, who can take this messaging forward. So thank you for that passionate rendering. If I can now turn to Sohela, your quick comments on what can government do to
Sure,
get
Nanaji,
better
thank you
result.
so much. Thank you so much again for this question, and I think it's very important. In addition to what Abina said, I do think that the focus has to be on mindset change a lot, and also the fact that for example, Manvita talked about the issue of sanitation workers. A lot of it is also about the caste-based discrimination that they face because they come from a particular caste, right? And because they're born in a particular community, they have to carry this work. Even when they rehabilitate, they have to there is always a risk of going back because of the discrimination that they face. And not only in this, but on larger issues, for example, menstruation, for example, the building of toilets and access to water, a lot of efforts need to be needs to go into creating awareness, into mindset change, and into having these dialogues. Of course, I really love the idea of Abhina of role models because they can really drive the agenda. So I second that as well.
Right. Thank you. Arundhati, over to you.
Right.
We can't hear you. Arundhati, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now.
Yeah, okay.
No, there's something wrong with your speaker. Let's see if we can correct that. Let me just go over to Manvita.
Sure. Yeah, I would like to say that what Suhela mentioned about mindset change, we also need to sensitize the government officials. Capacity building of urban local bodies is extremely important when we talk of gender. They're aware, but there are patriarchal issues, and over centuries they have lived in that environment. So any other perspective, or while they are planning or monitoring, the gender lens is missing. And I would not like to say broad brush, but I would say at least most officials require that inclusive training. Also, we don't have good role models, women taking lead in the municipal bodies or decision-making position at the ULB level or the state level. And hence, you find that a lack of role model, and maybe we can bring that through capacity building big time.
Great point. So not enough to just have the policy, we have to now train people in the legislative to take these actions forward. Aloka?
I think, Naina, where we are, of course, we've moved a lot in terms of, we've progressed a lot when it comes to WASH. But I think the big thing that the government needs to do is get that focus, keep that focus going. Because I think, once the Swachhata mission was gone, we've seen a lot of people, including funders, backing out of this entire thing. So I think from the government's end, to sustain ODF, I think will be perhaps a critical challenge, and therefore it will be very important for the government to keep that dialogue going, keep that focus on, so that this continues to be an important factor for us now. It has to be again for many more years for us to achieve what we are actually wanting to.
Yeah. Very good points. And Arundhati, let's give that a try again.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes, good.
Yeah, all right. So I wanted to say that one thing is that there are policies which are inclusive and gender inclusive right now. What definitely needs to be done, and I agree with Manvita, is on the capacity building, that people are gender blind. And what we need to do is get them from gender blind to either have at least gender transformed to be able to implement, because the whole challenge would be how these policies would then be translated on ground. So that's one thing. And definitely having role models is an important criteria, whether it's as a transgender people or women role models and different across the value chain. I have definitely seen that Mission Shakti in Orissa, again implemented by government of Orissa, has done really well. But at the leaderships at this level are also, it is run by women. So I think so that also creates a lot of difference when these kind of programs are managed and run by women. These are great examples which can be leveraged for other programs as well. Thank you.
So thank you, all of you. You all are role models too, as you must know, and your voices are critical as we push the legislatures, the government, the municipalities to translate stated policy to action. And this is the year we have to do it, because for all the reasons you all have given and for all that we have heard, it is the time for us to step in and up the game. So each of you, a big thank you. Please keep doing what you do. And it is not by error that we have all women on this panel. It is, of course, not only for women to lead on issues to do with women, and there are many men out there who do a great job too, but for every one of you who are our role models, we wanted to showcase the brilliant work you do. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone.
That was quite an insightful session. Moving to the last panel discussion of the day. There are three key aspects of the WASH best practices that are proposed to be deliberated over the next panel, the knowledge and observance of which has the potential to transform the public health landscape of the country as it has dealt with the spread and management of the deadly pandemic alongside some of the most advanced nations in the world. These are hand washing with soap and water, one of the most important measures that could be used to prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, public and community toilets maintenance and usage protocols, which was a felt need during the pandemic for planning, implementation, O&M, and monitoring and evaluation of public sanitation facilities to sustain the ODF gain achieved through the SBM Phase 1, and fecal sludge management system decentralized, which if set up and maintained well from end to end would have the potential to mitigate the central public health and environmental challenges posed by the untreated sludge and septage. This session would be moderated by Ms. Ruchika Shiva, Country Coordinator for India IRC. She has worked with the Community Water Plus project and a sanitation assessment of the Nasik Kumbh Mela. She has been involved with the rapid assessment for water and sanitation services in urban landscapes. Ruchika is leading the work of IRC on building capacities of civil society organizations to influence local governments for wash services. On the panel, we have Mr. Nicola Osbert, who is the Chief Water Sanitation Hygiene Expert at UNICEF India. He currently leads technical teams working in 15 states across India for WASH programming, notably to support the Swachh Bharat mission and the Jal Jeevan mission. Next, we have Ms. Tini Swani, CEO, Aga Khan Foundation. Ms. Swani has over 25 years of experience on sustainable livelihood development in rural India and has worked extensively on issues of agriculture and livestock development for smallholder farmers. She has previously worked with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization South Asia Pro-Poor Livestock Policy Program and the World Wide Fund for Nature. We also have Mr. Manu Prakash, CEO, Taru Leading Edge. As a leader, advisor, consultant, and staff in various capacities, he has contributed extensively to program development and management, lending and grant-based projects, policy analysis, capacity development, knowledge and advocacy, and professionalism and transformational initiatives. He has worked with bilateral and multilateral agencies, national and international organizations, and government organizations like TARU, World Bank, UNICEF, Government of India ministries, departments, state governments, and others. Next, we have Ms. Arundhati Muralidharan, Manager Policy WASH in Health and Nutrition and School at WaterAid India. She has 15 years of experience as a public health practitioner and qualitative researcher with expertise in menstrual health and hygiene management and gender and sanitation. Previously, Arundhati has worked with the Public Health Foundation of India, SNEHA, and Population Services International. Over to you, Ruchika, for the panel discussion on COVID response packages. Does WASH occupy the place it deserves?
Thanks, Mitali, and I look for your support going ahead in this work, in this session. Thanks for the introduction for all of us. This session we'll be sharing about ISC and its partners, what were the COVID response efforts that were made in the last 1.5 years and more. We'll hear from the esteemed panelists about the efforts made in the WASH domain, what needs to be done further when you're looking beyond the pandemic phase. We look forward to all the participants sharing their questions and comments in the Q&A box. Please do keep sharing these as the panelists speak. We'll be gathering these towards the end to take them up in the Q&A. The way we've structured this session is that we're going to start with a question to the participants, and we request you to put your responses in the chat box, and Mitali will be helping with that. We'll move on to getting some bit of responses on the questions we have for the panelists, and then we move on to the Q&A with the panelists. The panelists will be talking about the efforts that have been made and the future space of WASH that needs to be occupied when we are talking about reaching SDGs 6. Some bit of a context. We were talking about COVID and COVID response. Some of us have been working on hand washing with soap for some time over the last 1.5 years, and some partners have been working on this, Arundhati, for much longer. The data we looked at when we started off with this piece of work was that about half of the rural population in India and about 3/4 of the urban population has some kind of facility, infrastructure for hand washing in their houses. But more importantly, with respect to practice, and that's important for us to note, so the practice of hand washing before meals was at 1/4 in rural and about half in urban. Similarly, washing hands post defecation has been at 66.8% in rural areas and about 88.3% in urban areas. This is NSSO data. So when we talk about hygiene, um, as a response to COVID, and respiratory hygiene and hand hygiene, it's also important not to look at this in isolation. We need to be talking about water supply. We need to be talking about sanitation. Some of these have been, I think, captured in the previous session. So a lot of the efforts that have been made by various organizations, some of which were on this panel, were around protective measures that are the COVID appropriate behaviors, but also reaching these basic services to people who are being left out. It's important for us, and we thought it's an important, it's a key opportunity for us to pause and see how have these efforts been? Have they been looking at just stopgap solutions, or have we used this opportunity to actually jump or leapfrog to reach SDG 6 in some way in India? So we will be deliberating on the efforts that have been made and what do we need to do further to ensure the sustainability of these efforts. Vitali, if you can help with checking on the chat box, we have a question before we start off with the panelists, a question for all the participants. So the question, and we request you to put it in the Q&A box, your responses. So in order to reach SDG 6, that is ensuring clean water and sanitation for all, what are the key issues that civil society platforms like ISC need to work on collectively at the national and state level? So what could be the role of platforms like ISC? What do they need to be doing? What ISC and other platforms, what do we need to be doing to be reaching SDG 6? Do we use it for advocacy, or what do we use it for? And we're going to take a minute for everyone to respond in the chat box, and Mitali to help with the responses. Yeah.
So we can move ahead with the panel discussion, and we can take these responses as they come later.
Sure, we'll do that. So, okay, we're going to start with Nicholas, and it'll be nice to hear from Tini and also Manu on this question. So so civil society organizations have been working on the COVID response. UNICEF has been working not only with civil society, but also with government very closely at various levels. What did you see as the role of civil society organizations, the collaborations, not only among civil society, but with the government? How important was that in the response? What worked and what needs to be strengthened further? Nicholas, to you first.
Right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. As there are many panelists, I'll try to be short. So one, if we may say so, silver lining of the COVID-19 crisis, not just about the fact that it really raised the importance in hand washing, it's also, it was the opportunity to really raise the importance and the role of civil society in India. At the time when the public administration was not able to deliver on their lockdown or to go really to the urban hotspots, we were lucky enough to count on NGOs and civil societies, and they were really the backbone of a local response. And it helped to really put them back in the picture. In India, compared to other countries, the water and sanitation sector led by the government is really powerful, engaged, and with great ambitious programs, but perhaps not using all this network of NGOs to the extent it would help. And here I believe that COVID-19 was a game changer. So as UNICEF, we really work closely with NGOs for the COVID-19 emergency response, together framed by government-led programs and initiatives, and at the national level and locally across various interventions, not limited to water and sanitation, also a lot in health, in education, nutrition, and child protection. In WASH, they really supported all the work around behavior change communication and in support to the Ministry of Jal Shakti and Ministry of Panchayati Raj to strengthen local governance and capacities to deal with the pandemic, to promote COVID appropriate behaviors. And we have worked closely with ISC on reaching out and mobilizing, engaging CSOs and sensitizing them on, training them on WASH issues and coordination and supporting the coordination when you have so many stakeholders. Organizations such as UNICEF, ISC have an important role to play in terms of coordination. Few field example, in Maharashtra, we have developed a platform for COVID-19 response, which is called MahaPeconet, on preparedness, behavior change communication, infection prevention and control, and through CSOs and government and corporates. And under this MahaConnect initiative, there were three really interventions: the Jivan Rath to supply food and hygiene during the peak and for people on the move; Flush the Virus, Flush Pride on community sanitation and hygiene; and Maharashtra Urban Wash and Environmental Sanitation Coalition. And in this sense, again, the pandemic was an opportunity to bring all the stakeholders together. So we really hope that we build on that and we don't let it go and be ready for next time. We have worked closely in Gujarat, in Bihar, with women self-help group for the production of masks at big scale, and that contributed to livelihood opportunities. And so to conclude, this is great work, and we hope that this will be continued. If you look at the WASH landscape, the government will really deal with the core interventions for water and sanitation, provision of facilities, training, but there are neglected issues, often hygiene promotion and menstrual hygiene, and all this work that requires continued presence could be led by NGOs and CSOs, and also finding the hard to reach. We heard in previous session as well, all the work around professionalizing and also empowering women. While if we look at the COVID-19 itself, the latest trends from Europe tells us that we might have a third wave in India. So now, before this comes eventually, we need to work now. In UNICEF, we are used to emergencies. We need pre-agreement, pre-contracted NGOs with money from the government. So they need to be selected and paneled and trained. And they are not engaged, but when the crisis comes, we can engage if we prepare everything in advance, as we do usually for emergency countries in UNICEF, then they are ready. And we all know that the speed of the response is about saving lives, the earlier we act. So we need to prepare those things now. And I think this is a great opportunity for ISC to bring this advocacy, looking back at the COVID-19 crisis. What did the NGO bring, and continue to convince the government to prepare for the next phases or for other crises, for instance, climate changes. Thank you, and eager to continue this discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nicholas. I think it's interesting. You raised quite a few points about government being in the lead as compared to various other countries. And obviously that there are some bits that the government does focus on, and that's great for us in India, whereas there are some bits, especially softer interventions that the government and also often those really marginalized often get left behind in these large programs. Tini, your experience of the COVID response and collaborations and engaging with local governments.
Thanks so much, Ruchika, and wonderful to be here, and good evening to everyone. So just taking...
I think your voice is a bit faint.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Much better.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
So good evening, and thank you so much, Ruchika, and really happy to be here. So just linked to the point that Nicholas made, I think civil society organizations, those at the grassroots played an incredibly effective role throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, working very closely with the government and it was literally playing on the strengths of both. There were a lot of policy announcements that the government made early on during the first phase. Now getting that information to the communities, I think that is where civil society organizations stepped in. Access to entitlements, because during the first lockdown, which was quite a severe lockdown, access to food rations and all of that was a problem. And I think the announcements, the policy decisions that were taken by the government, transmitting that information to the communities was very, very effectively played by civil society organizations.
access to hand washing facilities, a lot of work around innovations on low-cost hand washing platforms and all of that has been done by civil society organizations so that people had access to hand washing facilities, because the messaging was, regularly wash your hands to protect yourself from the spread of the disease. So a lot of innovations were done on that. Access to soap, how was that facilitated? So there was a lot of partnerships were forged in these areas. And going forward, I think even the work that civil society organizations have played on vaccination, how do you actually ensure that you support the frontline functionaries to take vaccinations to the communities? So whether it is, say, campaigns around advocating for vaccinations, I think that has been done very, very effectively by civil society organizations. I mean, some of the coalitions that have been formed during the COVID-19 pandemic, say the Rapid Community Response to COVID, the RCRC network, which is coming together of almost 80 organizations across the length and breadth of the country, sharing best practices, collectively mobilizing resources from corporates, from other donors to ensure that access to facilities reaches the grassroots. The other has been the Hygiene and Behavior Change Coalition, where UNICEF was also a very strong partner. So the work that was done under the Hygiene and Behavior Change Coalition in terms of putting forward, disseminating messages around regular hand washing, I think that has been really, really remarkable, and the numbers speak for themselves. I'd also say in education, where, following the closure of schools, Anganwadi centers, facilitating take-home rations. So the last mile delivery of those take-home rations, a very strong role was played by civil society organizations working very closely with the government, innovating on how children can continue to access education facilities, whether it was through WhatsApp posters, whether it was through loudspeakers in the classrooms. And I think the teachers played a very strong role here. So I would say, I think one learning from the pandemic has been the very strong, the strength of coalitions, how we can all come together, playing on our strengths and really taking this forward. I mean, if we did not collaborate, if we all didn't work together, government, civil society organizations, I don't think we would have come out of this the way we had. So I think partnerships has been that key word during the pandemic, and something that we should definitely take forward. Importance of coalitions, I would say, the sharing of best practices, the fact that, you are learning from others, you're not reinventing the wheel, collaborative resource mobilization, I think that's very important. And also innovations. I think during the COVID-19 pandemic situation, there have been so many innovations which we can actually take forward. So I'll stop here, Ruchika. Thanks, Tini. It's nice that you emphasize a lot about civil society and government collaboration. I'm going to Manu. Manu, you work very closely with the private sector. So what has been the response of the private sector actually supporting a lot of the interventions by civil society, and more in terms of a long term and not in terms of looking at short term stopgap interventions? What do you see as a role of collaboration with the private sector here?
Well, good evening, everyone, and I compliment the way we have kind of touched the issues through Nicholas and Trini. I think they have covered most of the points, but to add to their, comment, we have seen a very different kind of CSOs emerging. Traditionally, we know them, how the NGOs and other CSO partners have been working, but we have seen a very new forms of CSOs emerging, various new networks through residential societies or, through employee networks, media networks. So we have to tap these new CSOs that have really, come up in this crisis, and they have really supported the citizens at large. And how we can make a partnership with them, how we can engage them. And it's been working at various levels, even in cities, villages, we have seen in different spaces. So we need to kind of first identify them and see how they can be partners in our cause. So I think that's been a great sort of, you can say, a finding of this crisis. And the kind of issues we have in our hand, they can be a great partner. And I think the private sector also has supported them in that endeavor. We have seen them how they have come up with the price innovation in some of the products that they are offering. We have seen, especially in the hand washing facilities, and other different products. So, and they have really kind of ensured that these things are available, at appropriate pricing. So I think they have contributed in some way, but there is still miles to go, I would say, because the pandemic is still not over, as Nicholas is saying. We need to partner, we need to strongly collaborate. And another problem which I see coming, I just got to know about the data. About 8 million COVID waste have been generated globally on the, just around on the plastic waste. So we need to come together to address some of these issues as well. So I think we have a good base to launch some bigger partnerships and leverage more resources. And I guess this forum I see can play a much bigger role, I would say, not just at the national level, even at the state and district and village level, they can really, kind of engage. So it's time that we broad base our partnership and the CSO movement, especially in the wash sector.
Thank you. So moving beyond the typical wash partners to looking at media, also looking at waste within our work, because we don't often do that. And the focus has increased over a period of time. I think we touched upon that when we were talking about hand washing, and a lot of discussions there were also around grey water, but not so much in detail. So Arundhati, we work closely with other partners too around hand washing with soap. Could you share briefly about the effort that was made and what else needs to be done? While we saw this as an opportunity to raise the issue of hand washing at various levels of administration, to be some ownership at these levels, but even beyond the pandemic, what else needs to be done?
Thank you, Ruchika, and a very good evening to everyone, and thank you to ISC for this discussion forum. So Ruchika, I think that when we're looking at hand washing with soap, or it's important to see that this critical behavior, it has evolved from the pandemic. So before the pandemic, during the early phases of the pandemic, and where we find ourselves today, when the pandemic hit India, especially when we were looking at March, April of 2020, we were all on just an emergency footing. We were trying to figure out what to do, how to promote hand washing. It was one of the key preventative actions that we were all trying to work on. And at that point in time, the kind of coming together of organizations was to really figure out what do we do and how do we take this forward. There was global guidance from WHO, from UNICEF, and from some others, but civil society was kind of banding together saying, how do we translate this into the field? Because we hadn't been faced with such a situation before. But as we moved into last year, as we moved into August to kind of December, when we saw a bit of a peak, but then also kind of a settling down and a kind of a familiarity of how do we deal with this, our attention focused to other aspects. We started looking, as Tini said, what are the best practices? What did we learn from what people did during that initial lockdown and when cases started going up? What were some of the innovations? What are the low-cost, replicable, scalable innovations? How do we engage more with other civil society actors? How do we begin to engage with government to kind of mainstream hand washing into COVID response? So we started looking at this in a slightly different manner, and started kind of sharing these. At that time, a whole a group of us, which included, spearheaded by UNICEF, WHO, WaterAid, there was Aga Khan that was involved, IRC, ISC. We started coming together to say that if hand washing with soap is such a critical aspect for COVID response, yes, but also for other infectious diseases that may affect India and other health conditions, we need to be looking at how do we integrate or incorporate attention to this critical behavior beyond the wash sector. And therefore, we started, we had some webinars, we looked at, of course, innovations, we looked at ground level practices, we started looking at behavior change practices, what can we share, what can we learn. We also started digging into how do we What are the kind of indicators for measuring hand washing with soap? How do we monitor this behavior? How do we assess whether we're really making progress on this or not? So we started looking at these kind of monitoring and evaluation frameworks. Then when we've come to 2021, things again begin to look a little different. We kind of became a little complacent earlier on in the year, and then the second wave hit us. And again, we found ourselves faced with a very different way to position hand washing with soap. It was no longer seen as one of the critical behaviors, as was seen in March 2020. It was now seen as, we now had to position it as a critical aspect of COVID protective behavior. So not just that critical behavior, but falling within that realm of behaviors. And then we also had to position it within the larger COVID response this year, which was on healthcare, hospitalizations, vaccinations, preventing deaths. And I think that presented huge challenges for us. And there again, we saw civil society come together to say that here's a role that we play in promoting COVID protective behaviors. The government and other actors were needed to focus on healthcare and making sure that people who were sick got the adequate treatments that they needed. But here, civil society could play a huge mobilizing role at the ground level, in urban, in rural areas, to promote these behaviors, that those people who had not yet gotten sick, but all of us are at risk, can then remain protected by following these behaviors. So our approach had to change, but that sharing of how do we do this change, I think was critical. The other thing which I think Tini alluded to is vaccination became very critical. And here again, civil society played a role in kind of linking vaccination and these COVID protective behaviors, including hand washing with soap. This year, again, I think key partners, again, UNICEF, WHO, IRC, ISC and WaterAid and others, we've been trying to come together to re-look at the global guidance that we've received for hand hygiene for all. This is clearly important, but how do we position, or how do we translate this global guidance for a country-specific roadmap, where we may not necessarily want to look at hand hygiene in a siloed approach. We may need to have like this kind of dual-pronged approach where we're looking at integration into our critical development sectors of wash, of health, nutrition, education, urban, rural development, even livelihoods, but also figure out how we position this as a part of our pandemic response, because as Nicola pointed out, we may be heading for a third wave and we will need to leverage these resources again. So again, I think the role here of us development partners, civil society is here. I'll end by saying that one is to have a group of actors in coalitions that are playing like a driving role to drive an agenda, work with government, or set kind of supportive structures in place for other civil society actors, smaller NGOs and CBOs. But there's also a huge lesson that we can learn from those CBOs and NGOs that are working directly with urban and rural communities. They know how to, I think in terms of innovations, in terms of sharing of what works, what can be done quickly, what are those immediate solutions, how can we be nimble, and also to get a sense of what are the real challenges in the field, we need to engage more strongly with them. And I think creating those platforms of how we can hear diverse voices working in various parts of the country with different groups, vulnerable, marginalized, and those that may have access to resources, that is something that we really do need to figure out. So I'll end here, Rutika. Thank you.
Thanks, Arundhati. Thanks for capturing all the points and also sharing how actually earlier this year also we had a webinar, I think, during the second wave about COVID appropriate behaviors, where we had a lot of local CSOs and CBOs join in. And I think that was a great lesson for us about what do they think works and what is the kind of support they need. And that's an area clearly which was required for them. And also going back to Tini's point about sharing the best practices and not reinventing the wheel, making information available in local languages, right to the Gram Panchayats. Thanks. Tini, we've been working with Aga Khan Foundation, obviously UNICEF, Taru, and various other organizations have been involved, and ISC kind of put this together. There was an initiative of the Ministry of Jal Shakti with respect to building about 70,000 community toilets in order to reach those who don't have toilets due to lack of land, resources, various other bits. This was, I think, during the first lockdown, we started talking about these community toilets, and some of us did work around thinking about what is it that needs to go in the planning of these at the community level, and what is it that we need to look at when we talk about operation and maintenance, because if these are not maintained and not used, it's essentially wasted investment. So what do you think are the critical points that one needs to think about or plan in the planning phase, and also keeping in mind operation and maintenance? Which are the groups within the communities that could play a role with respect to maintaining these assets?
Thanks so much for that question, Ruchika. I mean, I think it's a very welcome move that, those communities who do not have, say, the really poor, they don't have the land adjacent to their homes to actually construct a separate sanitation facility, or, they are actually landless, so they don't even have any agricultural land where they could actually build these toilets. So I think it's a welcome move. However, a community toilet has to be viewed as a community asset. And therefore, right from the beginning, the community has to be involved in the location of that asset, in the design of that asset, and also even before we start the construction, in its future operation and maintenance. And the community should, we have to support communities to come up with plans on how they would like to maintain that structure, whether it is to be outsourced, say, to a community group, say, for example, a women's self-help group, or they would like to take contributions to appoint, say, a person who could come in and maintain that sanitation facility. But I think right from the beginning, it's also very important to have the community involved in the design. We've worked on some community sanitation complexes in urban settlements. And one of our main learnings was, see, women will have different needs. In one of the areas that we set up a community sanitation complex, the women actually came up with very definite needs on how they would like this designed. In addition to sanitation, they wanted bathing facilities also. They wanted a place where clothes could be washed safely and securely without leading to any kind of water accumulation. Now, these needs are regular, they're needs of the communities, and they have to be reflected in the design. So one worries when, blanket designs are taken to the community that this is the asset irrespective of, what that community need is, where is the land available, where would they like to site it? And we just take a blanket blueprint and say, this is the design. Therefore, a distinction also needs to be made between public toilets, which are not really owned by the community, and a community toilet, which is actually a community asset. And therefore, I think involvement of the community at every stage is critical. And that is what will ensure that these facilities are maintained and really become a source of, serving an important need of the community. Now, there are, across the board, there are many women's self-help groups, and there are already models that exist where women SHGs have stepped in to actually manage and operate these sanitation facilities. So that could be a model. It could also be an entrepreneur-led model. Could we also look at bringing in innovation so that these community sanitation facilities generate some form of income, which can go into the maintenance? I mean, in urban settlements or in large villages, the walls around can also be used, say, for advertising. So how do we bring in the private sector over there? But I think the key message that I would like to share is the involvement of the community from the time that the first stone is actually put there. The community should sit down and actually say, this is how we would like our community sanitation facility. And sometimes if we allow that space, you get some wonderful ideas. Like I remember with one community that we were interacting, the women were very clear that our facilities should be on the first floor. We just don't want them on the ground floor. Please make a staircase and there should be a grill door, because for us, that safety is important. If it's on the ground floor, we will have issues with men looking in, and we can't have that. So I'm just saying, if we can center stage that role, and the community then feels that this is ours and we will have to now take this forward and maintain it. We can't take away the ownership from the community. It's not a public sanitation facility, it's a community sanitation facility and a community asset.
Thanks, Tini. Thanks. And I think it's important that we don't talk about handover post-construction, but involve them right from the beginning, many a times even in terms of selection of the location, like you mentioned, and the design. And of course, a lot of these toilets were made in various kinds of topography, so high groundwater level, and certain places it wasn't so high. So obviously the design needs to be different as per the local topographies, also in addition to the communities' you know, own inputs as to where they want it and who all will be the users of it and how it's going to be paid for too. You've touched upon a little bit about how private sector can play a part, and that's where I moved to Manu. Manu, you were helping us on the business models around these toilets. So could you give us concretely one or two examples of how private sector participation would can play a role when we talk about these community toilets in rural communities?
Yeah, I think Trini has really kind of comprehensively, kind of organized the thoughts around the community toilet and vis-a-vis the public toilet. I think one needs to, I think she's really touched base on the issue of involving the community. And I think a couple of toilet systems that I have come across, they have really used the human-centric toilet design models, and that really worked in some of the cities and the villages. But largely, the market is very, very fragmented here when it comes to public toilets or community toilet, because we have not seen a very large scale investment. It is still a very micro enterprise driven model, or somewhere it is SHG or panchayats or some community. They are leading into designs, they are leading into investments and operation and maintenance. So obviously the standard of services are not there. And one more I think major issue which I have seen is that we see more like a facility, for the community. We don't see this as a service to the community. So service standards will be very different when it comes to the facility standards. So, and that will, if you are providing services, that means it's a strong, there's a strong revenue model inbuilt, and that will force the market players, that will force the, any transaction between the government or panchayat or cities, it will have some kind of sustainability. And therefore the designs will improve, therefore the facilities will improve, therefore the revenue will improve. So I think there is some fundamental problems right now we are facing in managing the public toilets and the community toilets. And that's why we see a very fragmented and very, very kind of fragile, systems across. Though we have some good examples of good public toilets or good community toilets, but these are, like aberrations, that way, not a pattern. So I think we need to make a distinction somewhere how we can evolve into a more organized, more revenue driven and more sustainable systems which can work for citizens, work for communities, work for market players, even for government. And I have seen a couple of good examples like what, especially in Pune, Samagra toilets were working in that model. Recently, I have seen one more example of in the same city itself, Arogya toilets there, which has some 5-star ratings, all those rating systems they have introduced. And even recently, a fresh room has come up really with some very fancy toilet systems, which are working purely on a market principles. So some investments are coming, some models are coming in the system. But if you look at the rural areas, I think the scenario is very, very dismal, and we all know the issues because largely it is the government subsidized models and contractor driven. Not much of design approaches are being used there. So we see a very bad investments actually. Though the intentions are good to reach out to everyone, provide facilities, but operationally we see some very bad designs or poor designs are operating, and therefore the sustainability is a big question mark there. We have not seen these toilet systems functioning for long, and these are white elephants actually. So we are putting money, we are putting our resources, time and effort. So we need to see how we can ensure that there is some level of sustainability through design, through revenue, through better management models, and which can only come through the involvement of all the key stakeholders, the government, the panchayats, and even largely the citizens or the rural community there. And we need to kind of work out some sort of a scale model to operate. We give one toilet models system to we hand it over to SHGs or panchayats, they manage it, and eventually it fizzles out and the sustainability becomes a big question mark. So somewhere we need to organize these facilities, services, and cluster it, and then work out a management model which can be led by the private entrepreneurs or micro enterprises who can organize and implement in a very sustainable way. So there are some challenges we see, but I think we are at a stage where we can have some good designs coming, good innovations coming. A lot of excitement is there in the public, and even in the private sector players. They are really looking at this problem, because if you organize the market value, the market size of the public sanitation, it's really huge actually. Every city is offering around 300 to 400 crores business model, which I think is untapped. So that we need to kind of capture it really well and offer to the private investors to come and invest in these areas. And government also needs to organize the whole market sizing. They know about these things, but they offer in a very minuscule way, so it's not very exciting for the market players to enter. So I think it's time that we think in a more scale pattern and then offer these things to different players. So then it will create a more sustainable kind of systems for citizens to actually use it. So these are some of the points I wanted to share. Yeah.
Thanks. So there needs to be some level of scale for it to be feasible. So whether it's a private sector player or an organized SHG or youth group that is providing those services. So it needs to be provided at some scale for it to be viable and profitable for them. Thanks, Manu. Moving on to Nicholas and Tini on this. You work often with private sector players as donors. What do you see as one is that they provide grants for various interventions, fairly short term, some maybe long term. But what do you see as a role of private sector players when we talk about sanitation and also hygiene? So maybe Arundhati, you can also come in about the role of private sector that you see in the work that we've been talking about, the roadmap. So over to you, Nicholas.
Right, thank you. So I think one of the biggest missed opportunity I found in the phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat mission, it's the fact that the very dynamic private sector of India was not used. I come from Europe and I can see the difference here when it talk about business and market and opportunities. The private sector will play its role, and it was not frame organized. I think the bandwidth was such that they couldn't, but that's certainly a missed opportunity to boost sanitation and to boost the path towards the SDGs. There is this famous study from ISC showing that the sanitation business alone in India is worth $32 to $60 billion, if I remember well. So there is, and we heard from previous panelists, there is a lot of demand. India is really the country for wash these days. So the demand is there, we talk about it, and perhaps what is missing is the supply and the quality of the services. And we have several studies demonstrating that even during the first phase of the Swachh Bharat mission, the toilets were subsidized, but households, even from the poorest quintile, were investing their own monies as well in the toilet, and big amounts, not marginal. So we see the scale of the wash portfolio in India and the targets for rural of 600,000 villages, and it won't be possible for the government alone to answer to this demand, and we need to really engage the private sector as service providers, more particularly small-scale service providers. And here is why the role of Panchayati Raj is really critical. This is where we must build the capacity so that there is a much more fluid, efficient, framed and well-organized engagement system of the private sector as service providers. It can be also NGOs, but it's service providers for operation and maintenance and many other services. And here, the phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission offers a great opportunity. It's not just about ending open defecation. The ambition is much greater. It's really about the bigger services, fecal sludge management, gray water management, plastic waste, bio-waste management. And this is it's more technical and it requires more professionals. We cannot just count on the community volunteer. And let's also see there is a lot of money available for those services. Of course, we have the demand generated, and with the improvement of the service, the willingness to pay for an affordable and reliable service is increasing, but we also have now 60% of the 15 Finance Commission Fund earmarked to WASH. That's where we need to tap into. So despite of the crisis, the economic crisis of the country, WASH is still well funded and can be used to mobilize the private sector. And the 15 Finance Commission Fund is one, but with also Mandrega and multiple other schemes. So I guess the main issue, the bottleneck here, it's all the work around contract regulation, contractual processes, and the right contracts with a performance-based payment. It can be on the volumes of waste collected, the volume of fecal sludge disposed at the right place, and also the time taken by the Indian administration to contract the private sector. This is where we could collectively, through cross-learning, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's not rocket science, those contracts. They exist. We have them. We are working on them with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, but they need to be used, and we need to demonstrate the core states how it works. I think here there is a great initiative under the Jal Jeevan mission with the empanelment, selection, mobilization of, in one hand, the care resource centers. This is mainly for capacity building. And so they are empaneled, selected, and contracted by the central level and provided to all states to use. So here the contractual process is solved. Now there is the other initiative which is ongoing, which is the engagement of implementation service agencies. These are NGOs to serve as a layer between the last mile Indian administration and the communities. And that's a good model at scale from which we could learn to solve, to address this bottleneck. So again, it's about defining the service benchmark, the requirement for the professional, the selection / empanelment processes, contracts. Perhaps we could work on some standard cost, but at least maximum cost, because if we want a market-driven support, we need to let the market play its role, and it needs to be competitive, so we cannot fix the prices. And with these business models, and looking at the incomes from the users, as well as from public funding, the expenditures, and again, the better the performance, the greater the margin from the private sector. And that's not privatization. It can really stay under public and community control with the right contractual process. I'm not talking about delegation to a private operator. It's something that continues to be a public good led by the public sector and the communities. Final point here is, I know I'm preaching to convince people, but let's favor women and the youth for these job opportunities. UNICEF, we did a study, a macroeconomic impact evaluation of the phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat mission, and we could demonstrate easy, like to the minimum, the phase 1 of the Swachh Bharat mission generated 7.5 million full-time equivalent jobs, right, for 4 years, during 4 years. And that is a conservative estimate. So imagine with the Jal Jeevan mission, with the phase 2, the livelihood that can be generated. But for this, let's favor women and the youth. We have very interesting initiatives in Jharkhand, 55,000 women masons, and they do great job and a good quality. And now there is another drive from the Jal Jeevan mission to really empower and recruit women for water quality monitoring. So that's very important. This is about public health, and let's prioritize those groups for the quality, for equity, and also for the quality of the service. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. I think this also comes to what we've been doing in the community sanitation complexes, we have a task force within ISC, and a lot of this, what you've mentioned, is something that we're trying to formulate there. And thanks for highlighting the role of local service providers, their capacities, their professionalism. Also, what Manu said, having benchmarks or performance-based contracts, and the capacities of local government to actually implement those contracts and hold the service providers accountable. Tini, in 1 minute, if possible, role of, sorry, we're falling short of time, so.
That's fine. Quickly, I mean, just taking forward from Nicholas's points, I think there is an immense role for the private sector in prioritizing, say, the business opportunities in this space. I mean, in the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2, we now have to move towards clean habitations. You know, we have to improve. So the solid waste that Manu mentioned, you know, has been generated as a result of the COVID pandemic. How is that to be addressed? Can we look at waste to wealth, the whole issue around fecal sludge management? So I would look at the private sector as bringing in cost efficiencies into these very, very important sectors. And often, you know, how do they also clear up their own waste? I mean, can there be systems where, say, you know, chips packets or things like that, can the brand take the lead in actually saying that, you know, there will be, you know, a price paid for every chip packet that is returned by the manufacturer? I mean, could we look at those models so that those who are actually, say, the sanitation workers at the grassroots, they are also earning an income through this process, and it becomes a win-win situation for everyone. So I would say the private sector should definitely prioritize waste management, both solid and liquid waste management, and the whole issue of fecal sludge management, where there is immense business opportunity over there. How can we generate wealth from the waste that is being generated, and how do we move to clean and healthy habitations? So I would say health should be the focus, good health, focus of the private sector, and the foundations of good health, hand washing, access to sanitation, access to clean drinking water, the investments that need to be made there. So I'll stop here.
Thanks, Tini. That was really helpful. Arundhati.
Thanks, Ruchika. Very quickly. So I think the private sector for hand washing plays a critical role. We have actually leveraged them only as, you know, as distributors of soap. But let's look at the strengths, the huge strengths that they bring. One is research and development. They have the resources and have the capacities for research and development, for innovations, for different ways of kind of delivering these services. Second is that no one does behavior change like the private sector. I mean, they are able to identify what the consumer needs are, what are the buttons that you need to push to get consumers to value a product, to aspire to have a product. And they're the ones that can definitely do this. So what can we learn from them in terms of using those behavior change techniques, those behavioral nudges? What can we learn from them? And the third is actually social marketing. We've seen the private sector do this really well for the other development issues with HIV/AIDS, where it really came into being. You know, social marketing of condoms, social marketing of contraceptives. This is well known to have worked well. So is this something that we can draw and bring when we're looking at promoting hand hygiene and perhaps even other hygiene behaviors? Thanks, Ruchika.
Thanks. I'm going to do one round of questions, and then you're limited to one sentence in your response. That's it, not a minute, a sentence. So you have to select wisely. So this was a question that was asked to the participants. So moving ahead to reach SDGs by 2030, what is the role of CSO collaborations or platforms like ISC? What is the role that these platforms play in us reaching SDG 6 by 2030? So I'll start with Manu. One sentence or 1 point.
I think they can make us more accountable because I think accountability is needed because more and more questions are being asked. I think we'll be, you know, at our job to deliver.
Okay, great. Nicholas.
Right, in one sentence, I'm sorry, I'm going to say something a bit contradictory. I think we need to break a bit this image of CSOs equal activists and put them in a position to be service providers. So it's all the work around coordinating, enabling, regulating, so that we can use better CSOs as service provision. And that will be better voice, for being activist as well and advocacy, if they are also useful and really participating to the overall effort. Thank you.
Thanks. Tini?
I would say supporting innovations, identifying innovations from the ground upwards and supporting them. I think there's an immense role that, say, coalitions like ISC can play on that, identifying innovations. I mean, we really need those. We need to scale them up. So I would put my bet there, my 1 minute there, Ruchika.
Arun, nothing.
So I think that these platforms should play a really critical role in capturing and sharing good practices, innovations, but also evidence that lies with various organizations, but which are not necessarily available in the public domain. So I think that they should play a stronger role in kind of sharing these and putting it out there for everyone to access.
Great. So we leverage what already exists and put it out there. Great. So over to Mitali. Mitali, we had asked these same question to the participants. Do we have any interesting responses there? Thank you all. In the meantime, thank you all for your contribution. It was a very interesting conversation. But yes. I think we are falling short of time now. I don't know if we have time for taking up questions, but if there were responses from the participants.
Yes. So some of the responses that came in were, we should focus on those left behind, marginalized communities in rural and urban areas. And then someone said that we should work with corporates, donors to encourage them to support longer term programs, moving away from creating infrastructure, but ensuring services and sustainable. And next came organize knowledge management activities at the district and state level to have a wider reach, and then use platforms to build evidence and collectively share suggestions, recommendations on various aspects with government. And then there was one that says that we should look at WASH not as infrastructure, but as services.
Thank you, Mitali. So over to Natasha for the closing.
Thank you. Wow, it's been a fantastic day. And to end it with all of you is really great for me because I've learned so much from each one of you. Thank you again for an amazing panel. I know I've been part of this journey, through this year, listening to you guys and, just hearing the different kinds of interventions that y'all have been doing on the ground. But, just listening to it in full scope, all of you together is amazing. So again, thank you very much for all the work that we've done together this year. I've got Nena here, so I'm not going to say the closing. I'm going to let Nena do the closing. I think that's a good idea.
Tasha, this was your call, but really just to thank all of you. We are at the tail end of a very, very hectic and heavy and busy day with lots of information that we have to process. But all I can say is a big thank you to all of you for what you do in the sector, but also for how openly you share what you have learned. Because for us, it is a journey of continuous learning and dissemination of that learning. So thank you for being with all of us today and for lasting out till what is almost 7 o'clock now. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bye.